Here, do you want to see them too? I think that the person, because I'm not controlling the live stream, it's someone else from Keynote. No, it's somebody. But you want to ask me? No, I'm not. Just doing the camera for live stream. That's something. Yes, yes. It will come back to something that's connected to the other here. Yes. There will be some. I think if it's connected to speech, should be there with you.
Okay, good morning all. I invite you all to Asia Pacific Conference on Educational Research, Social Science and Humanities, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology application. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, or IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research, development, and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed prioritizing our mutual interests. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides the world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conference bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology.
I request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
So we come back up. You can stand up there. They want you to stand there and talk.
Bangkok is national anthem. Bangkok is national anthem.
So I think what stand is between the. Different stand over there. Yes.
Bangkok national anthem.
Followed by Indian national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय जय हे
Thank you, everyone. Kindly take your seat.
There is a gap after that. Here we check the sound. After the we check the sound.
I can stop.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Shimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Hello, check. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Mic check. From venue, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Our incredible IFERP application has been launched and is now available for career scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthrough, which you can get right now from the Google Play Store for upcoming conference update. Asia Pacific Conference on Educational Research, Social Science and Humanities, APCERSSH 2022, which will take place in Bangkok on September 7, 2022, will bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and research results on all aspects of future trends in educational research, social science, and humanities. It also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovation, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the field of education research, social science, and humanities. And I would like to invite all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to invite our special guest, Mr. Sid Kumar Chajar, and then Dr. Lampong Klomko, and then Mr. Arthur Gogetz. Our eminent keynote speakers, Dr. Dilip Ganguly, Dr. Mustafa Khaireldin Ali Awes, Dr. Ratneswari Raisya, Dr. Arjit Guha. And next, I would like to invite our session chair, Dr. Sigit Ricahyono, Dr. Lala Rani, and Dr. Vasantri Kumari. Thank you for joining us. I'll also take this opportunity to invite all our presenters from across the world who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would like to invite all the attendees in joining us today. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our Asia Pacific Conference on Educational Research, Science, Social Science, and Humanities Proceeding Book. These are proceeding books. And then next, I invite Mr. Sid Kumar Charyer, founder, managing director of Technored Groups, to deliver his invite welcome address. And biography for Ms. Sid Kumar Charyer. Ms. Sid Kumar Charyer is an entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist, founder, and managing director of Technored Group. He had 8 years experience in organizing scientific conferences, and he completed his education in engineering from SRM University, Chennai, and MBA from St. Peter's University, Chennai. He is interested in doing several social academic activities for the welfare of the society. Under his graduate, IFERP became one of the fastest growing organizations in Asia. His organization received the Best Scientific Conference Growing Organization in Asia. The organization received the Best Scientific Conference Production House of 2018 from ABP. With success knowing no limit, Mr. Sid attribute his fame to teamwork and the entrepreneur spirit, which together have enabled transform tourists to opportunity to handle for every changing environment in education and technology. I now welcome Mr. Sid to deliver the speech.
Thank you. Thank you for your warm welcome. Very good morning to distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, it is a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates,
Not clear the voice.
committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students all around the globe from different walk of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this impressive Asia Pacific Conference on AI Institute for Engineering. Honor for me to welcome our guest of honor, speakers, and chairperson at IFERP Thailand chapter, Dr. Lampong, Asian Studies Center, MCU Thailand. I'd like to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Arthur Gogats, Bangkok, Thailand. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation for joining here to share their knowledge here with the students. I welcome our keynote and invited speaker, retired IOFS, ex-additional general manager, Audit Organization, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. Dr. Mustafa Khairaldin Aliwi, Associate Professor, Organization Behavior, Clinical Sociologist, and Psycho, University of Texas, United. Dr. Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor of Economic, Saito Universities, College, Malaysia. Dr. Abhijit Guha, former Professor, Anthropologist, Vidyasagar University, India. Along with our speaker, welcome Organizing Committee, eminent fruitful Asia Pacific Conference on Educational Research, Social Science and Humanity, who presents both breadth and excellence in industry experience in universities research and in government policy making, and reflecting their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how educational research and technology will influence our shared future. I hope you will have the most productive day of interesting and stimulating discussion. I sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge, in educational research, social science and humanity, but also as a beginning of long and fruitful cooperation and among fellow educators devoted to the most and whatever technology, teaching and training our tools who will shape of our future. And I hope many of you will read shortened prediction can easily recognize the device that perfectly applied the whole earth will be able to communicate one another, especially as we were thousands of miles and instruments through which we shall be able to do this will further. It was the mad result organizing this silent chapter hope perfect platform participants to as a globally renowned specialist in the field of social science and humanity. IFA provides the opportunity for and admissions the mission of connecting students, academicians, and industry by creating a platform to organizing and attending scientific events, connecting researchers all over the world. Now more than 1,500 members are associated with IFRP Finance Chapter. MCU and EIS are the universities associated with IFRP Thailand Chapter. Moreover, more than 7,000 members and 420 universities and institutions are associated with IFARP, utilizing our services in the field of engineering, science, and technology.
Sorry for the technical.
Sorry for the technical
Inconvenience.
Is it audible? Is it audible? Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Is it audible? So, IFERP is utilizing our services in the field of engineering, science, and technology, organizing and providing international conference, publication assistance, research assistance, and workshop, guest lecturers, FDP, and short-term training courses. IFRP has stepped in and many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome and experience to explore better way of education of future leaders. I take this opportunity to welcome each and one, express our gratitude in your agreeing to participating MDPs and to put this conference of this magnitude together is not a small task. So, and I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to coordinate or to organizing committees, members, and encourage strong in Asia, Middle East to welcome us again on behalf of IFERP on education research, social science, and humanity. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful scientific conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sid Kumar Charger, for this speech. And then next, I would like to invite Dr. Abhijit Guha. Dr. Abhijit Guha, former professor anthropology, Vidyasagar University, West Bengal, India, to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Abhijit Guha currently is Senior Fellow of the Indian Council of Social Science Research at the Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata. He has taught anthropology and at Vidyasagar University in Medinipur, West Bengal, India for 30 years and retired as professor in August 2016. His most favorite area of research is land acquisition and the policies and practice around it. Guha did his PhD on land acquisition and displacement of peasants in West Bengal under the left front government, which is the first of its kind in this field. He has published more than 150 articles, comments, and book reviews in various international and national level peer-reviewed journals, newspapers, and edited volumes published by Oxford and Routledge, which include Current Anthropology, Population and Development Review, European Journal of Development Research, Anthropological Forum, American Anthropologist, Journal of Indian Anthropological Society, Economic and Political Weekly, Social Change, Sociological Bulletin, Contribution to Indian Sociology, Decision Frontier, Journal of Human Ecology, South Asian Anthropologies and the Statements since 1985, and presented invited papers in many seminars and conferences in India and abroad. He has written a book, Land, Law, and the Left, the Saga of Disempowerment of the Peasantry in the Era Globalization in 2007, which has been acquisition in the Library of Congress at Washington, D.C. Dr. Guha was guest faculty at the West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences and was visiting fellow at the Department of Sociology, Delhi School of Economics and Center for Advanced Studies, Cal Universities. And in 2008, he acted as an expert on the amendment of land acquisition and resettlement and rehabilitation bills before the Standing Committee on Rural Development of India Parliament. I now welcome Dr. Abhijit Guha to deliver his keynote speaker.
Still mute. Still mute. Still mute. It's okay.
Hello?
Yes, okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My talk would be on the nationalist trends of anthropological research in India, particularly with a focus on the future of anthropology in India. So what in this lecture I will be trying to do is a brief overview of what anthropology is all about. And then I will move into a little bit of the development of anthropology in India, particularly during the post-independence period, and the role played by the anthropologists in building up the new nation named India. So anthropology, as I characterized it, and by many other authors as well, that anthropology is a very eclectic subject. What do we mean by eclectic? By eclectic, anthropology is an assortment of many different interests. So anthropologists look at human beings both from the biological and the cultural points of view. So anthropologists, while they look at human evolution, how human beings were millions of years ago, how did they live, how did they struggle against the nature and cooperated with nature as well, and how in course of time and the human beings developed their own societies and cultures. So this is one aspect of anthropology which we study under the rubric of physical anthropology or paleoanthropology. Now then there is another branch of anthropology which is called social and cultural anthropology, which studies human beings from their social and cultural points of view. So human beings as they exist anywhere on this earth or as they have existed before, human beings cannot exist without groups. So human groups, which we call societies, are a very important component of human existence. Now, anthropology is a very unique science. It is also regarded as well as a humanities branch also, which looks at human beings from the biocultural point of view. That is, we look at human existence not only from the biological aspects, but also from the social and cultural aspects. Human beings are thinking animals. Human beings are tool-making animals. Human beings are institution builders. So one has to look into, but without neglecting the biology of the human beings. We cannot avoid biologies of human beings throughout its course of evolution. Now, this is in a very nutshell anthropology's scope. Now, anthropology also has a very unique method, and this method is known as fieldwork. Now, what is fieldwork? Fieldwork is you personally visit the place about which you want to say something. So, since human groups, human societies, human biologies are our major objective of study, so we cannot study these human groups, human biology, and human social cultural variation without personally visiting the things we want to study. So as a result of this, the physical anthropologists, they measure human bodies by visiting those places. They measure their heads, they measure their bodies, they measure the fat content, they measure the muscle content of the human groups. And at the same time, when the social cultural anthropologists go for field work, they study the various social customs, the religion, the political organization, etc., etc. So fieldwork makes anthropology unique. It's not that anthropologists only conduct fieldwork, because there are certain occasions when anthropologists also look at archives. When, like the historians, we also study what human beings have left for us. So by combining a variety of methods and with a varied kind of interests, that is why one anthropologist called anthropology as a kind of salad. So anthropology is a salad. So it's an assortment of various interests, various methods, and different kinds of approaches can be found within anthropology. Now, with these tools, anthropology arose in Western Europe and in USA after the Renaissance. And from Europe, anthropology also developed in the what we call third world countries. So in India, the history of anthropology can be traced back as early as 1784, when a famous institution was established in Calcutta. Its name is Asiatic Society. It was established in 1784, and although anthropology was not particularly studied in Asiatic Society at the beginning, but the major objective of Asiatic Society, as told in its memorandum, and it was founded by a famous linguist named Sir William Jones. The major objective of Asiatic Society was to study the cultures, the languages, the societies, and the various institutions of the different countries of Asia, India included. So, with the establishment of Asiatic Society, we may say that anthropology in India began its journey. Now, after Asiatic Society, the major anthropological enterprises were undertaken by the census operations. You know, census or the counting of people in different regions of the world started in India as early as 1870s. So, with the census, and the first census commissioner of India was an anthropologist. His name was H. Risley, who made the first racial classification of the Indian populations. So, with the census operations, successive censuses in India were conducted at a decade's interval. So these are known as decadal censuses, and these decadal censuses were yielded massive amount of data having tremendous anthropological importance. So when we look at the census reports, we find a lot of valuable information on the different communities, their cultures, their biologies, and all which are of anthropological importance were collected by the census commissioners in India. Now, these census operations gave a major impetus to anthropological understanding of Indian population, and the British colonial interest through the census was quite apparent, because by that time, when the censuses started, by that time the British Empire has well established its control over the Indian subcontinent, and they developed an interest to govern the country by knowing the cultures and the communities of these countries. So India, through the censuses, through the census data, became a very important site for the British colonial administration to rule, to govern this country in a better way. So unless you know the country, unless you know its people, how can you govern? How can you administer this country? So census. So the census and the collection of huge amount of data in the by the British administration became one of the major planks of anthropological collections on this country. Gradually, several departments of anthropology, several postgraduate departments in India were established, and the first among those postgraduate departments was the Department of Anthropology at Calcutta University. It was established as early as 1920. It has just completed its 100 years of existence. I was a student of anthropology at Calcutta University. So in Calcutta University also, the first professional study of anthropology began, but it began under the colonial rule. So starting from Asiatic Society, through the census operations and the first establishment of anthropology departments in India, all through what we see is that the then colonial administration had developed quite a quite an active interest in promoting anthropology for their colonial administration, for their colonial purposes. Now, this completes one phase of the development of anthropology. Then I will come very quickly to the post-independence phase of anthropology. Now, during the post-independence period, we find a more rapid growth of anthropology in terms of teaching the subject. So various departments, apart from Calcutta, other important anthropology departments for postgraduate and undergraduate studies were established during the 50s and the 60s, and these included the Department of Anthropology at Chennai, at Madras University, Department of Anthropology at Delhi University, Department of Anthropology at Lucknow University, and so on. So gradually the anthropology departments for teaching and research proliferated all over India. And by that time, another important event had already happened. That event is the establishment of the first governmental department of professional anthropologists was established. So this governmental department, which was known as Anthropological Survey of India, was established under the leadership of a famous Indian anthropologist named Dr. Biraja Shankar Guha. Now, Dr. Biraja Shankar Guha, or B.S. Guha, was a famous anthropologist who did his PhD from Harvard University in anthropology, and he was one of the first Indians to earn a degree in anthropology from Harvard. So when Dr. Guha returned to India, for a brief period he taught at Calcutta University, but then he organized the establishment of the first government department in India, the Anthropological Survey of India. So Anthropological Survey of India was established just 1 year before the independence. It was established in 1946, and the major aim of Anthropological Survey of India was again to collect data on the various communities spread all over the country about their biological characteristics as well as their cultural characteristics. And at the same time, Anthropological Survey of India was a multidisciplinary kind of organization, and it had professional linguists, professional geographers, ecologists, and other kinds of scientists who worked in collaboration with the anthropologists of India. So this is one of the premier and one of the largest governmental organization of anthropologists in India. So with the establishment of the Anthropological Survey of India, the anthropology in the post-independent period in India went a few steps ahead in its journey. So two things happened after the colonial period. The British colonialists had their interest in anthropology for ruling and running the country. But just after independence, there arose a kind of Indian anthropological trend in which Anthropological Survey of India was established. Several anthropology departments were established. The University of Calcutta department was already established during the period, but then the other departments at Delhi, at Lucknow, and other places, these very strong departments, all with the aim of studying human biology and culture, which we call a holistic approach. So the holistic approach towards the study of humankind on the Indian soil became the focal point of anthropological research. So this is the story in short, in very short. I have written elaborately on this story, and there are other books on, but my recent book, Nation Building in Indian Anthropology, one may read this book. This is the book, and in this book I have discussed in detail the story of anthropology in the pre and particularly post-independent period. Now, from this background, I will now move quickly into the role anthropologists have played in nation building just after independence. So, so on the one hand, at the Anthropological Survey of India, there were routine studies of tribes, the Adivasis, the tribes, their biological features and their cultural characteristics, as had been done by the colonial administration. So there was a follow-up by the Indian anthropologists after the independence to follow what the colonial administration was doing in the pre-independence period. So there was a colonial hangover in Indian anthropology, and that later became a major point of criticism by the Indian anthropologists themselves. For example, many notable Indian anthropologists, they have criticized themselves. It was a kind of self-criticism that we would not move beyond what the British colonial administration had done with anthropology in India. But then, apart from these colonial hangover, a nationalist tradition of Indian anthropology would also be discerned just after the independence. And my major point of interest is that how and why these nationalist anthropological traditions developed in India, and who were its practitioners. What did they do to build up the new nation in India? Now, while I looked through the literature, through the archives, particularly at the Anthropological Survey of India, it has a very good collection of early journals in anthropology, and I had to delve deeper into these journals, into the various writings of anthropologists in India and also abroad. And I have found that there was apart from the British colonial tradition, apart from the carryover from the earlier British tradition, there was a distinct attempt by some notable anthropologists to look into the problems of nation building. Now I would ask the question that what were the problems of nation building just after independence? So there were many problems. When a new nation was being built, it is obvious that there would be problem of economic development, problems around social development, and India is a very vast, very diverse, and a very large country. So it was not very easy for the early planners of India to build up their own nation. But hopefully there were good attempts by the then Indian administration to make a new India better. So for this reason, the 5-year plans were chalked out. So what were those 5-year plans? The 5-year plans were, it was first visualized by the famous statistician, Professor Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, and he also had a very acute interest in anthropology, and he established the Indian Statistical Institute, which also has anthropology and sociology units. It was first established by P.C. Mahalanobis. Now, P.C. Mahalanobis and the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, they jointly worked out the first 5-year plans in India. So these 5-year plans were very, very important for the economists, because it was the economists who contributed in a very substantial way to work out the 5-year plans for India. But what role the anthropologists were playing during this period? That was my question. So the problems, as I was referring to certain problems of the country, the major problems of the country during this period were mainly, there were 3 kinds of problems. The first problem was that just after the British left, our country was divided, was partitioned into 2 countries. So this was criticized by historians and political scientists as one of the colonial conspiracies to partition India into 2 hubs, India and Pakistan, and that remained a problem till today. So the partition of the country and the consequences faced after the partition was one of the major problems of the country. So what were the major problems after partition? The first problem was that there were huge influx of refugees on both sides of the countries. So there were communal riots, and there were these kinds of things, tremendous violence, social tension, and all this, which led to huge influx of refugees from the different parts of the country. So the influx of the refugees caused by displacement was one of the major problems of India just after independence. So independence not only led to our self-rule as envisioned by Mahatma Gandhi, the father of our nation, but independence also brought in various kinds of problems, and these problems were of such a magnitude that it was not possible for the 5-year plans to proceed without looking at these problems. So partition and the displacement of millions of people from their homes and hearts was one of the major problems of the Indian subcontinent. I will come quickly to how the anthropologists looked at this problem of partition and the displacement of refugees caused by it. Now, then there was another great problem faced by the Indian nation just after the independence, was that you may probably have heard about the Great Bengal Famine. Now, this Bengal famine was one of the, because it was one of the greatest events just at the juncture of our independence. And the famous Nobel laureate economist Amartya Sen, in his book published in 1999, he has dealt in detail with the Bengal famine. And he has said that this Bengal famine caused huge loss in terms of lives and access to food by the majority of the people, which caused hunger, death, displacement, and all kinds of miseries to a state which was just being partitioned into two hubs. So this added to another problem, another major problem, post-independence problem for the nation builders in India. So I will also discuss very briefly on how anthropologists looked at this problem of Bengal family. Now, the third problem which our country faced was development caused displacement. Now, this development caused displacement much later with the Narmada Bachao Andolan and other kinds of movements, much later became popular, but this development caused displacement started just after the independence. So as I was telling you that with the start of the nation building with the 5-year plans, the famous Nehru-Maulanavish plan, the idea of building a new nation was to go in for big dams and big industries, highways, roads, etc. This has to be done by the new nation, by the country. That was the plan of the first 2, 3, 5-year plans. Now, when you launch these programs, when you launch big dams, when you establish big industries, it not only causes economic growth, it not only gives employment opportunities to people, but these also cause another important human misery, and that is known as displacement. That is, when you establish dams, a lots of agricultural land, fertile agricultural land gets submerged. So people are displaced from their major means of food production, and a lot of physical displacement also takes place, so that people have to be shifted from one, and not just few people, thousands and thousands of families have to be shifted from their own homes to make way for big dams, for hydroelectricity and better irrigation. So there was a dilemma for the nation builders, what to do. If you proceed with the big dams, there will be displacement. If you don't proceed with the big dams, there will be no development. So it was a very interesting dilemma, and the dilemma still remains. The point is how to solve this dilemma, how to resolve the contradictions around this dilemma. Now, I will briefly point out what were the anthropological studies. Was there any anthropological study on this burning issue of nation building just after independence, and what the anthropologists have done, and what were their suggestions? Now then, another problem was the establishment of big industries. Now, as I was saying, that without big industries, you cannot progress, you cannot have your proper economic growth. So during the first 5-year plan, the establishment of big industries was another agenda for the nation builders in India. But this establishment of industries, for example, the heavy industries, the steel industries, these establishment of industries also caused a lot of displacement of people. So industries not only promote economic growth, they also displace people. So, and it is the moral duty of a nation to arrange for the successful rehabilitation. It's not just enough that you remove the people from their own place and establish the industries. You also have to look into that how these people could be employed, how these people could be properly rehabilitated, and all these kinds of things. So, in short, what I have pointed out in the first part of my lecture, I have pointed out that how anthropology as an eclectic discipline had developed first in the West, and then with the coming of the British colonial administration, how it was established in India, and how during the colonial period with the census operation and the establishment of the first anthropology departments in India, the progress and research in anthropology continued, but there was a major break after the independence, because during the pre-independence period, the major attention of the British colonialist was how to rule this country, and for ruling, for governance, one has to know the culture, the biology of the people, and that's why they have brought in census, they have established the Asiatic Society, and all these kinds of things. Now, after independence, as I have said, that the colonial hangover continued to some extent, but there were notable exceptions to this colonial hangover, and the first builders of nation also looked the problem from anthropological perspectives. And then I identified three major problems after independence. One was problem caused by the partition of the country, the refugee problem. So it demanded a successful implementation of the rehabilitation packages for the refugees. Then second comes the problem of the establishment of big dams. And third comes the problem of the establishment of big industries. Now I will very quickly mention that just after independence, anthropologists have dealt with, as I have said, with the famine. So Bengal famine, a teacher at the Calcutta University, which is one of the oldest anthropology, which has one of the oldest anthropology departments in India, a teacher in that department did a wonderful study about which Amartya Sen repeatedly referred in his famous book. And this study was done by one famous anthropologist. His name was Tarak Chandra Das, or T.C. Das. So T.C. Das wrote a book in 1949, and the book is known as Bengal Famine. So this is a famous book, Bengal Famine, in which T.C. Das, just almost without any funding, just with the help of his university students and some teachers who had trainings in anthropology, he had studied the people affected by famine who had come from the countryside to Calcutta. He conducted a thoroughgoing survey among these people, and this study was so good, it was empirically so sound, that T.C. Das wrote this study in the form of a memorandum and submitted this memorandum to the then British government to its Famine Enquiry Commission. And some of the suggestions put forward by T.C. Das were accepted by the then British administration, and it was also placed in the British Parliament. So this was the T.C. Das's Bengal Famine was a remarkable work on one of the major problems of early nation building in India. Then I would mention another important work. It was done by T.C. Das's famous student. His name was Surajit Chandra Sinha. He later became the director of Anthropological Survey of India. Surajit Chandra Sinha was invited by the then government of West Bengal to carry out a survey, an empirical anthropological survey on the possibilities of the resettlement of East Pakistan refugees in the Andaman Islands. So as I was saying that the influx of the refugees caused by partition became one of the major problems, and one of the steps the government took at that time was to transport some of those refugees in the remote islands of the Indian Ocean, the Andaman Islands. These Andaman Islands were formerly used by the British administration as one of the largest prison houses for deporting the criminals from the Indian mainland. But after the independence, the government of India, they also thought in terms of resettling the refugees caused by partition in these Andaman Islands. Now, the resettlement was not easy because the refugees were a foreigner to this particular place, because there were early settlers of criminals in Andaman. There were tribes and other people, but these refugees who were resettled in Andaman, they also had the problem of intermixture, problems of adaptation, problems of tension and conflict. So how to resettle these refugees? So Surajit Sinha, as an anthropologist, was invited by the government of West Bengal to look into the resettlement of East Pakistan refugees in the Andaman Islands. And he published a very good report on this. Although it was not published in the form of a book, this report was published by Surajit Sinha by the government of West Bengal in 1955. If you read this report, you will see that how Sinha had looked, by personally visiting, by conducting field work among these refugees, he has looked into their problems, he has looked into their worldviews, he has looked into how the refugees adapt with a difficult environment and how they are resettling themselves by taking their own measures despite the governmental laxities, the governmental difficulties, the governmental shortcomings. The refugees on their own are developing their own resettlement colonies. And if you now visit Andaman, you will find that the refugees at Neil Islands and refugees on other islands, they have well settled themselves. They formed their own economy and they are living a much better life. Now, then there was another study by Dr. B.S. Guha, as I was telling you, that the resettlement of refugees was one of the major problems, and Dr. B.S. Guha, the first, he was the founder and director of Anthropological Survey of India. He carried out a study which was a UNESCO-funded study on the studies in social tensions among the refugees from Eastern Pakistan. He had selected 2 places and conducted with his team detailed field work among how the social tensions are being created among the refugees and the local host population in 2 places of West Bengal. And Guha developed certain suggestions about how to properly resettle. The major point was that resettlement of refugees should not be done without conducting an assessment survey of the places. So after that, I would mention another important study done under the auspices of census operations, and this study was done by another notable anthropologist. Yes, I am completing. It was done by Dr. B.K. Roy Burman. He was the Assistant Registrar General of Census of India. He was also an anthropologist. He had studied the impact of industrialization in Rourkela and the displacement and rehabilitation of tribal and other backward people in this region. This is another, again, a very early detailed study on development caused displacement in India. And then there was a study by Iravati Karve and Joy Nimkar of Deccan College, Pune, on the establishment of a big dam known as Koyana River Dam. Karve and her team conducted these studies. Now, what is the common feature of these anthropological studies was that the studies were mainly funded by some organizations, particularly the governmental organizations. And these studies were done not only on a particular tribal community, as had been done by following the British colonial tradition. So these studies were, they were tackling the major problems of nation building in India, and they had selected a larger population instead of choosing one or two tribes and making a detailed ethnographic survey on that tribe. But these were surveys conducted on much larger population on the major problems faced by the Indian nation just after independence. So I think that the future of anthropology in India and nation building should be viewed from the perspective of the studies already done by our pioneers just after the independence. So thank you very much. Thank you all for very patiently listening to my lecture. I don't know how far it was interesting for you or not, but let me finish. I again express my thanks, my gratefulness to all the organizers, the other speakers, and particularly the IFERP organization, about which I knew very little, but today in the initial screening of the objectives of this organization, I came to know about it. I hope a very good future for this kind of efforts and the organization promoting educational research, particularly in social sciences and humanities, and also not the least about anthropology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abhijit Guha, for the speech. Questions from the floor, from participants virtually or physically? Any question from Dr. Abhijit? No? From here? No? Okay. Shall we maybe participate virtually? No? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abhijit Guha.
If questions come later, it may so happen that questions may not immediately come to one's mind. You can email the questions to me and I would be very happy. I would love to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abhijit. Okay, next I would like to invite our speaker, Mr. Arthur Gogots.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Arthur Gogots, Associate Professor, King Mongkus Institute of Technology, Ladakh, General Director, World Innovation from Bangkok, Thailand. Speech. Dr. Arthur Gogots is an Associate Professor at King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Ladakh Research Advisor for the DBA program in Artificial Intelligence and Business at Eastern Catholic University of Lille, France, and Director of the World Innovation Team, an international consulting firm based in Southern California, USA. Originally from New York City, Art has taught in 24 different countries and lectured at 46 institutions. His specialty is creativity and innovation in business, and he has 3 books on the subject. The most widely read, Business Creativity, Breaking the Invisible Berries, published by Palgrave Macmillan, has been translated into Russian. I call upon Dr. Arthur Gogot to deliver his keynote speech. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm very happy to be with you this morning. The sound is okay? Everybody is okay? You can hear?
Yes, okay, Mr. Arthur.
Okay, good. Thank you. I do have some PowerPoint. I don't know if I can put it up. I can screen share if possible.
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
Okay, that'll be good. Very good. Thank you very much. My talk this morning is going to be on two areas. The first one is looking at the state of, at least here in Thailand, of education after 2.5 years of COVID. We've started going back to inside classrooms. Mainly the semester started here in the beginning of August. And going back, I do have some observations. The second part of the talk I want to talk about is creativity and innovation, the status of it in terms of education and training and what's going on with it again today. Let me go to a screen share with you, which would be, oh, no, go back. Missed it again. Okay. Where do I go? Up here. Okay. 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 I'm teaching back now in the university. And the thing that impressed me is not sort of what has happened in the 2.5 years where we've been mainly teaching online. It's more what hasn't happened. I have not seen many new classes. I don't see any classes in AI, which is artificial intelligence. I don't see many classes in crisis management, risk management, which you would assume because of the crisis we've had, you've had some classes in it. I don't see many new classes in innovation. What we have is pretty much the same methods, 15 weeks, midterm, final exam, same technology, same environment. No, maybe not the same environment. The air conditioning doesn't run as well. The seats are a little more shabby. Why? Because the universities haven't really done much in terms of upgrading their facilities for the last few years. Also, when we look at some of the elements that we can say, what did we learn from COVID? Well, before COVID, the prevailing attitude in business, pretty much Southeast Asia, was, well, if the employees or the staff is not here where we can see them, they're not working, which means that work from home was not really accepted before COVID. Okay, with COVID, the businesses had to scramble and get everybody up on Zoom and let the people work from home. So what did we find? We found that before COVID, all the universities, at least in Thailand, or even in Vietnam, where I also teach, they had in place systems to make sure that the staff was there. You had to go put your finger in a monitoring device to check in. That was suspended under COVID. They trusted you because they had to. Now, they went back to the old way of monitoring you again, which means you got to go check in. Even the professors at some of the universities I work for, you have to go check in every week, every few days, physically go there, which means it's the old system again. So one of my reactions is we haven't learned that much under COVID. And time, for at least for me, that was my first reaction, it's pretty much been suspended. Yet, when you look at crisis management, which is the subject I also teach, there's an interesting statement comes from a former race car driver, champion race car driver from Formula One. And he said, you can overtake, which is pass 15 cars. You cannot do it in sunny weather, but you can do it when it's raining. Why? Because when it's raining, the drivers slow down. They play more security. They don't take so many risks. So what this really means is, in a crisis, it's a very good time to make changes, to upgrade systems, to look at what you're doing and sort of say, is there a better way? And unfortunately, when I look at the universities, as opposed to the companies, universities are lagging behind. One of the things I teach every day, because I teach business on the graduate level mainly, is the world is changing fast. But that leads me to ask, are the universities keeping up? I also do training for companies here. The companies are doing a little better, honestly, than the universities. But the universities should be at the forefront of change. What are universities? Well, we all do research, cutting edge. Universities are places to experiment and to question and to push things a little forward, not to hold back. I always say, at least I tell my students, that schools are special places. And I ask my students, especially maybe the undergrads, maybe more than anything else, I tell them, why are you strange? Why are you not normal? And honestly, they don't always come up with the answers. What we can really look at is how many people in Thailand go to the university? How many people in countries around the world go to the university? The answer is not that much. Even in countries like the US, the amount of people who attend the university is only around 50%. Europe, it's a little higher, but how many people graduate? Because in Europe, a lot of people go to the university, but they don't graduate from it. The system is designed to weed them out. But in developing countries, oh my God, we don't get a lot of people in the universities. They don't travel, and that's the way the system is designed. So I tell the students, you're special, but what's the attitude in these students? Well, I have a friend of mine, actually she's a former student of mine, and she's what they call a headhunter. Headhunter is executive recruitment. And she works in Hong Kong, and she works in the banking industry. So she looks for executives for the banks in Hong Kong to hire. And I ask her, I say, what one thing are the banks looking for in the executives they hire? And you know what she tells me? She gives me the word, she gives me two words, actually. The first word she gave me was passion, which is a strange word. Well, I mean, we associate passion with emotions and even with love and sex. Second word she gave me was enthusiasm. Not all students are enthusiastic. I would say in a class, not that many are enthusiastic. I asked my students, I said, okay, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, you've been awake for 6 or 7 hours. What was the first wow that you had today? First one. You know what most of my students tell me? Professor, no wow. And then I go, yeah, but schools are special places where we're supposed to really want to learn. But I don't get that. Now, is it because of COVID? Honestly, no. Before COVID, getting a good amount of students to want to learn, to be, teach me, please give me more information, give me more work. Let's go, let's go. didn't really exist. Many students today, especially here in Southeast Asia, they accept that their roles in life are limited. And this goes back to something that Steve Jobs, late Steve Jobs, former founder of Apple, said. One of the last pieces of advice he gave in his life before he died, he said, don't live a limited life. Don't accept that you're a small person in a big world and you're not going to accomplish much. What I find are my students want to make a difference, but they're afraid. What are they afraid of? Big changes. They don't want to go out and change the world. And I think that's a problem, because you are never crazier than when you were a student, especially when you were an undergrad. Afterwards, you get married, you play security, you have a job, you have kids, you're not crazy anymore. You become logical and sane and cautious. So what I find are, when you're a student, you should have big ambitions, like when you were a child. And most of the students I find, maybe it's a question of Southeast Asia, maybe it's a question of COVID, maybe it's a question of the whole educational system that they are almost finishing with. Because when you take an undergrad, unlike a graduate student, they've been studying their entire life. And maybe it's a question of the schools really have beaten them down rather than build them up. But they want to keep their world small and manageable. They don't want to think big. Whenever I get a class, I have to go to the administration of my university and say, give me a classroom. If I have 39 students in the class, the university always gives me a room for 40. Even though rooms for 60 or 80 are available. And they tell me, why do you need a bigger room? I said, because small rooms make small thinking and they have small minds. But the administration often doesn't think that way. A couple of years ago, I was teaching in Hanoi, and I was teaching at the National University there, and I had a class in strategy. This was an MBA class. And at that point, we used to teach on Saturdays and Sundays. So the students would study on the weekends because they were working during the week. And we were supposed to start at 8 o'clock in the morning and teach until 4. The students never arrived early. They arrived after 8. And usually we would start about 8:30 or 8:40 every weekend. And the students would tell me, you know, we have families, we have children, this is weekend, it's tough for us to get out and be here early. Okay. The university came to us one day and said, you've got to start at 8 o'clock. You can't start at 8:30, 8:45 anymore. 8 o'clock from now on, strict. Okay, the next week, I got there at 7:30. I was the only one in the building, except for one other teacher. No student was there. Students arrived after 8, mostly by 8:30, and we started class 8:40 as usual. Well, I happened to be at the university during that week, and I said to the administration, you know, if the students don't accept to be here before 8, if they don't buy into this, it's not going to work. You know what the admin people said? They said, oh, next week, you start teaching at 8 o'clock, even if there are no students in the room. And I said, sure, I will. Unfortunately, universities are supposed to be the place where we think big, where we motivate. But too often, the thinking is too small. This is a quote from an article in the Bangkok Post, which is one of the newspapers here, major newspaper in Thailand. And this was in 2018. And they basically said the system of education we have is outdated. Now, of course, they were talking about AI, but this is 2018. This is 4 years ago. What happened since? Not much. Well, you can say COVID got in the way, but then we go back and say, yeah, but crises are opportunities to change. These are what the consulting companies say are the in-demand skills for the next 10 years. Complex problem solving, creativity, decision-making, idea generation, analysis, critical thinking. This is a quote from president of one of the universities here, who's also a very successful businessman in Thailand. He said this in 2017, it was again in all the publications. And this is a bit shocking when you read it, and yet it's not, but it surprises the students. And the most important question he said is, can they think? And this is, I think, one of the criteria we need to look at. Why? Well, if I go back to this very quickly, this is what is important because this is what machines are bad at. With artificial intelligence, digitalization, which COVID has pushed, the companies used to say, oh, we have 15 to 20 years to get AI in place and get our systems changed. Now under COVID, they say we have less than 10. Why? Because working from home, shopping from home, everything online, everything in terms of use your phone, use your iPad. Okay. We don't have that time anymore. This is a quote from Einstein, who of course famously said, questioning is the most important thing. And he said, I have no talents, I'm just curious. I ask a lot of questions. Most of my students don't ask enough questions. Even though I tell them, I want you to participate, I want you to ask questions. If you ask a lot of questions, I'll give you an A. They still don't ask a lot of questions. And I find that maybe we don't encourage them to do that. Again, when I was teaching in Hanoi, this happened to be, I had an undergrad class a few weeks ago, not a few weeks ago, a couple of years ago, just before COVID. I was teaching at National Economics University, one of the top universities in Thailand and Vietnam. And I was pushing my students to analyze and to think. And finally, one of the better students in the class said, Professor, we're in our last semester of our undergraduate studies. You're the first professor who's asked us to think. This is a good question. We use it in creativity, innovation when we teach. Question is, are women as creative as men? When you ask this question to a group, you get one of 4 answers, 4. First answer is yes. Second answer is no. Third answer is yes, even more so. And the fourth answer is, it depends. Depends on the man, it depends on the woman, it depends on circumstances, or I can't answer the question, or I don't care, I don't know. So the fourth one is really you don't answer the question. So the first answer is yes, second answer is no, third answer is yes, even more so. Fourth answer is I can't answer it, I don't know, it depends. We're looking then for a fifth answer. Very few people give you a fifth answer. When you teach a big group, 1 or 2 people usually do. What's the fifth answer? Fifth answer is to challenge the question. This is not a fair question. This is a biased question. It doesn't ask, are the men creative? It just asks, are the women as good as the men? we need more students who question and challenge. Most of the students are taught to go into a problem. When you go into the problem, you don't look at the entire problem. In fact, statistically, on any exam in a university, 50% of the students don't answer the question that's asked. They answer the question that they want to answer, and they write everything they know. Hopefully, the professor will look and pick out the right answer. We need people to question and challenge. It's at the heart of innovation. There's a lot of problems because students give up. Why do they give up? Because there are a lot of times too many rules and regulations. A few years ago, again, just before COVID, a big American company called General Motors, which is the largest car manufacturer in the US, decided to change the dress code at GM. Before, the dress code, which told their employees how to dress, was a 29-page written document. The CEO of GM, who happens to be a woman, decided that she wanted to change that 29-page document into just 2 words. Those 2 words were dress appropriately. All the executives at GM told the CEO, you can't do that. The HR department were the ones who screamed the loudest. Why? They were the ones who wrote the 29-page document, and they didn't want their power to be taken away. I asked some of my students, because not at all the universities, but at some universities, they sort of have a dress code. I say to them, when you wear your uniform, do you learn faster and better? They say, I don't know. I said, you haven't really tried? You haven't taken one course wearing the uniform and one course without wearing the uniform, just wearing normal clothes, and see which one you do better? They say, no. I say, do you ask the administration of the school why you have to wear that? No, we don't ask. They did an experiment in innovation where they had a simulated doctor's office and people were waiting to see the doctor. All of these people were in on the experiment except one person. And these were all adults. During the time they were waiting to see the doctor, smoke came out of a pipe in the wall, which normally would be, hey, problem. Well, none of the people reacted, but they were, of course, set up not to react. The one person who was not in on the experiment looked at everybody else, and they weren't reacting, so they didn't say anything. When they did the same experiment with children, the children always reacted. We have been conditioned, don't say anything. Maybe we talk behind the back, but we don't really say anything. Now, let me talk a bit about innovation, because I said I wanted to talk in 2 areas, one being education and the other innovation. 90% of children are highly creative. Only 2% of adults are. What's this mean? We lose our natural creativity as we go up, especially as we go through adolescence. The most creative period in our lives is between 6 and 11. Once we go through puberty, we learn, don't ask questions, don't say what you think, don't. And after being told what we can't do, we come to compromise. Instead of doing what we want to do, we settle for what we feel we can do. But that's usually much less than we're capable of doing. And this goes back to what I said before. A lot of my students don't have big ambitions. They don't want to change the world. They don't have enough confidence. They've been robbed of their confidence. Everyone is creative. This is a little bit more technical, but it's an important point. Everyone is creative. It's true. It's a well-intentioned but misleading statement. Everyone was creative. Not everyone is. Just before COVID, I did some training in Vietnam for one of the largest companies in Vietnam, private company, not public company. And in the first meeting with the vice president of this company, she said to me, "We want you to train 800 of our top managers. We'll give you 1 day each, 8 groups of 100 people. And all of them have MBAs, so they're all creative. So they only want case studies." Oh my God. What does this mean? It's madness. Why? We spend years learning how not to be creative. You go into a company and they say, and this is standard, I'm sorry, we'll give you 1 day to get everybody back to being creative. Why? Because most of the time they think you only need a little push. You need the right environment and everybody will be fine. This is a big fallacy. We spend years learning how not to be creative. Let's say from 11 to 21. And what happens? Even after that, we go on. And the companies will give you a day to get it back. That's madness. Why? Because you can't change a mindset easily. It takes time, yet it's possible. Why? Look again. Everyone was creative as a child. Everyone can be creative again, but you need more than a small push or just the right environment. You need extensive training. And most companies are not willing to do it. And then they're not happy with the results. But how can you be happy with the results if it's not enough? There's a little diagram here. I'm throwing some of the little exercises at you as I go along, just to make it a little more interesting. There's a diagram here, and the question is, which of these letters is most out of place? Which of these letters doesn't go with the others? Well, when you show this to a group of adults, the answer they give you first is the C. Reason being, the C is a curved letter and the other letters have a curve and a straight. Then you say, no, not C. Well, then they say Q. Why? Because B, C, D is at one end of the alphabet and Q is at the other end. You say, no, it's not the Q. Well, then they have a hard time choosing between the B and the D. If you give this little diagram to a child gives you an answer adults don't give you. They say the T, or if you turn the page slightly, the X. They don't look upon that as a separation between 4 letters. They look upon it as a letter, and because it's much larger, it's most out of place. Creativity is usually always simple, direct, but it's very often difficult to see things in many different ways. This is just critical thinking very quickly, as I'll finish up in a few minutes. The critical thinking exercise, okay, no problem. You enter a bedroom, there are 34 people, you kill 30. Now how many are in the bedroom? Most adults and children too, because they have a hard time with this often, they give you an answer of 4. 5. What is the answer here? Answer here is you don't know. Why? Well, most people look at these 4 sentences and put them together. But the sentences don't have to be together. There's a period. It says you enter a bedroom. There are 34 people. It doesn't say those people are in the bedroom. You killed 30. It doesn't say you killed 30 people. Now, how many are in the bedroom? It doesn't say how many people. This is the problem with innovation. You need to be able to shift to a different type of thinking. You were able to do that as a child, but as an adult, you've lost that capacity. So fundamentally, we can teach creativity, innovation, but not on the terms that most universities or companies allow. I'm teaching a course at this semester in innovation, but I can't do with my students what I need to do. The university won't allow me. Companies won't allow me. Therefore, it's not that easy. Good quote from a French writer. He said, man wants to learn to swim and still keep one foot on the ground, which means we always want security. But for innovation, we have to be able to sometimes take both feet off the ground. The last slide, pretty much, I'm going to show you. It's a quote from a French artist. It's the foundation of creativity. He said it's difficult to paint a rose because in order to do so, you have to forget all the other flowers you've seen. Look at this one flower. Oh my God, as if you're looking at it for the very first time. That's the way we need students to approach life. You come into class, sit in the front, wow, okay, fresh, but it doesn't happen. I love to teach the first course in an MBA program. Why? My students are so enthusiastic. I hate to teach the last course. Why? They're burned out. Is that a product of poor students or poor teaching or poor systems? It's a good question. I thank you very much for your indulgence and participation. Thank you this morning. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur, for the speech. Any question from the floor, virtually and physically?
Yes, question, please.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Arthur, how do you improve the student creativity so far?
That's a good question. You can go back and teach them how to be creative again. It's a process of getting them to open up, a process to accept more things than they do, a process of looking for ideas everywhere. As what I find is, as people get older, they narrow their worlds. And what I always say is the older you get, the more you have to try to do mentally and physically. And so what I basically am looking at is trying to get my students to open up. That's a battle, that's a challenge. As I said before, because the students come in with the attitude of not opening, but narrowing and closing down and specializing. And you can get them to do that. First, they have to have enough confidence in you. You have to not make it too complicated, but make it fairly simple. And then it's a question of a race, because you only have 15 weeks. And normally when I teach, I have my students who tell me after 15 weeks, okay, professor, now we're ready to learn creativity. Because it took 15 weeks to get them to the state where they're ready to start running. I basically say, if you really want to make a big difference with people by teaching creativity, you should work with volunteers. Why? Because they are ready to run. Most of the time, I have to try to get my students to that stage. Why? Because I have a lot of people in the class who are fighting the notion of having to go through this. But when you lay it all out for them, make them see it's not complicated, it's not something to be scared of, then they can go along with you. But that takes time. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Any other questions, maybe? Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for the time. I'd like to ask if our student is still lack of literacy, how do we improve their critical thinking skills? Thank you.
How do you improve the critical thinking skills of the students?
If the students are still lacking in the literacy.
If the students are, sorry, what was the last point? If the students are what?
The students are lacking in the literacy skills.
Well, the thing is, critical thinking is a more technical area than creativity. I mean, it's basically, it's a form of it. And critical thinking is tied to what they call assumptions. We make assumptions every day. It helps us live, and it helps us live fast. And the smartest ones of us make more assumptions. So what you are basically doing them is making them aware. When you need to be creative, don't make so many assumptions. Start to think in a different way. But you only have to do that sometimes. You don't have to do that all the time. You don't have to do that for almost everything you do. But when you need to be creative, yes, you do. So what we basically teach people is children and highly creative people keep a mental world in which there is no judgment and no rules. And they go to that mental world when they need to be creative for ideas and inspiration. There, you don't make so many assumptions. It's very similar to teaching logic, because in logic, a logic problem will be, for example, cooking classes take place on Wednesdays. Today is Wednesday, therefore cooking classes take place today. Yes or no? Answer is no. Most people would say yes. Cooking classes take place on Wednesdays. Today is Wednesday. Reason no, because it doesn't say every Wednesday. Okay, but people go, yeah, but we imply that's right. So critical thinking is very similar to logic. It's very similar to law. Why? Because in law, if it's not written in the contract, it doesn't apply. And most people don't study logic, they don't study law, and they don't study creativity. So you got to be able to get them to accept those ways of thinking that they don't have. But it's easier to teach critical thinking than it is creativity. Why? Because you're basically teaching them a mental skill. In creativity, the difficulty is you're teaching them to accept and be interested and fascinated in almost everything. And that's the difficult part. Sorry, it just said I have to plug in. I thought I was on okay. That's the basic difficult part. But teaching critical thinking is much easier. Yet you still need, once they get the hang of it, then it becomes okay. Thank you. Anybody else with a question? That was a very good question, by the way.
Okay, anybody else have a question maybe from virtually?
Like the former speaker said, If you do in the future, please email me. I'm happy to talk to it. People. I talk to people by email all over the world every day, usually my former students, but a pleasure, no problem at all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arthur, for the speech.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite our Dr. Mustafa Kailderin Aliwis, Associate Professor, Organizational Behavior, Clinical Sociologist and Psychoanalyst, University of Texas Austin, Stanford University, California, United States, to deliver his keynote speech. Mr. Mustafa is a senior professor at the American University in Cairo. He started his career as a researcher of methodology and lecturer in the field of psychology. He has a long history of interaction with education and educational psychology. He had a profound impact of how issues of learning have been framed and studied in educational contexts. He has more than 18 years of experience in academia. I kindly welcome Dr. Mustafa to deliver your keynote speech.
Okay, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, all right. But the problem right now, just I need someone technical to just send in my keynote, because I don't know my keynotes. It's not compatible with this tab. If this can be possible. Okay. Let me start very fast and very doable so far. Okay. Okay, I'm going to talk about something that's called interventions with the female students on their psychological factors. So I believe this is a very important, because like a lot of artists or even professors around the world, they mention we have a kind of a similar problems dealing related to their social interaction, they're related to their social background, what kind of the quality of education they get it, because those things, it's enhancing and empowering the students how they deal, and they're going to be compatible after they graduate. But if we're going to talk about the females, and I'm not doing comparative between males and females, but about their interventions with their professor, even depends about what kind of the atmosphere or the culture, it's going to be a little bit different, because they have kind of ruling where sometimes they call it respect. These respecting, it's avoiding or just observing kind of a positive behavior, and to just upgrade it like an ethical thing. We have, if my PowerPoint's working, but because I can't see my PowerPoint's not working, but let's go. I don't want to waste your time. Let's go that behaviorism and feelings and thoughts, it's very important, especially it depends how the professors or how the educators, they just dealing, or what kind of the social interaction, even internal, external, the class, okay, with the females. And it depends on what kind of behaviorism over here, because the way that you're going to just starting your presentation, starting what you're saying, trying to explain, to analyze what kind of the curriculum that you're going to use, okay, the way that you're going to use your feelings, your emotion, and it depends on what kind of the behavior you're going to behave, and you're going to share your thoughts with your students, especially with the females, because they have kind of iconical things. You have to treat them like a flower, okay? At the same time, you're not supposed to be aggressive because they are females. I don't want to say just ignore it, but try to choose another perspective of the way that you're going to use your perspective social interactor, or a kind of different positive, and it depends about your behaviorism looks like what. To be specifically here about your thoughts, okay, you have to recognize about the culture, because every culture, they have a different perspectives. Okay, the way that you're going to deal with Americans, it's different when you deal with the Egyptians, different when you deal with the Indians, or even with Asians, with Europeans, stuff like that, because everybody, they have kind of um, what they call it, their culturalism, or they have kind of tradition so far. Okay, and you have to knock the door before you enter, means that you have to request nicely. Okay, and you have to show your feelings and emotion. It depends about you, what kind of your positive behavior so far. And this is the reason, okay, this is the circle between the behavior and the feelings and the thoughts related to yourself and other people, and what kind of the future you're going to be compatible with. This is supposed to be the first chart in my PowerPoint. The second chart, it's not different, but it's talking about the same, about behaviorism and the feelings, and what kind of relationship between them, and how they observe it with the thoughts related to the intervention for the females. You have to be, when when you deal with the females, you have to be alert about, you have to be carefully about the words, or about the phrases, or about your lingualism when you speak. And it depends about what kind of the pitch that you're using, because they really focus about the way that you're talking, even face to face, and depends what kind of the communication, or even electronically, like right now. People, they listen to my voice, but I can be like sounds lovely for people. I can be horrible for a lot of people. I can be so far so good. It doesn't care. It doesn't matter. It depends about that. But when you change your pitch, and you're activated in your feelings and emotion, and you're trying to behave that with your thoughts, and depends about what kind of the culture, okay, especially with the females, this is called, sometimes you're cognating that, and you're playing with the volume, you make it positive or negative, it depends about that. And the way that you're simplified, and you're choosing kind of simplification about your wording, verbal, it depends about what kind of the phonology or morphology, what kind of the linguistics that you are doing, that you're using, that is very important, because it's kind of affect them, okay, and give them kind of a positive feelings, and let their behavior get empowered. This is supposed to be the, this is going to be, this is the second chart. The third chart that's talking about structural and culture. We have structural here, they're talking about the classroom features, the green outdoor spaces, healthy spaces. They are important physically, yeah, it is. Because this is empowering your cells and your nerves. When you see something, recognize it's greening, and at the same time, the classroom features looks like organized. Okay, at the same time, people, they're trying to appreciate what you are doing, and the way that you're walking, you're dealing when you're communicating with other, even with the educators, with the professors, teachers, or even the people they're working on the educational institution. All right, this is give you a happiness that you are existable as a human being. At the same time, it's going to be healthy spaces, because the green areas, it's empowering your feelings and your emotion. At the same time, any organization should be have a lesson organization, schooling, start timing, like a scheduling, okay, or time management, how you're going to use your time management, and what kind of the quality of the time management you're going to use. And it depends about not your principal, not your dean, not your vice dean. It depends about what kind of the teamwork we're talking about here, okay, and what kind of the structure you're following with, okay. And this is going to be approaching with your physical activities programs. that you have the first class, the second class, then you have the break, like 15 minutes, then you have the third and fourth. You know, the way that you're scheduling, the way that you're activating that, the way that you're using your activities, because this is enhancing and make the females or any student around the world how you're going to be civilized. Okay, and this is going to give you kind of be compatible to deal with different cultures when you go to abroad around the world, stuff like that. Okay, but the way that you're doing that, you are using your body language and your face expression, your eye contact, your biomechanical, depends about the way that you're going to activate your physical activity programs. At the same time, can be appreciated end of like a week, end of a month, end of 2 weeks. It depends about what kind of appreciation that you're taking, kind of what they call it sometimes money or financial statement, and supporting about your medical issue if you have a kind of medical issue. This is the structure form platforming so far about how you're going to focus about the psychological or the relationship between the structure. Then we're going through the culture part. Culturalism is very important, but people, they're not focusing about like we say the values. They don't know how they activate their values, because the way that you're talking nicely or professionally, or the way that you're choosing your phrases and put it in a sentence as a phonology or morphology, and you make it a very smoothing your lingualism. Okay, you're trying to approach something, you're trying to help people, trying to support and coaching your students, put them on the right track, and let them getting suspense on it to attract your audience, like your students. Okay, that's you are empowering them, and it depends about the value. You make it valued. Okay, at the same time, you're approaching this related to your ethically and your positive behaviorism so far. And you're following the same time the school policies, okay, and the school culture. School culture, they have a tradition. It's different from country to country, or city to from another city, or district from another district. It depends about that. And the way that you are doing the quality of your culturalism about your student engagement, what kind of the social interaction you're doing that, okay? Because you have to change your routine every day about your engagement, about your social interaction, about your intervention to empower your students and put them on the right track. And this needs a very hard and a very dynamically characteristics about the teachers, educators, professors, doctors, to impose and to interact with the students like that. If I'm going to talk about myself, I'm enjoying to do that, because I feel not dynamically, but their face expression and the way they're talking to me, or even I'm trying to observe their looking at the way they're looking at me. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, how I'm going to attract them, how I'm going to empower them, how I'm going to using my 5 W's to give them their satisfaction and appreciation about their feelings and emotion. This is what I'm talking about, going through the structure and the culturalism and make it one factor related to my positivity or related to my positive behavior, and how I'm going to make it ethically as a professional. You have the last part in this chart. They have something that's called social and religion. Religionally, okay, this is going to be, it depends about the way that you're monitoring, means that you're going after them, even not in the school or not in the education institution, but inside and outside. If you can spend the timing going for a dinner, like lunching, stuff like that, it depends about the culture. It's going to be approval about something like that, and you take it, you make it like a groups, or celebrating like a birthdays, celebrating like someone win something, appreciating something like that. That's an amazing, because you're empowering your student and you're giving kind of definition of what is love means between the educators and the students. At the same time, the parent involvement here means that you're securing their parents because they're trying to make kind of taking these pictures, not the pictures, as appreciation, and they telling you their parents, this doctor, this teacher, this instructor is really amazing. He's teaching us with it from his heart. He's trying to make us educators. He's trying to teach us and put on the right track. The way that you're going to reputate about your reputation, okay, you're giving the security for the parents. Okay, what you're doing in your classroom management over here, okay, here that you are trying to focus about their psychological factor, and you're trying to upgrading your routine every day. You're making activities, and you're choosing different activities every day, and this is important at the same time. Keep teaching training means not to put them in a programs, but at least the way that you're doing, what kind of the workshop, seminars, and the meetings every week or every, depends on what kind of the meeting that you're doing about the school policy so far, or the university. All right, because the way that you're seeing your colleague every day, every week, you're discussing the serious problem, main problem, fussy problem, and what kind of the problem is, what you see, what you need to finish about your problem. Okay, the way that you're exchanging your thoughts and your structure and your culturalism, and you make it factor, even psychologically or sociologically, because you and me, we are trying to make the world better and ethically and reachable, because we are helping the students and we are following their hearts, and we're trying to take their hearts and put them on the right track, which I believe it's a very, very important. This is the way that we train supposed to be. Besides the teacher training programs for each institution should be follow it, okay, but this is the most important when you do the workshop seminars like that. This is the language between you and your other colleagues, not to take it as a paperwork and to be a machinable. No, you are a human being, because the way that you are dealing with people with human being, you're going to deal with your students, and you make it very bright and very happy. Supporting system over here means the counseling, that you're following their problems, seeing what kind of the problems, if there's going to be adopted or not, okay, and how you're going to solve it, even with yourself or with the community, what they call it, between the students, your colleague, what kind of the atmosphere of the culturalism. This is the relationship between the structure and the culture. It depends about their psychological factors. Let's go to the third chart. This is the fourth one, sorry. The fourth chart, it's talking about the biological factors and the psychological factors and the sociological factors. It's important. Yes, it's important. The way that you're talking to your students, especially a male, it's different. Completely, it's different when you talk to the female students, okay? Because this is a language and this is a different language. The way that you're going to use and activating your eye contact, your face expression, your biomechanical, and the way that you're going to use your lingualism words, or to adopt it or just translate it as in verbs, okay, and make it verbal very specifically, and the way that you're toning and you're pitching your language to the male, it's different from to female, because it's the way of arting about your communicator, okay, because you're trying to make a transfer kind of data or information, not as a machinable, again, not, no, you have to give them kind of their feeling. They are human beings, and they have to, not to understand, to analyze, because the previous, I heard, what I remember, or what I know, to teach them something, you have to let them feel their hearts, okay, to let them understand, to analyze, and they feel what they know, what they're supposed to do, even in their lives. You have to love them they have to love you, because without loving, you will never transfer any kind of information, and they will never know and never going to attach you at all. Okay, this is, it depends about your positive behavior looks like what, and the rate of your positivity behavior looks like what, and how you're going to make it like an attitude and respectable attitude. It depends about your that you're copying your questions, your emotion intelligence, your positive behavior, and the way that you're going to present your personality about something like that. Social supporting, it's important, yes, with your culture, with your health, with your religion, with education, with work, yes. The social factors is really important because you're approaching that as, and this is going to be part of your important tools and your significant tools so far. Let's go to the 5th chart. The 5th chart is talking about the psychological and the organizational factor. They have a big relation, and it's a very, very, very extremely insignificant and very iconical factor. Why? Because the way that you're going to activate your psychological factor with your students, especially with your female students, the way that you have to organize your thoughts, your words, your verbs, the way that you're going to say it, how you're going to say it, using your 5 W's, what, where, when, which, who. Okay, because the way that you're going to activate those things and the relationship between the psychological and the organizational factors, the way that you're going to be activating a different character, because the different character needs to enhance and to be iconical how you're going to transfer into your information. Okay, especially with the females. Okay, you have to be multi-level so far. Okay, stop judging them. At least you have to give them too much information, and this information should be full of love, respecting, ethical, positive behavior so far. Don't be aggressive, because the way that you're going to be aggressive, you're going to lose your temper. You're not going to be focusing about what you're saying. Okay. Let's go to the 7th chart. Is going to be, when you do something like that, you have to put a publicity on it. Means that the way that you have your own character, your own characteristics, as an educator, as a professor, as a doctor, as a teacher, okay? The way that you're building and you have your mission, your vision, your beliefs, okay? Means that you have to say it in the first lecture or the first class. You have to keep it, say it during each classes after 2 or 3 classes. Why? Because you alert them that you're putting a systemization to let how they're going to deal with you and what kind of social interaction they're going to communicate with you, because you're putting a systemization to respect you, and the way they're going to respect you, they have to be civilized. They have to choose a timing or scheduling, okay, to see what's the suitable time to ask you. They need kind of tutoring, they need kind of enhancing or advising or even coaching, stuff like that. It depends about that. Even it's going to be internal the class or the tutorial or the lecture room, or outside like your office or on a campus, stuff like that. And the way that you're even going down, taking your break, getting your coffee, eating your sandwich, or even what kind of your mealing that you're going to take your recessing, okay, inside the campus, you have to make your smiling, okay, and you have to publicize the way that your character, how you're going to deal with your female and other even students, okay, using your tooling like smiling, face expression, stuff like that, and the way that you're saying hello with your tone. This is very important, because this is going to be part of your policy, and you're building your environment, you're respecting, and you're just doing kind of empowering the interpersonal so far over here. And this is observing like an ethical so far. To empower a female, okay, and this is very important, you have to put kind of strategies for those things, and you have to understand what kind of the internship looks like. What, like the family and community engagement, it's important, yes. Okay, positive culture, it's important, yes. Strong standard leadership, it's important, yes. Systematically implementation, it's important, yes. Okay, and how you're going to, what we mentioned we mentioned, okay, how you're going to use those things as a tool to practice those things, and the way that you're going to observe it and to say it and to pronounce it, and the way that you pronounce it, it's part of your tools. It's very important because like I will give you an example. When I tell you right now, good morning, guys, it's different when I say good morning, gentlemen. Okay, when I go to use my face expression like that, I'm trying to just going and make it active. Or let me tell you something is really important. When I'm trying to change my mood or even my the way that I'm behaving, okay, you're focusing about the face expression or the eye contact and the way I'm using my hands or my arms as a body language, because you are waiting for something. Okay, those things, those things is very important because you're practicing these things. Okay, the way that you're going to deal with their families and their community, their parents. Okay, it's different when you just show up and tell your students or tell your female students, okay, about something. Okay, and when you try to use your positivity, depends about the culture, what kind of a culture that you are sitting in Asia, in Europe, in States, in Egypt, in Alexandria, and anywhere, even Sydney, all right? What kind of the positivity you're talking about, because the way that you're going to use your positivity and your characteristics, and it depends about your culture, you are trying to build, okay, a very systematically, ethically behavior so far here. Okay. To be strong, okay, when you say something and you have to be strong on it, you have to mean it, means that your leadership, it's really, your leadership are going to be iconic, and you're trying to transfer a very simplified information to make them happy, relax, and enjoying and entertaining what they're listening to you or listening from you. And the way that you're going to systemize that, the way that you're going to doing kind of development or implementation, means here that you're changing the way you're talking, like you're changing your routine every time. You're trying to make it as a storytelling. You're trying to make it different. The way you have to be different, not the way that you're going to be different about your characteristics, or at least, no, you have to be different in the way that you're talking every time to them, or even every class, okay? And you have to be dynamically, because you need to break not their hearts, but you need to break the bad part or the sad part to entertain it, to make it entertaining so far. And the way that you're doing this, you're practicing that every day, because like other professor, the previous professor mentioned, the way that you're going to deal with your students, the way that you're going to increase your experience, to be a very good communicator with your students. Believe me. Let's go to the eighth slide over here. When you do those procedures, okay, and the way that you're communicating or the way that you're activating your social intervention between your students and you as an educator or teacher, professor, or doctor, okay, the way that you want to make proposing, or do you want to you want to make sure that you're delivering information the right track, means you're going to read their face expressions, and the same time you're going to read their caring to you and what kind of engagement is. Okay, means here your self-awareness should be alert every time, alerting every time, because the way that you're going to let your self-awareness like a rate, like a radar, like an meter, okay, going up, going down, that's important because this gives you indication you're going on the right track or not. Okay. And sometimes there is a sort of female students, they're going to ask you and they're going to nag you. I'm not understanding this part. Please rephrase, please repeat. I need help. I need coaching. I need. You have to fight with this cause. Because the way that you're fighting, the way that you're helping, the way you're trying supporting, okay, and this is our job, okay, but remember, don't frustrate it when you do this job because you have to entertain them. And the way that you entertain them, you have to upgrade yourself every second, every moment that you have to, the way that you're changing your words, you have to prepare a very good dictionary, which is going to be simplified, depends about their culture. It's important. It's really significant on it to do something like that. And to see your colleagues or even your friends on schooling or in the university, and the way that you're doing that, you are dealing them as a human being, not as as a machine. Okay, and you have to give them kind of feelings about the appreciation so far. Two factors you have to use it when you do that related to your psychological factor, even if you're going to be teacher, a doctor, educator, or even teacher. We have a different psychological factor. We have a psychological danger and we have a psychological safety. Psychological danger, it's you are fearing kind of that you don't want to make mistakes. You are really care about them and you care about yourself and care about them because you don't want to make something wrong. Okay, means that you are caring, and you caring. Okay, the caring of your volume here, it's really high. Means don't use the blaming part with other students, because the way that you're going to blame them front your students, it's not a working situation. It's not a positive at all. But when you blame you're one of your female students, between you and her, okay, inside the class, inside the tutorial, inside the lecture room, inside your office, okay, means that you really care and you want to make this students really dynamic and something's different. You want to make yourself proud that you're this is one of your students, okay, to share it with your colleague, not mentioning her name, or to sharing your part of your experience, what you've done with your female students, okay, it's enhancing you. It's in developing and implementing yourself and the way that you're going to upgrading your routine and your procedures to deal with people, and you really care about the psychological factor, and you're trying to show this image or this picture or even your experience to your colleague without mentioning their names, situation, timing, stuff like that. But you have a very strong experience so far. And your common knowledge is going to be effectively. Okay. Here, your psychological danger, it's alerting, it's working. Okay. And you're going to with your psychological danger, it's working so far. You have to make sure about that your psychological safety, it's working the same thing. That when you have the mistake, it's very simple for you because I had mistakes before. It's very simplified. It's kind of similar. It's new experience, stuff like that. It's going to be comfy for you. It's comfort that you're going to take your mistake, the problem, the negative thing. Okay, then you're going to keep learning it to the people with the different stories, like you're telling your experience to the people, and looks like a storytelling, lecturing, giving like a workshop, seminars, stuff like that. And every part that you learned, you tell it to everyone, and you share it, and you exchanging their ideas. Someone's going to tell you that's a good job. The other one's going to say, oh wow, this is something really. Oh, other thing. Okay, something. The way that you're going to, even you and your colleague, your educators, the way that we are doing right, what we are doing right now, everybody's listening to me, and we are. I think so. You keep enjoying. Other people that are not enjoying stuff like that. I'm using my 5 Ws. Okay, because after I'm going to finish this part, okay, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. If you have kind of questioning, this is sharing ideas. It's very important, okay, that you make it comfy over here as a psychological safety. Okay. Let's go to another slide over here. It's called stress performance cure. If you're facing too much problems, means that you have a very strong experience, that you are a good solver. Okay. And after that, the way that you're getting stressed and what kind of the stressful thing that you have in the psychological factor, and it depends on what kind of the relationship between you and other colleagues and you and the female students, that your performance is going to be transferred like a curing. Means that you have enough experience to solve any kind of problem. Okay, there it depends about the culture. Yes, it depends about the culture, but to understand it clearly, it's going to enhance you to solve it quickly so far over here, to optimize it and to play with the way that you're going to make it negative or positive, playing with your volume. And it depends about how you entertain, satisfy, making people really happy, full of joy. It's a cure. And it depends about what kind of the stress performance curing looks like, what and how you're going to activate it. The same thing. If you're going to activate it face to face, you have to be very, very iconical, all right? Especially the way that you're going to activate your body language, face expression, eye contact, body language. And if you're going to do it electronically or what we're doing right now, okay, you have to do the same thing, but visual so far. Or the way that you're going to send an email, the way that you're going to start your first paragraph, you have to be you have to do something that's outstanding, because you need to attach them on the first 2 lines. Okay, this is your stress performance curing so far. We have a psychological safety over here, people, especially when you dealing with the students, females. Okay, and this is very important. The way that you're respecting the female, and please have a seat. Good morning, ma'am. How you doing? Good morning. How you doing? Please have a seat. The way that you're trying to practice how you're going to use your functional about your body structure and your even with your tools, and the way that you're going to use your lingualism about your phonetically, your performance, your pronunciation, and the way that you're saying that and using your face expression to try to make a transaction or transfer an information. Those kind of ideas and circumstances or even procedures, it's very important for your psychological safety, especially with the female students, because they care about the way that you're going to talk to them. They care about the way that the way that you pronounce the word correctly, on a time, suitable, lovely, bad, why he said this word, what kind of this wording can be a terminology or not. We are using this sometimes negatively or positively, but and how we're going to use it, even using our advantage or disadvantage in our social community or our social life. Okay, you give them a chance to trust you, to understand your culturalism and the way you're going to do that. Okay, this is important. This is really important, okay? Because this is give you a safety and a good security, and you give them the security to dealing with you, to interventing with you. And the way that you're activating your interventions between your students and what you're doing, it's really important. We are facing a serious problem, not, I don't want to say in different countries, different cultures, about the way understand that they're scientifically thinking, their philosophical thinking, even their logical thinking, because this is a need to let them understand what is research paper looks like, what, not as a mechanical thing, as a book. No, you have to read this book. After you're going to read it, tell me what you understood. This is, like we say, it's starting ABC teaching. No, it's not working. You're dealing with the females, adults at the universities or even schools, or for what? For adult. You're given kind of to it with the way that the way that you are respect them, the way that you understand their adulting so far. You're respecting their needs, what they want, what they need, what they are thinking on it. And this is a very important part of psychological safety, especially with the female students, especially with the female. Let's go to the last part. After or every time you're teaching or you're doing kind of kind of inventorying, or you're going through what kind of intervention you're doing with the female students, stuff like that, you have to do like a quick self-assessment. The quick self-assessment, it's very important. You're doing that without, sometimes you're not feeling that, by the way, because the quick self-assessment so far means here the way that you're doing what kind of the statements that you do, like what can I learn from this? How is the opposite as a true? Okay, and how is this familiar? Appreciating that, okay, I'm taking responsibility for that. This is kind of randomly statements that you mention in your head when you finish any kind of teaching, interventing, or conversation between you and one of your female students, like that. After that, you are looking through your behavior, the way that you breathe, what kind of the significant change. It can be possible, it can be negative or positive, all right? And the way that you took the responsibility, it's enough or not, okay? You feel emotionally or not. And the way that you are listening occasionally, are you a good listener? Did you listen what he said to you? Did you listen what she mentioned to you? Did you listen carefully what kind of the word that she said it? Because she needs you. She needs to feel security. Security from where? From one of her teachers, doctors, professors, whatever, instructors. Okay, even what kind of the educational institution looks like, what, schooling or university. Okay, listening, it's very important, especially with the females, especially when they want to talk to you, okay, and they trust you, and you give them the psychological safety. You have to not to feel them. No, they waiting for your very, very dynamically respond, and what kind of the responding that you're going to do, because they like to talk, and you have to listen carefully. And after that, you're going to speak to give them kind of advising, full of wisdom, kind of instructions, how you're going to correct that, monitor this, coach them, put them on the right track, going and coach them, and you want to make sure kind of what you're supposed to do. And this is called sometimes, not sometimes, they call appreciation. There is a benefits for all what we said and we mentioned. Yes, because the way that we are talking about intervention between the educators or the doctor, professors, teachers, instructors with their female students, it's something that's called looks like a diagram going between the sender and the receiver. It's the way that you're going to communicate. We're going through the best statements, then we are talking about their behaviors or our behaviors, and we need to wait for their benefits. Okay, it's important. Yes, it's very significant. Believe me, because every situation, every word, even every like what kind of the problem that you see it as a problem, that's going to be statement in your head as an experience. You're going to use it as a tool later. You're going to use it as a part of this tool, like a word, a sentence, a move, an action, stuff like that. This is the reason you have to do, like, every situation happen between you and your female students, you have to do a quick self-assessment with yourself to make sure you are qualified, because the way that you telling yourself you're qualified, no, your qualification should be a statement. And when you make it statement, okay, you have to keep it on long term. It's not an easy job, by the way. Like one of my professor mentioned in Stanford, they keep telling me when I was the freshman there, before I took the last thing I took in my PhD from a long time ago, to keep yourself professional is very simple. But to keep it on the long term, it's going to be an art. Very important. Self-assessment is very important in our social life, our community, or any different cultures. Okay, especially for educators. Thank you very much. We'll appreciate it. I don't know to tell you, but I was dying to put this PowerPoint, but I'm going to send it to the conference team to take it, and if they can customize it and put it, will be great. Thank you very much, and please, if you have any questions, I'm waiting for any kind of questioning for you right now.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mustafa, for delivering the keynote address. Any question from the audience? From audience virtually and physically, maybe any questions for Dr. Mustafa? No? Okay, maybe you can send.
Yeah, wait, I have one question, if I may.
Yes.
I appreciated the talk very much. It was a fascinating talk with many good points. I just have one question. You mentioned many times, of course, that you need to connect with your students, and of course, all the students are different. So, you know, we can look at a statement, let's say, from advertising, which is advertising talks to a million people individually, and of course, that's what professors have to do. My question to you, though, is a little bit different. When we look at online education, and we've had that for the last 2 years, and we have that today, a lot of the students don't put their cameras on. Even in the conference today, there are 20 people here, 23 people now. Not everybody has their camera on. Doesn't that inhibit the communication between you and the students? And what is your reaction as a psychologist to why people keep their cameras off? To me, again, as a professor, well, we love to be in front of the class. We love to be on stage to a degree. And I have a very hard time understanding why people keep their cameras off. Any feedback? I appreciate it.
Well, Professor, let me clarify something. My raising was in States. My mom's just American. My dad is Egyptian. I came here in Egypt and went to several countries like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, stuff like that. All right, but I just want to mention something. I don't want to see this is happening in Middle East or even in Asia, but it's happening around the world by actually, especially they're not opening their camera because they have a kind of a shyness so far. They don't have the guts to do it. Okay, and the same time, the way they keep learning, even schooling outside the schooling stuff like that, a computer for them, it's like entertainment. Camera is something for them. It's you're talking kind of a privacy, not a publicly so far, and their psychological safety here, it's not secured. Okay, but when you going to train them for those things, not me and you, but other like the TAs or other institution it's part of the teaching programming instructors in the schooling or the university, that you have to train the students. They opening their camera because the way that you're opening your camera, it's part of respecting. By the way, it's part of that you're showing your ethical professionalism. Okay, when you showing me and I can see your face expression, eye contact, how you just recognize, you understand. It's a harmony between the two in the two speakers they are talking. It's a very strong communicator so far. People, they are not the problem. They are not understanding this method. They need to instruct them. They need to create kind of programs, not a very huge fluffy program, a very simple program like a booklet, and like simple slides or Keynote or PowerPoint to let them understand camera. It's very important when you open it to let your professor or the teacher and instructors or even your doctors see your faces, because it's part of a very dynamically. When you just see his face, okay, in trying to interact with you dynamically, whoa, they're going to take the information like this. And this is part of the psychological safety or even psychological secure so far. I'm indeed with you completely with your point of view, especially with your logical point of view.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you.
That's great.
No problem, Professor. It's my honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Good. And Dr. Mustafa, any other questions? No? Okay. Before we go for a coffee break, maybe we can take a picture, group pictures.
Yeah, okay. This will be grateful. Can you please send me your email, because I want you to send me my PowerPoint, if this can be possible, to let the technical supporting that you have to put the PowerPoint with my speeches that, or the lecture that I mentioned it on previous couple of minutes. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. We'll appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And we have to ready to group picture first for all the participants.
So two sections, one in here and one in the projector.
Okay.
When they started with that article, which everyone is like to send within. Well, let's check it out. Okay, this one, this one. This one. Would you like to just move just from here to this to it's gonna be good. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be good, please. You just like
that.
Yeah, let's do like you just need bend the knee a little bit.
Okay.
I will let you know who is a really important guy or something like a really big guy here. I don't know anyone. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, because in Thai culture we have like 6 floors. Yeah, okay, that's fine. banner, and you can get the banner and frame.
Yeah, you can get the whole thing.
Let me use the banner.
Yeah, better. Yeah, everyone here. 3, 2, 1. Please, 3.
Can you see me, right?
Yes, sir, you're visible.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry for bothering.
The other shot without share because everyone just too short for me. You can shoot it out of body. Okay, and you guys can just stand up, please. And after the movie, stand the same place. Because you can shoot shot, you just have the body. So I want a good shot, not only like a phone shot. Yep, only the girl on yeah, you, the girl on the front, smooth on my right side. Yep, okay. That's good. Okay, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Another one, please. You're good. And in front of the projector. Come on, this is good. Yep. Shooting around like people we can be.
And if in front of the projector, like no one's on the screen.
Because the laptop, I think, was shut down.
Oh no, I disconnected the cable. But it's just showing us.
Because the laptop was.
Oh, that is from that laptop, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So if we just plug it
Okay.
on, I think
So, but yeah, we'll get, that's the shot at the beginning though, so I don't think.
I don't think it's gonna be good. Just sitting right back like that, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. With this hand, I'd like to hold it tall.
Is there like a logo on the back? Or?
Do you usually logo on the back?
You can maybe remove the spotlight so that the participants who are there. Because I'm not controlling the PowerPoint, I have. So you have a Zoom meeting, right? You're gonna remove the spotlight here. That's all. It's already lit. Okay.
the view has to be changed to.
With everyone in Zoom, with everyone in Zoom, right? So if everyone in Zoom, guys, I would like you to stand like that. Side by side.
If you can tell them that they can
We should.
put my, I just need the keynote or I meant
Please. One more, just one more line.
Hi, requesting all Zoom participants to turn on the camera. To turn on the camera, we are taking the clicks, including physical participants as well. So kindly turn on the camera, so we'll have a great clicks.
Already maybe it's real like no. This room too small for me. Sorry. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me get the shot. 3, 2, 1. Another one. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Would you mind to like for me, please? Okay. And would you like to do one more for great job? One more group photo. Each like over here. Again, please. Please. Yeah. Please.
Can you show me?
Yeah, finish here. Just I'll begin from this one. I want a fixed photo because someone just like look at something. So
So the project is done.
projector done. Yep.
Great job. Yeah, around here, please. Yeah, small group. Group เล็กๆได้พี่ group เล็กๆได้พี่ไม่เป็นไร Yep. Small, more, how can I say more warm? It's great. We are all Asian, so we don't need to go to that far.
เดี๋ยวนี้อย่าพักของอาจารย์นะเดี๋ยวมันจะดับ
ไม่เป็นไรค
ต้
รั
อบ งใช้
Okay.
สัญญาณก่อน
As we do two of you, you can just change to be here. Thank you. Yeah, this okay. That's great. Better. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. And everyone just move on my left side a little bit, please. I will get this red dog too. Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's better. 3, 2, 1. Okay, you got here. 3, 2, 1. And light. Yep, thank you, everyone. You're so cool. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. I think from here to ใช่ครับใช่ไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่ทำจุดใช่ไหมได้
ฮัลโหลทดสอบ Okay, thank you for the group pictures.
I request all the participants to have your break and gather back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
And where's Marina? Where's Marina? You said that she will like get people for their doing the video interviews. I don't know where she. I don't know where she's at. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I can do it. But you know what I can ask for? It doesn't make sense. Do you know? Oh, she can see right now.
Excuse me. Hello? I need to talk to the director, please. Anybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I go, or you want me to stay until?
Yes, sir, you can leave, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Just in front of the banner. Yeah, can you offer it? Only like maybe.ใช่แต่จริงๆไม่ทำพอมาที่ห้องนะครับทำที่ but the interview is going to be like kind of a like not a long one, just a kind of summary, like really. So I mean, you can do after the break or I mean, that's like whenever you want.
I have to prepare for the workshop.
Oh, yeah, okay, so
And then after that, I'm going to do challenge for the on-site physical conference. And then ต้องทำหน้าที่เป็นแชร์ด้วยแล้วก็น่าจะเราจะติดตาม
So let's do this. Maybe we can do after everything's done. You can like point it a little bit. Okay.
ดังนั้นตอนนี้ยังไงนะเขาบอกว่าเขาส่งมาเขาแต่ก็จะได้รับข้อมูลคนที่จุดของเราแล้วเขาบอกว่าโอเคถ้าเขา
Is there someone else that can do one, two, another one?
นั่นเดี๋ยวลองดูว่าเป็นคอมพิวเตอร์แต่ว่าไม่รู้ว่าคือจริงทุกคนเข้ากันเลยอ่ะได้นะเดี๋ยวดูอันนี้ก่อน
Okay, I was told. Okay, that was something. Thank you.
And then
Karthik, now what I have to do, you tell me?
invite Dr. Lampong Kolmkau. Dr. Lampong, Asian Studies Center, MCU, Thailand, to deliver the speech. Dr. Lampong is an acting director for Research, Information, and Academic Services Division, ASEAN Studies Center, and lecturer from Faculty of Education, Mahachulalongkorn Vidyalaya University, and she graduated with Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Research Methodology, Faculty of Education, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And she received award from National Research Council of Thailand, the best dissertation of year 2013 at good level in education field, and received graduate school award from the 19th International Conference on Learning, the Institute of Education, University of London, UK, in August 14 to 16, 2012. And she also received Golden Jubilee Scholarship to study in Canada for 2 years in bachelor degree from 1997 to 1999. And she also received Best Researcher in the year 2020 at excellent level from Buddhist Research Institute, Mahachulalongkorn Vidyalaya University, and she's interested in conducting research in education and Asian studies. She's the author, co-author, or editor for more than 40 articles and books, and she has an experience of being a guest speaker and organizing international conferences. She has also completed research projects in various research designs such as structural equation model of SAM, ethnographic Delphi future research, EDFR, and mixed method research, MMR. I now call upon Dr. Lampong for the workshop on state of the art on research article writing. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see everyone in this conference. Actually, we have breakdown about the keynote speech, but we have a little bit of workshop in order to exchange experience and knowledge sharing based on about the research article writing. I have been working with IGCFE quite like almost 2 or 3 years since the pandemic of the COVID-19, and then we have been working together and run about the conference in online platform, and almost like more than 500 articles. We work together and with like 5 conferences, and we found that there's like many of research articles still like lacks of the quality, and we try to enhance or increase by bring the experience from working together in terms of encourage people to conduct research and then writing the article and then bring the article to the conference, and after that go through the publication in Scopus publication. And we at the beginning we kind of like very success in terms of bring all the article, bring all papers to public in the Scopus, and then later on it's because the criteria of the Scopus had like increased, and then our conference, we decide that we would like to set the workshop in order to enhance or share the knowledge how to develop quality article, research article for the publication in like high ranking of the Scopus quartile. So the content today is going to be like knowledge based on international publication, the qualities of the research article for publication, and the track for publication. So everyone focus on public in Scopus, right? And different years Scopus like it increase the number of like publication and the number of the scholar who you can see this, the number of like 75 million item, and then when the year go by like 82 million item. So every single year the number of the article and publisher increase by focusing to public in Scopus. All scholars from all over the world focusing this, and even in Thailand, or the university now, they try to encourage like graduate student to public in Scotland, not just only lecturer or teacher in the university, but graduate student also the university try to encourage them to public. So that's why it is the reason that Scotland are like in the scholar mind for the Thai scholar and also graduate student as well. When we public work in scholar, we should know and check carefully active or inactive. Sometimes we work and active, and then after that it discontinue. Scotland is kind of like sometimes the quartile had been ranking and then go up and down very quickly. So we should know this when you want to publish your work in Scotland. This is Scotland website. If you want to publish this, you have to go and check about the how like the status of the journal that you would like to publish. And moreover, wait, what is it? Do I have to mute? Oh, okay. Because the sound is go up over there, right? Let me see. Is this in online class? I mean, in online, do you hear my voice?
Yes, mom, we can hear you. Yes, we hear your voice.
Thank you very much. Yes, and moreover, we have also have like, let's see, this one. Other scholars should check like quartile ranking, and they go to this website, to the SciMarco, to check what is the level of the quartiles for the journal ranking. SciMarco is one of the websites that you should check before you consider to publish the journal. And in Scotland, like it's cover every like all 4 fields of the science, like life science, physical science, health science, social science, and humanity. So it doesn't matter where you are, and then Scotland is the direct to every single field that all the scholars from all over the world focus to publish the work. And from my experience, I encourage Thai scholar mostly public in quartile 4. The quartile 4 is the bottom one, of the scholars. But for the new scholar or the new lecturer, for them just only Scotland and quartile 4 is the best for them. But if you want to go deeply in your career path and then you want to develop your work, you should like develop up to public in like quartile 3, 2, and 1. So, but where is like quartile 1 is the highest 25% in the same group of the journal. Like if in like life science, the quartile 1 is mean like this journal is up like 25% of the citation of the top one of 25% journal, then will be ranking to be like quartile 1. And later on come like if like 50 top 50 until like 25, so it's going to be quartile 2, and then top 75 to 50 and 50, this is quartile 3, and then the bottom one like 25. This will be ranking with the citation score. If that journal have like lots of people cite or give the reference of the journal in that, the level of the journal will go up. So this is the thing that we need to consider when we want to publish our work. And then I will go through quickly about article development a little bit. I see that from this conference, we have abstract. Everyone write the abstract. And then I'm not sure that all of you now already prepare full paper for the publication or not. If some of you already do, that's fine. You can now go back and reconsider about the quality or the way that you write. Is this match with the the criteria or the thing that should do for the research article? Or some of you might write about academic article. But for me today, I will focus about research article. Okay, this is the part of the shape of the research article. This is I bring from the website. Okay, the reference there. Every single article, it doesn't matter, academic article or research article, should have abstract. And then below the abstract, we have keywords. keyword, like 3 to 5 keyword that can represent the titles of the article. And then we have the parts of introduction, and go on with the methodology and results. And lastly, about the discussion and conclusion, we sometimes have recommendation, but is that mentioned in here, or suggestion and reference at the end. So this is the majority. And then right now in Thailand, okay, my country, we have one more topic to mention for public article. We call knowledge from study or knowledge from research. That is to be added for public, for every single article that want to publish in a journal in Thailand. But for Scorpus now, they're not required for this. But if we have, that's fine. Because at the end of your summary about the results, you can develop or show about the knowledge from the research. Add it up between, before you do the conclusion. Before you do the conclusion, you can add like knowledge from research. They show in figure, or sometimes they show explain in essay up to the researcher to do that. So the title, up to date, to make sure every time you create the title is creative, correct, significant, innovative, or modern, or up to date in the current situation. Many of the titles that I go over from our conference, the title write about many aspects related to the pandemic or post-COVID-19 pandemic, and based on education, online education, something like that. So every time we start to write research article or academic article, to make sure that you try to consider the situation. And right now we're talking about innovation as well. It's your work or your research type purport or showed about the innovation. It will be very easy to accept for when you publish your work, something like that. So next we go on to writing the abstract. It doesn't matter how long of your abstract of your research report, but when you want to publish in your article, so you should make it short, simple, significant, and then make to be actually it's 250 to 350 about this. Is appropriate for the abstract, okay? And then the main cover for the abstract will consisted of research objective, research methods, and the results. And some of the research, some of the abstract can add about if critical idea from the author. If they want to add 1 or 2 sentences at the end, that's fine. But the main one is research objective, research methods, and then the results of the study to be added for the abstract. Writing the introduction, the most important thing is if you want to publish or you want to do research or public research article, you have to try to persuade the reader or the peer review, right? Peer review to accept your work by try to write introduction to show about the context of the variable or the situation that you want to propose, and then this context can live up to be the significant that you expect to do that. But however, this significance will not meet. So that's why you want to publish or propose about the idea. It will come to the academic gap between the context and the significance. So and then you show at the end about the academic gap in order to lead to the reason why you want to publish this research article. So this is the main concept to write introduction. Okay, I already explained in word. For the objective, actually, our article will bring from the research report, right? When we do the research, conduct the research, and we set the objective, I have the rule of SMART. The word SMART is come from when you do the objective of the research, it should have only one word. Specific, only one verb. One verb to do to study, to analyze, to create, or to validate, to assess about and then followed by the variable or the context of the study, and then measurable. When the researcher conduct the research or to set the objective, need to make sure that it can measurable, to compare the study. The to compare between the two like pre-test and post-test to make sure that you can calculate and compare the result and give the significance of the study. To analyze it doesn't matter in qualitative or quantitative research, you should show the way of analyze the result of the study. And achievable, A stands for achievable. When you set the objective, you need to make sure that you can conduct the research and complete within like 1 year or 6 months or 8 months up to your grant, research grant, or the criteria of the graduate school. And realistic or reasonable, R stand for R. It is possible to do that, something like that. When you make, and then time frame. When you set the objective, to study, if you do time series, it's gonna make a long time to do. If you do cross section, it might can complete it within 1 year or a short time of the study, something like that. So this is the smart word that researchers should consider when you setting about the research objective. All right. And the research method, when you show in the research article, to make sure that you have 3D. 3D, D stands for design. The first one is about sampling design. The sampling design should show in the method. Measurement design, what is the measurement design, and including the quality assessment, like IOC, okay, for the content validity, reliability, or if you lift up your work to be structural equation modeling or SEM, you have to do CFA, confirmative factors analysis, or CFA, in order to measure or to confirm the quality of the measurement before you go on to do the full model analysis. And then analysis design should show as well in the article. Analysis design, this one I show only the quantitative one. Any different types of statistics that related to the research objective. There's many scholars ask me about if we do descriptive statistic, is our paper will be accepted by from Scopus? And then I just, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter any statistic that you use, but you need to make sure that the statistic that you use is related to the research objective that you set at the beginning. Okay, you don't need to do advanced statistic for Scopus. Sometimes just a Thai scholar, they kind of think about, okay, if you want to public work in Scopus, we need to do advanced statistic. We have to do structural equation modeling, something like that. So it doesn't matter. Any statistic that you are going to use to make sure it related to the research objective. That's fine. So, and then it will be the peer review will be accepted if it's related to each other's. So this is all the composition of the research writing. Article writing that it should have in your article. So the first two, these two title, author name, affiliation, and email. This is very important. You know what? Almost 10% of the article that I encourage them to publish, and then after that, the mistake of the, sometimes the name of the university, name of the co-authors, because one article, sometimes one article they have 5 authors together, 2 or 3. Sometimes it advisor name wrong. They will not allow the student to graduate. So then they have to contact the journal to revise again, and it will take time. Whenever your work have been published in online link, and if you want to request for revise, it will take time, or sometimes it will not happen. And it have many problems. But sometimes if the some journal, they revise for us, it's fine. But some journal, we cannot contact anyone. And then what happened? I suggest the author to revise and then try to find another journal to help them, something like that. So this is very important. Author names, affiliation, or email. You need to check carefully before you give your paper to the journal to consider. Very important. And then abstract introduction. This is the title that should have in the article. Literature review. Some journal request literature review. Some journal not request. And also conceptual framework. Sometimes like most of the journal like have like introduction, research objective, and then go to research method, and then go to the next one, result discussion, knowledge from research that I told you before. I told you before that in Thai right now they request this title. If if the paper it doesn't show any knowledge of the study, they reject the paper and then return the paper for the author to revise this, something like that. But in Scopus still not request this topic. And conclusion should have recommendation and acknowledgement and reference. For the acknowledgement, if any, actually, very important for the one who get the scholarship or the research fund from any organization, they will request you to write acknowledgement and the number of the and the ID number of the fund, of the research fund, you should mention in the acknowledgement. We should have, I used to have the problem of this as well. And that one is the graduate school from a very like top 5 university in Thailand. And he's like PhD student, and he got the scholarship from graduate school, and then he have to submit about the publication, and then the graduate school will not allow him to submit because of he didn't write about the acknowledgement to mention one who give the research fund for him. And then finally he make like write a letter to the graduate school, and then the graduate schools accept about his request, so it's okay. And for the acknowledgement is very important for all the scholars who have the research fund, and you need to mention for this. For the reference, any journal that you want to publish, you should go and check what types of the reference that you should do. But if you prepare for any journal, APA style is the one that I recommend you to prepare for the first one. Yeah, APA style can convert to be any types of the style for the reference. So one is very important thing that I would like to share to you is about the table, figure, or statistic. When you make the figure or the table and you use like very difficult, sometimes the statistic, the number in Microsoft Word, right? And then after that, when your work go to the journal, it's like slightly move, not same as you prepare. So then you need to make the table and figure to be in the, snapshot, or to make it to be like in figure, actually, to make the photo of it, and then save in different file, right, to make the figure. And then when your article or your paper go to the journal, it will not move. It's gonna be like this. See? This is the table, right? So you have to make like the frame of it. It doesn't fit, like to make PDF first, and then you can make it to be convert to be figure like this, and then submit or put it in the article, so it will not move when your paper go to the journal. This is very important to do it. Especially you can see this is the structural equation model. This one have like many number in it, and if we not frame it into the figure like this, it will cause the problem for sure. So then every single article or paper that pass to me, if I reconsider and check for them, if I have seen something like the table or the figure that is not grouped together or not make the frame of it, I will return back to them, and we can spend a little bit more time to prepare before we pass the paper into the journal. If the public and the mistake happen, slightly move on of the number or the thing, it will cause lots of problem. So this is one of the things that I want to share about the figure and the table. The statistic, we'll just go over quickly. Or this framework is go over about all the statistical use for the research, quantitative research. Like the minimal one is about t-test compared to group of the data, like, and then ANOVA, one way ANOVA, multiple regression analysis, and down there, this is the have like at least like 2 dependent variable like Hotelling, Square, MANOVA, past analysis. So people always think about, okay, this kind of statistic is not enough for public in scope, but as I told you at the beginning, no, this one, okay, any types of statistic used will be okay. But when we consider more, is it like non-parametric statistic or factor analysis is also include for the like, the image of the statistic used. But moreover, if you want to do or develop your research to be like high quality, you can live up to be like hierarchical linear model, HLM, or SEM or list rail models that to study the relationship between like more variable and construct about the structural equation model. So in this one, I think all scholars from all over the world now try to develop their article and use like SEM. SEM stand for structural equation modeling, and then they can use like different types of program to analyze. It can be like Lisrael program or AMOS or M+. It depends on the scholar to like feel like which one they want to use this. So this is the frame of all the statistics. This is from my advisor from Chulalongkorn University, my Tanonglak Vilachai. She is like frame this one and then give to all her students to to teach it from like wherever her student go. So this is very useful for us to frame to see overall of the statistics that we can apply in our article or in our research. So the track for the publication right now. So if you come to be the part of IFERP or the one who organized this conference, you have the opportunity to publish your work in through the Scopus. Okay, the Scopus can publish like directly to the journal if you have the contact, or if you be able, you use the language and then you can contact to the journal, you can do it directly. Or we are the international conference like today, and then the organization of the international conference, they will have the team for the journal to publish. You can see that from the registrations of our international, we have attend the conference and publication, right? And attend the conference, not publication. And so we have the option for you to choose. So more than 500 articles that I have been working with IFERP have been published in Scopus Journal. We are international conference with the 5 event of the international conference. So yes, we come when we want to develop one article to make the quality, you need to use the knowledge. So I use the word state of the art. State of the art is, it's full of about the content or the knowledge based on your field. Like you come from different types, different field, and then you conduct the knowledge, and then nobody know about the thing that you conduct or you create until you publish your work. But the way you publish your work, you should know how to write quality of research paper or research article. You should use the creative. If we come to the arts, the state of the art, to creative, to create about the figure to show about your idea, and use the knowledge, use the research methodology. So that's why one research article, when you be able to conduct one or write one research article, it means you have to use your ability, combine science and art, and spend your time to write it, like paraphrase all the knowledge and make your like special work of the research article. So one more thing that I want to remind you all about the word plagiarism. Okay, self-plagiarism or other people plagiarism, very important, very important. The situation I have, like even in my country, when they like found that someone plagiar or copy other people work, so then they can help, like, you know, try to against each other about the ideas of this. So then everyone need to like, you know, consider and not doing it. Okay, do not copy other people's work without, you know, and if you want to copy or you want to bring other idea, you need to make sure that you give the reference. Okay, to give the reference for that. It will save yourselves and your colleague. Sometimes, you know, you not write the article, your friend write the article and your friend copy and your name in there. It means you are the one who copy or make the plagiarism as well. So to make sure that this is very important for the economic scholar when you want to publish your work into you know, the journal or any others publication source. Yeah, okay. I think I have the example of the article in here, but maybe I think I have sent this to the organization. I mean the key person, Kartik, I think, and I think the conference team have my PowerPoint. You can scan QR code and then see. This is the. It look like okay. When you scan, it's going to be look like this, okay? Or the example of the article that I have done so far. Some of for my students, some is myself, and some is my colleague. Okay, this is yes, this is the QR code. Or I can, like, you know, copy this and send to what? Just only some example, a little bit of example for my my student, and okay, let me stop sharing a little bit, and then I'll send this to the chat. Is the link? I'm not sure that I can go. Let's try it again. Okay, yes. And well, I try to make like a very quick time in terms of sharing this workshop, but unfortunately in Thailand right now the time for lunch is almost over. So I have this to share you, everyone. I would like to request you to do something, because this event is about educational research and social science and what else? Social science, humanity, and I can see that we have another like applied mathematics. So this one you can spend your time later to do in the Padlet. What I would like you to do, because we are a workshop, but our workshop is kind of like we have a little bit of time. I will send this link. It's about the Padlet. What you have to do, I would like everyone to use this channel to share about your idea. It's based on about educational research in current situation. Educational research in current education. So this is the template that I write in here. What I would like you to do, everyone, when you have your free time or during this today, you click on here on the plus sign below, okay, and then you can write your name here. Yes, name, your name, your name and country, and then you can add your photo here. Okay, your photo, and then you can find your photo and then add it up, or you can copy photo from your computer laptop and then paste on here. It will appear in here. Okay, and then after that you click public. Okay, you click public here. It will appear in here. Okay, this is the okay. I send you first about the Padlet link in terms of some of you may want to try to do it. If like, you know, I think if 2 or 3 of you can do this, we can stop the workshop and then And then but we have a break, like lunch break. Okay, let's try, everyone. Introduce yourself a little bit. Tell everyone about your country, I mean your name, where you come from, and then share your ideas based on educational research in current situation. So now I send everyone about the Padlet link, or some of you can, like, you know, scan QR code for my PowerPoint here, and then add a little bit of your detail, share your idea. And I will wait until, like, you know, 5 people to do it. And then we can done our workshop. And then after that, for the rest of your time, you can add it. And my team and our conference team can see, like, you know, different ideas from different scholars from all over the world shared about the educational research in current years. So what is your idea? We may have idea. Maybe next time I will do like another workshop based on about educational research, something like that. Okay, so now I'll go through the channel of this one. Okay, waiting. You can see that many of you now start to come. Okay, you click below in the plus sign here. And it will open. Okay. Let's try to do something like a little bit more than like listen to the, you will have like 2 more keynote waiting for, wow, we have like Soya Visha. Okay, I'm from India. Okay, wow. Okay. Now, okay, when you add already, and then you want to edit and then add more idea, you can click here on this 3 dot, and then you click edit port. You can come and add more about anything you want. So up to you. And then you can change the color, everyone. You can change the color and then update. Wow. Okay, something like that. I have said everyone can click and edit each other. So you need to make sure that you not delete other people's work. Okay. Now we have one already. So we'll wait until, okay. Latarani. Okay, come. Dr. Latarani, can you add your photo? Mm-hmm. So I sent you the link for Padlet via chat room, and also you can scan QR code here. And then share us about your idea related to educational research in current situation. What is current situation? Anything. Everyone confront with the pandemic. What is the research, educational research that we should focus? Many papers now focus about the online learning. And we also have like something discussed before, like student not open the camera. I confront with this situation even yesterday. Yesterday, my student, like almost like 60 students, only 5 students open the camera in my class. And then yeah, that the situation, sometimes they just kind of like, and some students have many, you know, channel confront with them like that. Okay, now we go and see. Now we have, wow, very interesting. So everyone, I will leave you know, the link for you all in the chat room, and then as my request from our side, we have to go and have lunch soon, because otherwise the dining hall will close. So maybe I will end up with my presentation, I mean my workshop for a little bit, and then hopefully we'll see everyone again in another international conference. And then nice to see everyone. I will looking forward to see your photos and your idea via Padlet. And this of your information will pass to IFERP team or the conference team that organize this conference. So yes, for now, I'm glad to all of you that participate to my presentation and my workshop, and attend, try to be part of my Padlet workshop as well. So do not stop, just come and try to write something to us, and then your idea will be very useful for our other workshop that we will to develop for other conference in the future. All right, so thank you very much. And I still around here in the workshop. In the conference in Bangkok. We'll be there, and then we'll be in online until the end of the day. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lampong, for the workshop. And I will invite Dr. Lampong to get certificate from IFERP. Okay. Okay, for all participants, I request to take lunch for about 1 hour. We will continue the conference in 1 hour. Thank you.
Hello. I thought it was my turn.
Yes, ma'am. Because for physically here, we only have for lunch until 2 p.m. So we have to lunch first. After that, we will continue with.
It wasn't in the agenda.
Yeah, I added for the agenda, but we have to take lunch first. Go for lunch.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Anyone can hear my voice? From
Yes, we can hear your voice.
Yes, we can hear you.
okay, a little bit problem, so I borrowed the laptop. Okay, we will continue the next to invite Dr. Okay, let me continue. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vaneswari Rasya, Pro Vice Chancellor, Teaching, Learning and Research, Associate Professor of Economics, Saito University College, Petaling Jaya, Selangor, Malaysia, to deliver keynote speech. Associate Professor Dr. Vaneswari Rasya is the Pro Vice Chancellor and an Associate Professor of Economics at Saito University College. Her strength lies in her ability to develop and implement the university's teaching, learning, and research strategic plan, tracking progress towards specific performance goals, and driving the university's digital transformation in the areas of teaching, learning, and research. She is a compassionate educator who has an uncanny ability to captivate her student and fellow colleagues' attention through the use of variety of innovative and engaging teaching and learning pedagogical approaches, and to provide her students and fellow colleagues with a conducive, engaging, and personalized learning environment. She constantly upskills herself to stay current in her field and is digitally sophisticated despite being a baby boomer. Her favorite adage is teaching is not just a job, it is a human service, and it must be thought of as a mission. She has held several key leadership positions, having worked in a number of universities, and has facilitated numerous workshops for students and educators of several institutions of higher learning and secondary schools, besides undertaking various engaging learning activities, including team building, community outreach projects, field trips, and global mobility projects. She is certified corporate trainer and an avid researcher, having published many papers in index journal, and has successfully undertaken several national and international research grants. She has also supervised and graduated several PhD students. I now welcome Dr. Ratneswari to deliver your keynote speech. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Let me share the screen first. Can you all see?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we can see
Clear.
your
All right.
presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll do this very fast because, there's not much time for everyone to present. And I hope you had a good lunch. Now, this particular topic is on sustainable development goals and human well-being. When we talk about education, I think the first thing that anyone needs to know is the priority must be on the human well-being of the students. So we want to look at human well-being and we want to look at sustainable development because these are the key issues that we need to bring to our classrooms, to our students, however young they are, they need to understand these issues. So let's just go through this. So when we look at globalization, we've realized that globalization has caused a lot of problems. While there's a lot of good that have come about because of globalization, but economic globalization has started to create the rise of transnational corporation power. They've created a favorable climate for corporate abuse of resources. So a lot of these corporations have actually gained the upper hand to abuse the resources of poorer countries, sometimes affecting human rights, sometimes affecting the environment and extra. And these can lead to unsustainable development and higher levels of stress among not just employees, among most people. So it reduces the levels of human well-being because Globalization, if you look at just that, really what's happening with capitalism, it's promoting consumer culture, it's promoting materialism, and there are hidden subsidies given to many of these huge corporations by their governments of rich developed countries, skewed regulations and trade agreements that have favored the multinationals, and it promotes unfair trade practices. So when we look at the massive government subsidies for the farm sector in the rich countries, which the poor nations cannot match, for example, the nations in Africa cannot match the agriculture subsidies that are given to the rich countries. And it's the same thing with the agriculture sector in India. They can't match. And so it's damaging the impact on small farmers' livelihoods and food security and the environment. So we're also looking at carbon emissions being, these multinationals go into small countries. They know the laws are not so strict and they pollute and there's global warming. And so this kind of unfair practices has to stop. So my equation is very simple. Does development that is economic growth, does money equate to happiness? So obviously a lot of people say the more money I get, the happier I'll become. Yes, if you're a poorer country, if you're a poorer person, that extra $1,000 is going to make a lot of difference. Okay, so the dollar equal to happiness at those countries that are poor. But when we look at all the discussions that have been going on in the world, we see that there is a need to move away from GDP, gross domestic product, as an assessment of the country's performance. And we are all now looking at different measures. People want to capture happiness. People want to capture well-being. And then there's growing consensus among governments and international institutions that when we look at subjective well-being, it is having an increasingly more important significance in policy making, because many countries that are rich today, there are also countries which are rich but are not happy. The reason being that there is something else they're looking to. Okay, so this whole keynote is on addressing issues that must start from the education sector itself, that we must start from kids who are young, because we must put it in their head. Sustainability is important. Their happiness is important, because when they grow up with such positive mindset, they will contribute more to productivity. So World Health Organization looks at well-being as a state of mind in which an individual is able to realize his or her own abilities, cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and be able to contribute to the community. So we need to understand that well-being is extremely crucial in any policy making. So when you do research, whether it's educational research, humanities research, social sciences, even sciences, anything that we do, we want to do it because of happiness. So well-being is made of two key elements. One is feeling good or being happy, and the other is functioning well. So when we talk about happiness, Aristotle said, it is the means and purpose of life, the whole aim and the end of human existence. So whatever we do in our lives, the end result is, I want to be happy. And that's why we do what we do. So what factors contribute to enhancing a person's well-being? So when we look at happiness, we say a pervasive sense of that life is good, and that economic things only matter when they make people happier. So the whole idea of happiness is how to gain it, how to keep it, how to maintain it, how to recover the happiness. In fact, for most men at all times, the secret motive of all of what they do is, I want to be happy. Okay, so this is very, very important. Now, so far, when we look at what's happening in most parts of the world, we're always looking at one economic indicator of standard of living or quality of life. And that economic indicator is GDP per capita. Now, I have just constructed this chart from Malaysia's GDP per capita in the 21st century, and you will see it's going up very nicely, steadily going up. But of course, in this particular time, because of the COVID, it went down a little bit, but the overall trend is upward. Okay, so we are looking at GDP per capita increasing. Is that a good economic indicator of standard of living? Yes. If I looked at economics textbooks, they're still talking about GDP per capita. But the recent behavioral economics is no longer looking at GDP per capita. There is another indicator. What's a better indicator of well-being? it's called happiness. So when I look at Malaysia's happiness scores, we saw Malaysia's GDP per capita going up very fast, but its happiness is going zigzag all over the place. It's increased up to 6.24, and then it went down really sharply down, and then it went up again, and then went down and went up and went down so much. From 2015 onwards, it went down so much, and it's just not able to go up as much because people relatively are not so happy. Okay, so even though our GDP has gone up, we should actually be very happy because we've got more money in our pockets, but we're not that happy. Okay, so look at the number 5.43. That's out of 0 to 10 in the life ladder question. They ask you from a range of 0 to 10, how happy are you at this point of time? And so most of the people are saying they're in the range of 5 point something, which is not really good. They're just mediocre happy. Okay. Now, if you look at the world in 2018, when we drew the GDP per capita against happiness, it said very clearly in this plot, it says that as GDP increases, per capita increases, people are happier. Okay, so that's basically the idea. There is a positive relationship. If you look at these countries chosen in 2018, you look at these countries, Finland, Denmark, Netherlands, and all that being the happiest. And then if you look at, surprisingly, South Korea and Japan being developed countries had not so good happiness. And then if you look at India, it's even lower, 3.82 in 2018. So this is basically you're saying that these countries, even though, especially South Korea and Japan being developed nations, having very high GDP per capita, but their happiness wasn't very high. And this is called Easterlin's paradox of happiness, which says that it's not necessary as happy as your GDP per capita increases, your happiness will increase. So there's something else happening in these countries that are saying, why are people not so happy? Okay. So the next one, we're looking at phrases like going beyond. They're saying going beyond GDP per capita. We don't want to look at GDP anymore. We want to look at a genuine progress indicator to see genuinely how can we measure progress. Is progress only measured by how much of money you get, in terms of per capita income? And then look at the top happiest countries, the top 10. We're looking at Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Switzerland, Netherlands, Luxembourg, Sweden. These are countries since 2013. These 5 Nordic countries, Finland, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Iceland have been in the top 10. All the way from 2013 till now, they've been in the top 10. The Nordic countries have been having a happy moment. And the reason is because they've had other things coming into play that has made their people happy. Okay. Now, if you look at the least happiest countries, you will see most of the African countries are least happy. And again, India being at 3.777 out of a score of 0 to 10. 3.777 is below average, So that's quite a statement it's making, okay? That India, it is doing well. Recently, I think yesterday and the day before in LinkedIn, they said India's GDP has surpassed UK's GDP. But look at their happiness levels, yeah? Now, if you look at the happiness scores over the years 2009 to 2021, it has been deteriorating, a little bit of a increase for a while and then drop again, 3.56. And so you will see that this is really serious. GDP can go up, but their happiness is going down. Okay. Now look at their GDP. Look at GDP in 21st century, 2000 onwards, such a spike upwards. They've done very well. They've just, grown so much, but they're not happy. Because if you look at their happiness levels, it has gone down. So this is something that you need to look at, whether you're doing educational research, humanities, social science, sciences, well-being is something you need to look at. It is so important. Now, when we look at GDP going up, happiness going down, we think about Easterlin's paradox, where he said, as countries get, GDP grows initially for a country, which is just developing, happiness will increase. But eventually, when GDP has grown to a very high level and it has reached a level where any further increases is not going to make people happier, they probably either be constant happiness or their happiness will drop because they have other things that they look forward to. And this is called the diminishing marginal utility of income. What it says is when we have reached a certain level of income, any further increases, another extra $1,000 is not going to make me so much happier. It's just going to be, okay, that's an extra $1,000. So what? Because I've already attained a certain level of income. And so this is happening in the real world today. We look at ASEAN 5 happiness, you can see Indonesia increasing, Malaysia dropping quite badly. Yeah, can you see? Philippines going up, Singapore a little bit only. It's kind of constant. It's a developed country. See the happiness level is kind of constant. Thailand slight drop, okay, but Malaysia very big drop already. So there is something else aside from GDP per capita that we need to look at, and that is called happiness. If we don't look at our well-being, then our policies are going to be wrong. Okay, so why do we need to do well-being research? Because we live in a world of profound contradictions. There's so much of disparity. There's so much of inequality in terms of, GDP per capita within the country and between countries. Disparity in the sense of our digital divide, in the sense of a learning divide. There's so much of disparity in the world. So we are looking at so many people, the vast majority not having enough and the small minority having so much. So increasing income doesn't guarantee that there is happiness, okay? Now, there's massive increase in uncertainties with globalization, with all this profit making, with all this pandemic because of globalization, massive increase in uncertainties, in anxieties, in despair, in economic inequalities, in crime rates, in environmental degradation, stress-related illnesses. And it's not just from long time ago, it is still happening today with all the literature still showing people are under so much of stress. And today with, work from home, with, digital, you work online, things are getting more difficult. Even when we do hybrid, we're saying it's not so easy. Look at the conference today. We have had hybrid session. We have had some of us at home, some in the venue itself. And so things are not easy to maneuver at this point of time. And it can increase stress levels. So the stress is a health epidemic of the 21st century. It affects, once upon a time, it affects 10% of total population. But let me tell you, definitely, this is only the reported ones. The not reported ones, way above, I'm sure, close to about 30 to 40%. There's a lot of people with stress today. So in its State of Global Workplace 2022 report, Ulster Gallup said 43% of employees experience a lot of daily stress every day. You see, we've been at home for 2 years and suddenly we've got to go back to office and driving has become a stress now. Traffic jams have become a stress. So this is what's happening, and sustainability is an issue now. And when we go further, we say there's huge economic costs because of all this stress and all this unhappiness. There is presentism, stress-related presentism and absenteeism. It has cost Australia in 2008 $14.81 billion a year. When we say presentism, they are present at work, but they are not well, and therefore they're not productive. And absenteeism, they just, on MC or, they just want to take a rest. But in 2021, absenteeism cost Australian economy up to $44 billion. Can you imagine how much of money is wasted because of all that stress that's happening, and a lot of people taking MC, a lot of people being absent from work, a lot of people being present at work, but basically absent because they're not performing at the full peak. Now, the stress and depression among Canada's workforce cost the nation $50 billion a year, and that's in 2010. Today, it's definitely way above that. And we look at Harvard Business Review has roughly estimated that presentism costs the US economy upwards of $150 billion a year in lost productivity, which far surpasses the annual absenteeism cost. It's better for people to be absent than to be present and not being able to do the work. So workers are struggling with depression and anxiety. This is from a 2022 report. And when we look at presentism in US, it has cost the companies more than medical treatment and drugs. Can you imagine when the worker comes to work and he or she is not well, it is costing the company much more money than the person who's actually taking MC, taking medical treatment and drugs. And so this presentism, and why do people come to work when they're not well? Because they are afraid that the bosses will scold them. So they come, they show themselves, but they're not working fully. So you are looking at, it may cause employers 2 to 3 times more than direct medical care and insurance premiums. So we're looking at presentism being very expensive actually. So it's the word presentism comes from the word present, but actually absent. So you can't do your 100%. And based on a study of employees in four pharmaceutical companies in Japan, the monetary value due to absenteeism was $520 per person per year. Presentism was $3,055 US dollars, and medical care was $1,165. So if you ask me the calculations, why would you want your staff to come to work when she or he is not well? Because this presentism is costing much more in terms of productivity cost. Now, so why are we doing? Because if we look at Malaysia, we're coming home to Malaysia, we're saying 1 in 3 Malaysians grapple with mental health conditions. And on the national level, Malaysia loses an estimate of $14.46 billion or 1% of GDP in 2018. Today it is much more. And absenteeism, 3.28. Presentism, 9.84 billion. Staff turnover, those who leave and those who come in, the new ones, 1.34 billion only the cost. So the worst cost is presentism. Is so expensive, the cost. Okay. Now, so when we look at well-being, when we look at real progress is actually, there's so much that we do and we say, okay, we got improvement because our absolute GDP is higher, our living standards are good, we've got good buildings, good infrastructure, there is labor mobility. But what has happened is we've not done it sustainably. So there's deterioration of income inequality. We see a huge number of bottom 40 people in the country, middle 40 income group. And the T20s is a small portion of people who are actually top earners. So when you actually calculate GDP per capita, you just take the total GDP, you divide by the number of people. It's a very, very poor instrument to say, very good, our standard of living. Okay, and then with a lot of people having mental health issues, they're not coming forward, they're just staying at home and keeping it to themselves, which is not good because that's where presentism cost is going to go up. And the social cohesion is deteriorating. We are having a lot of problems as far as race relations is concerned, as far as teamwork is concerned, because all of this is causing the trouble. So there is a lack of life satisfaction. So well-being research is so important to address these things. Okay. Now, so well-being, when we look at well-being in 2003, the Welsh Assembly government looked at well-being provides a strong test of the extent to which policies are coming together to reduce inequalities and to promote sustainable development. So to stop or to reduce the inequality that's happening, and this inequality is not just income inequality, we're talking about gender inequality, race inequality, all these inequalities can be reduced if we looked at well-being rather than we look at GDP per capita. So we are looking and asking all the people out there in the world, start teaching your kids about well-being, start teaching the students, start incorporating well-being and sustainable development in your syllabus, in your curriculum, whether you're teaching English or whether you're teaching any other subject. These are key items that you must include in your assessments. And if you look at sustainable development, the very word is development that meets the needs of the current generation without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. So we don't want to finish everything now because it's unfair. We've got our kids and grandkids that need something. So we've got to ensure that development is sustainable. And what better way than United Nations coming up with their 17 SDGs? All because they wanted to reduce poverty, they wanted to reduce hunger, address climate change, environment, and so on and so forth. So this is important for everyone to look at. Even though we are saying this is an educational research, educational conference, humanities conference, we're looking at humanities, well-being, sustainable development goal. Now, is there a relationship between sustainable development and happiness? Let's have a look at it. This is what has been done by Deneve and Shacks, and what they saw was as SDG increases, so if you are actually pursuing sustainable development goals, your subjective well-being or happiness will increase. So there goes, and you can see all the Nordic countries very high up there, very high in their sustainable development goals and very high in their subjective well-being. Okay, now when we look at the next one, just looking at one particular thing, which is SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. So if you are very responsible in the consumption and your production, very clean production, you make sure the environment is not destroyed. See what's happening? Subjective well-being is dropping. Okay, no doubt it's only this SDG 12 and SDG 13. They found that when countries are doing climate action, their subjective well-being will drop because you have to pay a lot more for the cleaning services and all that. And therefore, to take care of the climate, there's something else has to be foregone, and that could implicate the subjective well-being. Okay, now if you look at the overall of this paper, it says that every other SDG from the 17, all of it have positive relationship with happiness except for responsible consumption of and production, climate action. Now the rest are, some of it are not significant, as you see, no asterisk, so we don't look at that. But all those with asterisks, the rest of the SDGs have a positive impact on happiness. So the overall is, if you want happiness in your economy, then you need to have sustainable development. You need to ensure that you hold on to the sustainable development goals. And so what is the use of having happiness? Because we want to improve policy making. Now we look at World Happiness Report, annual reports right up to 2022, they say 4 steps to improve policy making. Number 1, you measure happiness in your country. Make sure you can measure the happiness of your people. Explain what is happiness. Put happiness at the center of any analysis that you do, any of your research. Make sure you put well-being inside. Everything must relate back to well-being, and translate well-being research into design and delivery of services. And then provide value-added knowledge for policymakers. Ask them to think, rethink about policies. Because let me tell you, if you only think about GDP per capita, your people are not going to be happy. Because there's so many other things that make people happy. So you've got to look at their well-being more than anything else. And now, if you look at many countries, they're actually going back to basics. They're saying, let's use well-being to guide the nation. Let's carry out value-based research. Research that will help us to better humanity. And so when you look at well-being, you're looking at many countries talking about the importance of well-being. Bhutan, Germany, South Korea, Britain, UAE, Malaysia, India. In fact, most of the countries are talking about it, but do they have a policy specifically to measure? Do they have a ministry to take care of happiness? We look at Britain back then, the ex-UK Prime Minister started this whole movement of saying, let's measure well-being, because you can't measure well-being by money or how much you trade, how much you produce, but it's about our culture. It's about the strength of our relationships, because that is what is going to carry weight in the future. And then UAE, they say happiness and well-being have been made the central tenets of design and delivery of the national agenda. They want to be the happiest of all nations. And they created a Ministry of Happiness in 2016, which is remarkable to me. I mean, I really wish I could work in the Ministry of Happiness. And then they have the Dubai Plan of 2021. The vision of Dubai is to be a city of happy, creative, and empowered people, inclusive and cohesive society, preferred place to live and to work and to visit, a smart and sustainable city, a pivotal hub of global economy, and a pioneering and excellent government. So the government employees' core mission, they want to provide world-class service so that they can contribute to happiness. They want to contribute to the happiness of its people. So imagine if all governments think about happiness, how much better the policies are going to become. India, they had the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has developed the Ease of Living Index to measure quality of life, economic ability, and sustainability. India's policy interventions have become more aligned to the aspects of life that citizens truly value, to ensure society is better served. You see, they want to look back at how much can we serve you. So this is more like that service kind of, rather than anything else. We don't want to look at just GDP, money, but we want to look at how can we serve you and make you feel better. And in 2017, they had the first Department of Happiness in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Can you imagine a Department of Happiness? So that department looks at happiness of the people. And in 2022, Union budget, finance minister recognized and highlighted the need for better mental health care for Indians. So they had the National Tele Mental Health Program was launched to improve well-being. Now more and more resources are being put to mental health because everyone talks about physical health. Every time you go to a hospital, we talk about physical health. Very few people talk about mental health. And so mental health is so much more important today with all the excessive burnout and, with social media. There's a lot of things that are going to cause high levels of mental despair, anxiety, and so on. Okay. Now, Malaysia, we've got our SDG governance, government's commitment to actually look at sustainable development goals. We have the National SDG Council, we have the steering committee, and we have the SDG technical committee. And one of the clusters is well-being. We're looking at well-being as one important cluster. And so we're mapping the SDGs to the 11th Malaysian Plan, the 12th Malaysian Plan, and we're always looking at improving well-being for everybody. We're trying, but it's not easy. As I've shown you, our well-being is going down. So we've got a lot more to do. But the number one of all is Bhutan it created this gross national happiness as an indicator of well-being. They didn't look at GDP per capita, they looked at gross national happiness. And so this is so extremely important because they started way back in 1729. There was a legal code in the Kingdom of Bhutan that declared if the government cannot create happiness or what they call dekid for its people, there is no purpose for the government to exist. And so really, I would say this is the correct way. If your government cannot make you happy, no need to have a government, because everything that we do, we must do because we want to improve humankind. We want to improve human well-being. Okay, so policy implications: plan and implement policies that are targeted at improving well-being, develop valid tools to measure well-being, because it's very difficult to do so, place sustainable development and well-being at the center of all your policy analysis, and increase awareness about the importance of mental health, because many people don't talk about mental health. I'll tell you, nobody speaks to the students about mental health. And I want everyone to go out there and speak to your students about mental health. Tell them there is no shame, nothing to be shy if they are feeling stressed, if they're feeling depressed, because it is very common, it is a very human thing. So give them the avenue to go and see the counselor and so on and so forth. Because when you don't speak about it, people think it's taboo, people think it's embarrassing, and that's wrong on all levels. Okay, with that, I'd like to say thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Raneswari Raisa, for delivering the speech. Any question from the audience, physically and virtually?
Yeah, one question, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Prof. If you want to measure the happiness, what's the indicator, lead indicator and lag indicator?
Okay, so most of the places, what they do is they have a standard set of questions. We look at the gross national happiness in Bhutan. They've got a standard set of questions that they give the survey out to the people, and the people will complete the survey, and then they can come out with the indicator. Now, the most important, if you look at World Happiness Database, they actually have one question that they have tested across time and across countries, and it is proven to be very valid. And the question is the life ladder question that says, on a scale of 0 to 10, how happy do you feel these days? And that simple question is more than enough. And it can show you, from 0 to 10, what people are going to put. Now, if I asked all of you from a scale of 0 to 10, what's your rate today? And of course, if you have gone through a major distressing situation, you would put 2 or 3. But if not, it would probably be, for most of us, it would be 6, 7, 8, 9, possibly, right? So if you ask me, I mean, just looking at the theories of happiness, for many people, happiness is actually genetic, in the sense that people are born with a certain level of happiness. And when they go through the ups and downs in life, their happiness either increases or reduces, but it will go back to its steady state at one point of time. So there's no, like you see, if you ask me, I have always been a very happy person. It's a natural thing for me to be on a 7, 8, 9, because that's my take on life. Is very simple. I've always been a happy person. But when I go through a distressing moment, yes, for a bit it will go down, but very fast it will go back up to its steady state. So to me, if the government is aware and sensitive about it, then if policies are always constantly looking at happiness, it's like a student evaluation. You are asking your student to evaluate your teaching, and then you're looking at it and saying, okay, now the students like it. Some students don't like it. Okay, how do I improve myself? So the government should also have that. They should give out happiness questionnaires and be not feel threatened by the people saying I'm not happy, but feel okay, why are you not happy? Let us come down to the ground and see what can we do to create happiness among the people, because that is a more sensitive way of policy making than just saying, your GDP per capita has increased in Malaysia, so you should be happy because we are having higher salary compared to before. But actually, a lot of people are having burnout, a lot of people are having mental distress, and no one's looking at those things, or very few people are looking at it. So for me, I want to introduce or at least keep focusing on this, so that it becomes a part and parcel of their life. That every time you think about well-being rather than money. It shouldn't be money anymore. It should be well-being now. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Kind sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from here? From virtually, maybe?
Is there any questions?
Yeah, may
Okay.
I second question?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
your topic is very interesting. It's interesting topic here. Relating to your information is like a question that is more subjective. Yes, the answer more subjective, right? Is based on ordinal scale, right?
Correct.
Yes, yeah, ordinal scale.
So they're looking at subjective well-being, yes.
Yeah, subjective, yes. But what is the relationship between financial, or suppose GDP is included in your questionnaire?
Yes, GDP, basically they call it the objective well-being. That means people look at money as something that they can say, okay, I do need this amount of money to have a good existence, but that's not all that I need. So if you look at the Nordic countries, the very rich countries, they now don't tell you they want more money, but they want better lifestyles, they want cleaner air, they want a better, let's say, law and enforcement. So many things that they want now that they didn't have before, they didn't mind. You see, for example, in the case of Malaysia, I can safely say earlier on when we were a poorer country, we were waiting to make more money. And so we were very happy at the beginning stages of making money. But now if you look at the people and the rates of happiness going down, it's not so much the money, but of course the economic environment does matter, but it also is how our politics is going on, how our people's happiness is not looked into. So people feel like, you don't care about our feelings. You only care about making more money, which is not what the people are saying. We want money, but we also want you to take care of our feelings.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Dilip.
Thank you. Yeah, you answer.
Thank you. Dr. Dilip cannot hear.
Cannot hear.
We can't hear.
Any other questions, maybe?
Yeah, yes. Am I audible?
Can't hear.
Audible? Yes, am I audible?
Yes, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Laka, yes. You are. I thought you were talking to Dr. Dilip. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, because I couldn't hear Dr. Dilip, so that's why I asked. Yes, greetings, delegates, and very, very prominent matter that I'm in front of you all, and I express my gratitude to you all. Dr. Ratnaswamy, my question is, like, the topic is indeed very, very interesting, but it is challenging also. When fine presentation, you were discussing that from 2013, how Finland, Denmark are still in the top 10. When we talk about pandemic, this was the time when whole world was struggling. So hasn't your result seen any kind of impact of pandemic being locked down? People were in depression. There were many sectors were stuck. They were shut down for a few months to few years. So isn't being impacted in terms of happiness?
Yes, definitely. There is a lot of things because of the pandemic has caused quite a bit of stress for many people because people lost their jobs. They didn't get to go to work. They stayed at home. But eventually, we noticed that the environment became better because people were not doing their normal production. And obviously, when we look at people moving away from friendships and all that, because you had to stay at home all the time, and people losing their jobs, your happiness levels would have dropped. However, when we looked at the World Happiness Report in 2021 and 2022, these Nordic countries have still maintained their happiness levels at a very high level. So it's something that the government is doing that is causing them to maintain their happiness levels despite the pandemic. So there is a possibility that their policies have continued to be very sensitive towards their population. It means whatever they do, they want to make sure their population is happy. Even in terms of how they address the pandemic issue, they are very careful not to make their people unhappy. So I know in Finland, they've got one of the best education systems in the world. And they don't, their children don't study like our children, by the books, they go out there and play. They let their children play, and they learn from that playing, that whole issue of happiness, because life is about having fun for the young kids. And then only they start to teach them things. And whereas in our case, from standard 1, we are telling them, go and study, send them for tuition, do all kind of, so much of studies until, and if you look at India, to go into IIM is like so difficult to get into medical college. Is so difficult. People are studying like, everybody's getting 90 scores and great scores, but, there's such a stress level. And that could be one of the reasons why India's happiness levels are very low. It's not because naturally they are quite, your country is very, in the sense, it can do a lot of things, self-sustained, but at the same time, there's this so much of competition, and that could cause that happiness to go down. Whereas in Finland and all that, they don't teach those things, They don't tell people, go and compete with your fellow colleagues and, try to trash them and all that. So there's a different way of education system in Finland, which maybe we can all learn from.
So it's basically education system which is indexing the happiness. But how much weightage you would like to give in terms of population? Because if we talk of population of Finland versus India, it's
of course. Correct. I agree with you.
So the comparison, yeah.
I agree with you. I mean, your country has a very big population. It's not easy, but you're doing the best you can given that situation. You're right. It's a huge country, so it's very difficult.
Now, if I feel very, very privileged that I'm part of Delhi government, and we are taking different models to accomplish our education system. So, have you ever been to Delhi before this? So if you witness our education model in schools, in colleges, in universities, it's really a very, very pride to share with all of you that we are adopting that something excites student in terms of play, fun, and now things are moving towards developed education model. Yeah.
Excellent. That's so nice to hear. I mean, I really want to go and visit the schools and learn from you all because I think that's so important. I think learning must be enjoyable. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense learning anything that's not enjoyable. Even up to the PhD, we always tell our students, you must do a topic you enjoy and not something your supervisor asks you to do. So I did something on happiness. I did happiness, economics of happiness in my PhD study because I wanted to do something on happiness. And that carried weight, very easy to do it because it was something I enjoyed, right? So anything you do, the end result is your happiness and the happiness of the humanity. Thank you, Dr. Lata. I really appreciate that you gave us that. I'm really going to go and if we can share something on, on the education system, that'd be really good. Yeah.
Sure, Dr. Swadesh. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raneswari Raisa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Dilip Ganguly, ex-additional General Manager, Ordnance Factories Organization, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. Dr. Dilip Ganguly holds the degree in MSc and then PhD, Applied Chemistry, PGD MM, MDBA, MKTG Fellow, Institute of Chemists India, Chartered Chemists India. He has vast experience in the field of environment and safety control, working in branches of immunity, propellant, and explosive covering industrial safety, development, training, manufacturing, hazard and risk analysis of plant and equipment, and administration. He was conferred the Ayut Bhusan highest award of the Ordnance Factory for contribution to defense production, involved as a consultant in environment clearance units. I now welcome Dr. Dilip Ganguly to deliver your keynote speech.
Don't hear it.
Sorry, we cannot hear your voice, Dr. Dilip.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now we can hear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I had one question in the last presentation, which due to my mic problem, I could not tell the earlier speaker. Can I get 1 minute to talk to her? Madam, can you please share the checklist of your happiness index? You must have prepared happiness index of various countries, and you may have made a common checklist for that, as you are saying, Dr. Ratnaswamy. So if it is possible, can you share with us that checklist? That will be too good. We can.
The happiness index that I got from was basically from the World Happiness database, which I can share with you. Not an issue at all.
Yeah, that will be.
Sure. Welcome.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My first slide is there, madam. Can you just help me to share that slide? Yeah. I have only one slide there. Can you share that slide?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing for just a minute.
Please, Mumina. Yeah. Is it ready, madam?
So just a minute, sir. Sorry.
Okay, doesn't matter, please. I will finish my presentation within half an hour, which has been given to me. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, please. Now, in my whole of this session, I shall be discussing on the COVID-19 and the virtual learnings. This comes under the theme, current trends on educational research, which is one of the themes of today's conference. I am, first of all, thankful to the organizer for giving this opportunity to me or to speak in this very learned conference of the world. I will be covering the following keywords on the relevant area. First of all, what is this online learning? Secondly, why it became so prominent during COVID-19 pandemic, the perceptions of that from the school point of view, from the students' point of view, institutions' point of view, how far we were ready at that time, then preferences of learnings, then what were the gaps in that time, what we experienced, and finally, what are the tools for improvement which our present generation on research can elaborate or make more innovations so that we can have these virtual learnings as one of the key areas of the day. So this is more for the researchers to actually innovate. So I shall be bringing out those areas to you all. Now let us start with the first point. What happened during the COVID-19 pandemic? This is very, very important. And as the earlier speaker also brought out many points about the happiness index and other things, and a revolution of the world during the COVID-19 period. As you all know, for any invention to take place, we have to have some happenings, or with happenings only a research work starts. Yes, COVID-19 has been an happening which has impacted on many areas, and one of the areas have been learning sessions. Am I clear? Now let us recollect ourselves of March 20. That time I was in India. I am at Mumbai at that time, when whole country plunged into lockdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. The common people or citizens of the country were isolated from rest of the world, be it profession, be it learning, be it activities or any activities, And as you all know, only essential service people were permitted to go out of their house for survival of the mankind. The world was under state of complete fear under this lockdown. And since COVID-19 pandemic brought in many of the areas of work under research work for saving the mankind, so also the survival of human being on various fronts also grew up. One of their survival is the learning. The world was under terrible lockdown. The people, students were in a state of fear. What next will happen? That was the point to them. For students who are the future pillar of the country, disruptions of classes, examinations, and then what next came in their mind for learning. There was financial crunches all over. Industrial activities also came to a standstill. I can say a sudden standstill it came to. We will discuss only on education or learning front. Let us remember March to June in our country, in many countries, is generally a time for as a peak activities in school, colleges, and institutions and various learning places. Generally time for examinations, practicals, promotions to the next classes. All activities are at the peak at that time. Now, we are thankful to the digital communications on the tools like laptop, computer, especially the Android phones, which immediately helped to switch over to the virtual learnings. Yes, we call the need is the mother of all inventions. In fact, the virtual mode of learnings continued for more than about 2 years, learning through digital means at home, a wonder created by schools, colleges, institutions, So, in these areas, it was not only the schools which were involved, not only the students which were involved, but newer and newer software were developed and newer tools were developed for the survival of learning or survival of teaching. Many things have been developed, but many things can still develop, which the learned society can take up as an education research of the day. Let us see the perceptions and preferences for online or virtual education in India during COVID-19. In the beginning of February 2020, schools only in China and few other affected countries were closed due to contaminations or due to this COVID-19 pandemic. However, by mid-March, nearly 75 countries have implemented or announced closure of educational institutions. As on 10th March, schools and university closures globally due to COVID-19 has left 1 in 5 students out of schools. According to the UNESCO, by the end of April 2020, 186 countries have implemented nationwide closures affecting about 73.8% of the total enrolled learners, even though the lockdown and social distancing are the only ways to to slow down the spread of COVID-19 by breaking the chain of transmission, closing of or closure of educational institutions has affected to a large number of students. And I would like to say this is not a planned way. This was a sudden closure of all the schools, colleges, institutions, and the exams were also postponed. As the school and colleges are shut for an indefinite period, both educational institutions and the students are experimenting. They started experimenting on ways to complete their prescribed syllabus in the stipulated time, to hold the exams, to hold the convocations, and meet the target for the academic calendar. So the whole world education became a challenging affair for both the teachers, for the learners, for the software developers, and for the broadband, or you can say this internet suppliers or internet providers. There has been some good and the bad effects, I can say. Now let us see. The next one was the in India, we made a very sharp, and thanks to the government for helping us, educational system was converted into the online teaching, and by that way, the spread of COVID in the students were saved by the government of India also, and various governments all over the country, all over the world rather. And thanks to UNESCO for helping us on the situation. Now, many data were collected during the COVID-19 learning, and it was seen what was the satisfaction level of the student, what else can be developed to make them satisfied, etc. So now from the education, it switched over to virtual learning, and from virtual, I can say, meetings, and now we are having these virtual conferences. And these virtual conferences also, the development is so much. It is much more than the pre-COVID area. And this conference also now helps us to link all over the world by sitting at home. Now let us see what were the advantages of this actually virtual learnings. Virtual learnings, you can say, from home learnings without going to the classroom, etc. There were some advantages, no doubt about it. The efficiency was improved. The accessibility of time and place was there. We can sit down at any place, but we should have the tools which are, we could do that work from any place or studies from any place as we liked it, especially from the home. Affordability for all was there. Improved students' attendance, because had the COVID been there, the students would not, and if this virtual learning would not have developed, the students certainly would have lost their years and would not have been able to attend the classes. The attendance of the students were very much for this virtual learnings. Then suits a variety of learning styles were also improved. In fact, we saw one convocation in IIT Bombay where actually one could feel that a student is standing in front of the dais to take or get the honor of getting the certificate or the degrees from the chief guest itself. But it had many disadvantages, like inability to focus on the screens. The screen focusing, if you focus too much on the screen, definitely you get tired. So many of the students voted that we cannot study for more than 2 hours at a stretch or 1 hour at a stretch. Then there was a limitations of the Zoom or limitations of the broadband services, etc. And the connectivity was a great problem. Then teacher training, very importantly, it is the one of the agency which plays a great role is the teacher. The teacher had to be trained, but teachers were not ready in that time for this virtual teaching. So they had to be trained, and training to the teachers, not when they go physically in the schools or colleges, etc., institutions, etc. They also had to be taught at home. So that was a challenge accepted by the teachers, and they have done marvelous work on this training work. Now, training definitely has been done to a great extent, but again, they have also to develop. The development is an ongoing, continual process, and this is another research area in which teacher has to also work. Then came the managing screens time, because time was very important in many of the sessions. The session used to get over. Then again, the building of lessons, especially for the science studies or for the studies where requiring practicals, etc. So that was another challenge of simulating the same conditions on the virtual world. But fortunately, many research has taken place. I should not say that it is all over. The game is on. Many developments still can take place. Now, here, the disadvantage again was that in many of our remote places, India is a very big place, and it can hold many states of abroad also, I can say. So our people who are staying in villages or the education in villages, for them it becomes very difficulty about the connectivity of broadband or giving broadband to them. So all of a sudden that had to be given to them. The connections had to be extended. That was the challenging work before the providers, and the government of India helped in a great extent. Not only government of India, it is the government in all places. They rose to the situation and saw that the teachers and the learners, they get the maximum best of the broadband services or the internet services. And also an Android phone came up with many of the softwares, many of the developments. And by that, all the students started their learning through the Android phones, or in many cases also to the laptops and computers. So many work has been done, many tools have been developed. Now the disadvantages, many are there. Even the 5G is coming up in our country, 5G service. So I hope once a thing has started about the virtual learning, this can be one of the part. A hybrid model can be also devised. If sometimes it is required, it can also be fulfilled. So all thanks to the development which has taken place. But I once again call upon the researchers in the form of teachers, in the form of developers of the software, in the form of providers of the broadband and internet services, along with the student society, so that they give many of the feedbacks are available now. They can work, the researchers can work and work in the field of learning and teaching. Let whatever we have learned or whatever has been implemented, let it be sustained. Though physical has got more advantages, but still as a standby, the virtual world once established should go on, and more research should take place for a continual improvement in these areas. And I will request the organizers to hold such good seminars on the education research, which will affect the research, will monitor the research. Many papers can come up for the development in the virtual learning. Thank you very much. If anyone has got any questions, they can raise to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dilip Ganguly, for delivering the speech. Any question maybe from the audience virtually and physically? Maybe they can send an email if they have a question to you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Dilip Ganguly.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, next I will invite all the participants to technical session 1. I would like to invite session chair, Dr. Sigit Trijahyono, Dr. Latarani, and Dr. Vasanti Kumari.
I request all the I request all the virtual participants to stay in the main room and the physical participants to move to the physical session breakout room.
Okay, and I am so sorry because I didn't get the invitation to breakout room.
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
I would like to welcome all to the virtual technical presentation of the Asia Pacific Conference on Educational Research, Social Science and Humanities, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. I would like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Lata Rani.
So much for this gratitude. So, shall we start?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Dr. Lata Rani, she's the Associate Professor, School of Banking, Financial Services and Insurance, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, New Delhi. Ma'am, we can start with the session, ma'am.
Right. Greetings to eminent professors. I'm Dr. Lata Rani. She has introduced me very well to this as a session chair. I'm associated with this conference in different platforms, so different roles. I would like to start my session by wishing you all, a very, very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, because we are connected to this platform from different countries. So I express my privilege and honor that I am heading this as a session chair. So we would be starting the presentation. I would just like to request you to ensure that you maintain the time framework, which is important. So somebody would give a ping in terms of timing framework. So first presentation is of Malbhar P. Mansura, Why Research Matter, an evaluative study of research productivity performance of Polytechnic Universities of the Philippines. So we may start. Over to you, Mansura.
Good afternoon, colleague. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so can you see it now? Okay, yes. So let me present my paper, Why Research Matter, an evaluative study of research productivity performance of the faculty members of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. This is actually an initiative of the Institutional Planning Office of the university. So for the introduction, why there is a need to evaluate the performance of the members in an institution, because this may help the institution to design and implement suitable programs and policies to enhance the members' capabilities and productivity. At present in PUP, the faculty evaluation includes a student, peer, and supervisor evaluation every semester. However, research as part of the individual performance commitment review preparation, this IPCR was used to evaluate the overall performance of the faculty, including research and extension. This was done for promotion purposes and to give bonuses for the faculty. And this evaluative study may help the institution or the university to attain its goal to be a research university. Okay, so for the indicators used to evaluate the faculty, we evaluated the faculty based on their production, presentation, and publication from 2016 to 2020, and we computed the participation rate of each faculty, meaning to say how many faculty were involved in each research activity. And we also computed the compliance rate or how many faculty were compliant in their minimum role based on their academic ranks. So this is based on the Memorandum Number Order 20, series of 2016, issued by the university in preparation of the IPCR. Okay, so we included full-time faculty members in the study. Okay, so in this table, this is the participation rate of the faculty members. As you can see here, the number of faculty members is increasing over time. However, their production decreased from 2018 to 2020. And the presentation decreased over time, while the participation rate in the tab application increased from 2016 to 2020. Right. So I'll give you an example of the computation for their compliance rate. So this compliance rate is based on their academic ranks. And we have here one asterisk, so meaning associate researcher is the minimum role of faculty members with academic ranked instructors and assistant professors. Co-lead researcher is the minimum role of associate professors, and lead researcher or independent researcher is the minimum role, of course, of the professors. So based on our study, compliance rates of instructors and assistant professors in their minimum role in research production, where in research publication, were 0.85% and 1.42% respectively. So these rates were lower than their compliance rates in research production. Also, although there were instructors and assistant professors who published research papers as co-lead researchers and lead researchers, okay, 95.5% for instructors and 93.79% for assistant professors were not compliant in their roles in research. So for associate professor, as you can see, only 1.48% of associate professors were compliant in their minimum role as co-lead researchers. And also there are 1.48% who publish research paper below their minimum role, and 7.31% were lead researchers who were more than compliant with their minimum role in a research publication. However, 89.73% were not compliant in any roles in the research publication. For the professors, let us see a sudden increase in the compliance rate of a faculty with ranks professor from 7.69% to 66.67% as lead researchers occurred in 2020. So however, some professors perform as associate researchers and co-lead researchers in spite of these roles being below their minimum role. Furthermore, there are 85.38% who were not compliant in their minimum role. 82.30% were not able to comply with any of the roles in the research publication. So what will be the conclusion in this kind of analysis? So while production and presentation fell over time from 2016 to 2020, research publication of faculty members rose over the same period at an average annual growth rate of 50.17%. This is reflective of the university's initiative geared towards enabling the faculty in the publication of their completed research papers. So number two, these initiatives include the capability building, a collaboration with publishers, especially for Scopus and WS journals, and the university also gave incentives and grants for research publications. So for number two, the participation rate of faculty members in research production and presentation decreased over the given period of the study, which resulted in the decline of the number of research papers produced and presented. However, there was a sudden increase in the participation in the research publication in 2020. Those faculty who produced research papers from 2016 to 2018 chose instead to publish their outputs in 2019 and 2020, since these were the years when the university exerted more of its efforts towards increasing research publication. This may also mean that the same faculty members are active in all the three research activities. So the average participation rate in research activities of the faculty was low. Almost 3/4 of the faculty did not at all participate in any of the research activities. The average compliance rate of the faculty members based on their academic rank and their role in research in each research activities was no more than 20%. So the faculty with ranks associate professor and professors are expected were more involved in research activities than those with ranks of instructor and assistant professor. So overall, in spite of the decrease in the research production from 2016 to 2020, coupled with an increase in the publication for the same period, the participation rate in the research production was still higher than in a research publication. So for some recommendations, increase the participation rate of the faculty in research activities through continuation of the faculty building programs, not only for the research publication, but also in research production and presentation. So extend the capability programs from to the branches and satellite campuses to publish their completed research papers and increase their participation in research presentation. Encourage all the colleges and the branches and satellite campuses to create, design, and implement their own research program that will encourage and motivate their faculty to be involved in research. Enjoin academic heads to engage more in research activities, as they are expected to be the role models in the respective units. Their performance and accomplishments can serve as the benchmark or standard to be emulated by the young and newly hired faculty. Develop and nurture a culture of research among faculty through research collaboration within the respective departments, with other colleges in the university, with other universities in the country, and better still, with other universities abroad. Include the individual, international, and the national linkages of the faculty in journals and research organizations as part of the research productivity for the purpose of promotion or an incentive for professional growth. Besides, the name of the university is also carried in these individual linkages. So number 2, for further evaluation, research citation may be included as an indicator in the research performance. Consider Scopus and WS publications in the evaluation of productivity in research publication. Included the analysis of the compliance of the faculty members in research presentation based on their academic rank and the minimum level of research presentation. The need for a further study on the reasons or the factors behind the low participation rates of the faculty in research activities using qualitative and quantitative approaches, which can provide relevant inputs in review of existing university policies or in crafting new ones. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you, Mansura. Thank you. If anyone would like to ask any question to Mansura, please kindly ask. Any question from the attendees? Okay, thank you, Professor Mansura. It's indeed that research matters a lot in terms of professional growth, in terms of academic excellence, in terms of delving the students with upgradation technology and pedagogy. Indeed. So moving ahead, we have another research paper on experiential learning through simulation as teaching approach in applied auditing, a re-evaluation. This is by Thomas Femeniel. I request Thomas to start his presentation.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So allow me to share on screen my slide presentation. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, once again, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tom Femeniel. And my paper is entitled Experiential Learning through Simulation as Teaching Approach in Applied Auditing, a Re-Evaluation. I am currently the Vice President for Administration and Finance of the Romblon State University and also a faculty member of the College of Business and Accountancy. Now, one of the degree programs that the College of Business and Accountancy offers is the Bachelor of Science in Accountancy. The primary goal of accounting education is to produce competent professional accountants capable of making a positive contribution over their lifetimes to the profession and society in which they work. One of the subjects in the BSA program is applied auditing. This course is designed to expose students both to the demand for and the supply of the profession's flagship service, financial statement audits, and to the nature of the value-added assurance services which decision makers demand in the information age. It covers detailed approaches to develop problems and situations normally encountered in the independent examination of different accounts in the financial statements. Audit working papers and audited financial statements are the natural outputs of this course, leading to the preparation of audit reports. Preparing students to become competent professionals in society is the primary goal of accounting education. With proper orientation and supervision, the student should be able to cope with the problems he will face upon in the workplace. It is therefore the duty of an accounting teacher to expose students in real-world situations as common problem of mismatch exists between what the students describe as textbook accounting exercises and accounting in real world. As one of the respondents in the study of Johnson says, I remember taking 2 semesters of auditing in college and then took a job in the Big Four, that is the top 4 auditing firms in the US, as an auditor, and it was nothing like I was taught. I was only taught concepts in college. That didn't prepare me to try to audit cash or fixed assets as a brand new staff auditor. So this paper aims to reevaluate the effectiveness of experiential learning through simulation as an approach in teaching applied auditing. This study of Johnson revealed that the lessons that have stayed with or influenced the learners are those that involve real-world examples. This study is anchored on experiential learning model of COLT, where the central principle is that immediate or concrete experiences provide a basis for observation and reflection, which ultimately become assimilated into abstract concepts that can be applied when similar circumstances are encountered. The objectives of this paper is to draw inference on the effect of employing experiential learning in dealing with part of a topic substantive audit of cash, the audit of petty cash fund, to determine if the above approach helps attain the learning objectives, to determine the usefulness of the activity in teaching various competencies, to determine the perceived adequacy of knowledge of students in substantive audit of cash, and to identify the benefits and constraints using simulation learning. A simulation activity and procedure was therefore developed for this study. The number of students involved in this study consisted of all the 4th-year accountancy students. So this was conducted during the first semester of 2018-2019 in my applied auditing class. So each student was asked to act as an auditor of a fictional company, being a client, and where the auditor is on the stage of auditing the petty cash fund. A petty cash box was designed, and peso bills and coins, these are real ones, and non-cash items are placed on this petty cash box. Instruction to the students as auditor were given on the nature of some of the non-cash items in the box that include the sea vessel tickets, bus tickets, IOUs in small sheet of paper signed by an employee, and receipts that were intended to be under the name of another company, which was intended as part of the student's cover-up for cash shortages. Each student was also briefed on the accountability of the petty cash custodian. An excess of a certain amount was intentionally placed in the petty cash box for the other students to identify. After all the students have conducted the cash count, a reflection ensued where students were given opportunity to reflect on the activity. The students were required to prepare a narrative report to document their reflections and to submit said report within a week. There was no specific guidelines given to students on the format of the report. After submission of the narrative reports, as an FGD or the focus group discussion was conducted to reaffirm the students' reflection on their narrative reports. A post-simulation activity survey was also administered to these students. Now, the effect of employing simulation learning is that students were able to realize that they did not apply proper audit procedures in conducting cash count. They also said that they feel anxiety, fear, and collision of nervousness and excitement. Another described it as a nerve-wracking activity. The exercise also provides the students a real picture not only of their first prospective profession, but of what the world or practical world is. It was also revealed that there is a statistically improvement in test score following participation in the simulated learning activity. Now, with regards on the cash count procedures, that is in the objective of attaining the learning objectives, most of the students missed certain steps in the cash count procedures, but later realized that realized this in their reflections. Experiential learning facilitates attainment of learning objectives. Students were able to realize the importance of and understand the audit of working papers in documenting audit procedures. Reflections on the experience made the students to remember what has been discussed during the lecture, and that practical exam augmented to meet the learning objectives. Now, on the learning experience, students believe that exposure to actual or practical experience is necessary to check whether their perceptions developed from theoretical learning complements with that of reality or what should be. The exercise also enhanced the students' knowledge about the subject matter, realize their mistakes, and correct the mistakes by themselves. The exercise also makes the students prepared if exposed in related situations. Experiential learning has positive effect in the learning process of the students, and the experience is also believed to have truly helped the students visualize and realize the theory behind such practice. It is also revealed that accounting students learn effectively if the instructors integrate experiential learning in the students' theoretical learning. On the usefulness of the activity in teaching various competencies. On the consulta shortage by the custodians, some of the students were able to discover the fraud, others were not. Some were confused of what to do. So the experiential learning activity exhibits, some of them were able to uncover the cash shortage as concealed by the cashier. The realization of having inadequate knowledge as positive outcome as Asians, according to Hein, consider poor performance as an invitation to try harder. So on the perceived adequacy of students' knowledge and audit of meticulous fund, the survey shows that all of the respondents believe that their auditing courses has adequately prepared them for the cash count activity having a mean of 4. However, after the count, the survey shows that none of the respondents agree to have adequate knowledge of the audit count. Now, the benefits of the learning activity. So among the most important benefits in using simulation learning as a teaching and learning tool include the experience, which garnered the most number of replies. In an experiential learning, experience is an element in learning process where knowledge is created as a result of combining the grasping and transformation of experience. Experience gained from the activity provided the students the idea of how cash count works and enabled them to apply the theoretical concepts and knowledge in reality. The activity was also a channel to evaluate themselves on their skills in conducting cash count. So based on their narrative reports, the students miss certain procedures of cash count, but appreciate the importance of communication. The findings also demonstrated that experiential learning facilitates the attainment of learning objectives. Students were able to realize and understand the importance of audit working papers preparation in documenting audit procedures. The experience also made them to remember the cash count procedures as provided in the classroom discussion. It made them realize what step they have missed. This finding also reinforces the finding of Howring that students remember only a fraction of what they hear, but a majority of what they actually do. The perceived constraints or obstacles that the respondents have identified are more of personal limitations than the drawbacks of the activity. These limitations include the communication skills, poor decision-making, self-confidence, experience, and knowledge of the activity. Time pressure appeared as the only drawback, which complements as the finding of Steenkamp and Rodman. The findings in this study offer several opportunities for the theoretical learning and experiential learning in accounting to better converge. From a pedagogical perspective, it is important to purposely connect a strong academic theory to experiential learning in a way that makes the learning process tangible to the learner. It can be inferred that employing experiential learning in accounting subjects is an effective approach in teaching strategy for students' effective learning. The findings also strongly encourage the use of experiential learning activities in accounting education. So that's all, and thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, Professor. Any question?
And
The audience, yeah.
One question.
Please ask.
Mr. Thomas, yeah, how do you measure the effectiveness of experiential learning?
Come again, sir?
How do you measure the effectiveness of these methods? Experiential learning, right?
Yeah, experiential learning. Actually, there was a pretest administered to the students prior to the activity, and another post-test was also administered to them. So it was findings, result of the pretest is very low at a mean of 2, while after the post-test, the mean of the students are above 6 actually. So that's one measure, and also from their narrative reports that I have required from them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other queries from the audience? Sufnan, once again, thank you and good afternoon from Romblon, Philippines.
Yeah. Best Democrator. Dr. Lata, where's
Thank you, Thomas. I now, ma'am, Lata ma'am, are you there?
Dr. Lata? No camera, no voice.
Okay, let's move on with the next presentation. I call upon Emmeline Montoya to present her paper on business education at the countryside.
Okay, so let me present my audiovisual presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So now we have another presentation on business education at the countryside by Emmeline Montoya. Over to you, please.
Okay, wait for a while for my presentation.
Emmeline, are you able to start it?
Wait for a while.
Ma'am, if you have any difficulties, can we move with the next presentation, ma'am? Like you can do it next.
Sure, sure.
Wait for I am presenting my presentation, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, no problem. Okay, ma'am.
I am sharing my presentation.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Because there is so much time constraint, that's why. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. I am so honored to be with you today to present my study entitled Business Education at the Democratize. I am Emmeline Montoya, the Vice President for Research, Extension, Development, and Innovation of
So sorry,
University.
Emmeline. I think there is some disturbance at your end. We are not able to hear you properly.
Okay, wait.
Now better. Now really better. You may start once again.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. I am so honored to be with you today to present my study entitled Business Education at the Democratize. I am Emmeline Montoya, the Vice President for Research, Extension, Development, and Innovation of Romblon State University, Philippines. The abstract of my study. This study assists the Business Administration Program of Romblon State University, specifically determines the acceptability, implementation, and attainment of the graduates in the program's intended competencies and skills, as well as its strengths and weaknesses. The descriptive method of research was employed in gathering both the needed quantitative and qualitative data. Self-administered questionnaire and structured interviews and small group discussions were the major data gathering tools employed. Data were collected from the program's 130 employed alumni, the respective employers, and the 25 administrators of the university. These were treated using descriptive statistical tools like frequency counts and means. The total quality standards was used as reference in determining the program's strengths and weaknesses across the 10 areas, similarly assessed by the accrediting agency of chartered colleges and universities of the Philippines. As to the assessment of the administrator and alumni respondents, all the 10 areas were rated very satisfactory except for laboratory and equipment, which received a rating of satisfactory. As to the acceptability, implementation, and attainment of the intended competencies and skills of the program, there was a strong acceptance among administrators, graduates, and employers of the intended competencies and skills of the BSB curriculum, particularly in practicum or work-integrated learning and research. The core subjects offered in the basic business courses, business education courses, professional courses, electives, and PA and STP were also rated acceptable. The composite rating of their assessments as to the extent of implementation of the program's intended competencies and skills was high. The employers, on the other hand, assessed the graduates of RSU Business Administration program evidently attained or acquired the competencies and skills desired of them. Why an assessment of BSBA program? To determine if our program is aligned to the Commission on Higher Education's vision and also for improvement purposes. In addition, we would like also to know if there is a job and skill mismatch, what the academic produces and what the industry needs. And for evaluation and accreditation purposes, and of course, for enhancement and improvement of the BSBA program. Romblon State University is the only state university in the province, and most of its residents usually rely on the university for their children's tertiary education. And one of the colleges in the university is the College of Business and Accountancy, where the BSBA program is offered, the most sought-after program in the university and the supplier of labor in the entire province for both government and private organizations. As a result, This research was conducted to evaluate the business administration program, specifically the curriculum and instruction, with an intention of proposing an enhancement program for further improvement of our business administration, and to see to it that the BSBA offering is within the demands of the time, competitive, and at par with other universities. It is said that the quality of higher education programs in the Philippines must be improved towards international comparability and rationalization of the higher education system in terms of governance and restructuring. In addition, the improvement of the society depends in large measure on the quality of graduates, in that there is a need to systematize the curriculum and instruction to produce graduates who will bring about the kind of society everyone expects. Graduates' productivity has also something to do with the institution's capability in terms of physical facilities, curriculum development, faculty lineup, and linkages, as well as their individual development through social, economic, cultural, technical, and political aspects, according to MENS. As graduate of BSBA program, it is expected that the following competencies were developed. Just like they must be able to convey ideas clearly in both oral and written in English, prepare, analyze, and evaluate reports, proposals, and concept papers. These are just among the competencies expected from them, according to CMO number 30 series of 2006. This is the conceptual framework of the study, which illustrates the assessment of the BSBA program of our issue as basis for any improvement and enhancement of the program. This study was conducted to determine the status of the BSBA program in the following parameters: the university VMGO, faculty, curriculum and instruction, student services, community extension services, library, research, laboratories and equipment, physical plant and facilities, organization, and administration. Also, what are the strengths and weaknesses related to the standards of excellence? Also, the study aims to determine the level of acceptability of the intended competencies and skills of business administration as perceived by faculty, graduates, and employers. The level of implementation of the required competencies and skills as perceived by the faculty and graduates. The extent of achievement in the required competencies and skills in relation to their work as perceived by their employers. The respondents of the study were the employed graduates from school year 1999 to 2000 to 2013-2014. Their employers and school administrators. Purposive sampling was used in identifying the sample graduates and employers, and complete enumeration was utilized for administrator respondents. The data collected was presented and tallied in tabular manner for statistical analysis through the Microsoft Excel using the SPSS. The following statistical tools were used to analyze the data, and these were the frequency count, mean, percentage, and rounding. The findings of the study are as follows. This table shows that the curriculum and instruction, PMG of faculty, organization and management, community extension services, physical plant and facilities, student services, research, and library are very satisfactory, while laboratory equipment is satisfactory. In like manner, the curriculum and instruction, PMG of faculty are the strengths of the college. However, laboratory equipment, library, and research are the program's weaknesses. This table shows the acceptability of the intended competencies and skills of the BSBA program as perceived by the administrators, employers, and graduates. Practicum, work-integrated learning, research gained a rating of 3.56, interpreted as strongly agree, and the rest got a rating within an agree, which means that all of the respondents accepted the intended competencies and skills developed by the college among the graduates. As to the level of implementation, the respondents perceive that the intended competencies and skills of the program are implemented to a high extent, which explains that the university developed to the graduates to a high extent the different competencies and skills of the program. In terms of the extent of achievement of the intended competencies and skills, the employee respondents perceive that graduates evidently acquire the competencies and skills transferred to the graduates. In conclusion, based on the results and outcomes of the study, the curriculum and instruction, BMGO, faculty, organization and management, community extension services, research, physical plant and facilities, student services, and library are very satisfactory, while laboratory equipment is satisfactory. In like manner, curriculum, BMG, organization, and management are the strengths of the college. However, laboratory equipment, library, and student services are quite the opposite. It's the program's weaknesses. The respondents strongly agreed on the acceptability of the competencies and skills for practical work-integrated learning, research, and agree on general education courses, basic business core, business education core, professional courses, electives, and PA and STP. The level of implementation of competencies and skills is to a high extent, whereas extent of achievement are evident among the graduates as perceived by their respective employers. Based on findings, the following recommendations were drawn. The college should create a study committee to continuously monitor and to make an inventory and documentation of the laboratories, equipment, and books needed by the students. More titles and sufficient number of books should be provided by the college, as well as audiovisual materials such as accounting software, videos, etc. A health program must also be formulated, and there should be continuous training among faculty in the use of information technology. Students should also be taught in PA and STP to be cooperative and participative. Creation of a strong partnership with the business sector and industry. Creation of a job admission and placement department in the university to monitor all JT and be responsible in the development of partnership communications with regards to OJT of the students. That's all, and thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for listening, and that's been.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And any question from the audience? Yeah. Okay, moving ahead, we have next presentation on does regulation affects corporate social responsibility and accounting performance relationship, cross-country analysis by August Manunda. Yeah, please, over to you, August.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Latarani, and can I share my presentation? Do you hear my voice and see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. And in this task, I would like to present about my research and entitled that regulation affect corporate social responsibility and accounting performance relationship cross-country analysis. And the introduction for this research based on history that since 1950, international awareness for CSR, pure sole profit maximization. For that, the stakeholder not only focus on profit or financial achievement, but also consider about the CSR activities. And most empirical research only focus on relationship between financial performance and corporate social performance. And this study different from previous empirical research in such ways such as new dimension of charity, because the measurement of this charity using a zakat payment. And also this research related to the tax regulation And also the level of analysis is post-country analysis. And the next about the hypothesis development, based on stakeholder theory, some companies should not only pursue high profit, but also look carefully on its relationship with all stakeholders. So after a good relationship with good stakeholder, the company will get a high performance measurement, high financial performance or also market performance. For that, hypothesis one says that firms are more likely to increase CSR payment, exhibit a level of financial performance, and also hypothesis two that firms who conduct CSR payment will get the market performance measurement highly too. And also hypothesis three about the regulation, consistent with the previous research, which is Swantoro and Nurhayati 2012, the motivation to pay CSR in regulation that treat CSR as tax liability deduction is higher than motivation to pay CSR in the regulation that CSR as deduction from taxable income. For that, hypothesis 3 states that companies CSR payment and regulation that treat CSR as tax liability deduction are higher than those in companies in regulation that treat CSR as taxable income deduction. And the next about the method, the data collection for this research using or derived from the World Bank and also Commission router. Total observation for this study is 709 observation, consists of 31 from the non-financial industry and the last from the financial industry. Variable measurement for this research are using the zakat payment of companies and financial performance using return on equity and return on asset. And market performance using PVV or price to book value measurement. Research model is consists of company financial performance, alpha 1, alpha 2 regulation, and also using some variable control. The result for this studies based on regression results for hypothesis 1 that CSR has positive impact to ROA, return on equity, return on asset, and also for market performance, which is price to book value ratio. And this is consistent with our hypothesis 1. The next about the regulation, and based on this regression and regulation CSR, there is no significant relationship. For that, this research found that the Hagley payment of corporate social responsibility regulation doesn't affect the relationship between CSR and accounting performance. This suggests that corporate performance affected significantly by social responsibility. Finally, that the regulation doesn't affect the relationship between CSR and the financial and also market performance. Maybe this is my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank to you, Dr. Latarani. Thank you.
Thank you, August. Yes, any question from the audience? Moving ahead, we have next presentation on the topic to discriminate general election system in Thailand by using K-means clustering by Syria Funke. Syria, over to you.
Let me share my screen. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. This paper, I want to explore if Thailand can use the technology in general election called e-voting or not, which area can implement it, or where still need to use ballot paper.
So the cluster method used in this study is K-mean, and to find the fit number of the cluster, I used the silhouette method. The result of this can be used for the next study in terms of developing the new model of supply chain. This is the 11 factors that I use in this study, and the data is from the government database. It contains 77 provinces in Thailand. The 11 factors are number of eligible voters, number of polling stations, the average number of economic years of population age 15 years and over, skill of using computer, integrity and transparency of government agencies, number of households has computer, number of households can connect to the internet, number of households has the mobile phone, number of households has landline, participation and quality of load. And the methodology for this study uses K-means. To evaluate the K-means, I use the result of 2 to 5 clusters to identify the most appropriate number of clusters. And the silhouette method is to find the fitness of the cluster over the data set at the ranges from -1 to 1, where is the highest value means the well matched to its own cluster and poorly matched to the near clusters. The first one is the 2 cluster. The number of cluster is the cluster 1 has 1, cluster 2 has 76, and the silhouette value is 0.7. The distance between cluster 1 to cluster 2 is 19. The next one is cluster 3. The member of cluster 1 has 1, cluster 2 has 54, and cluster 3 has 22. The silhouette value is 0.6, and the distance between the cluster, you can see that from cluster 1 to cluster 2 and cluster 1 to cluster 3, the distance is quite similar, so we can assume that its centroid of each cluster is near to each other. And the next one is 4 cluster. The number of cluster is cluster 1 has 18, cluster 2 has 46, cluster 1 has 1, and cluster 4 has 12. And the silhouette value is 0.4, which is quite fair. And the distance, you can see the cluster 3 to cluster 1 and cluster 3 to cluster 4 is the same distance. So we can say that these 2 clusters can be the same cluster. And the last one is 5 cluster. The member of cluster is cluster 1 has 1, cluster 2 has 9, cluster 3 has 18, cluster 4 has 8, and cluster 5 has 41. And the silhouette value is the lowest value compared to the previous one is 0.3. And the distance from cluster 1 to cluster 2 and cluster 1 to cluster 4 is 17, and cluster 1 to cluster 3, cluster 1 to cluster 5 is 19. So this is the same cluster that we can combine. So for the conclusion, the most fit cluster is 2 cluster with 0.7 silhouette value, and cluster 1 is the Bangkok. It is the capital province of Thailand, and the rest is cluster 2 is the rest province in Thailand. For overall, you can see that Bangkok has the potential to adopt the new election process, which is the e-voting, compared to the second cluster is the 76 province in Thailand. Most of the index has the value lower than Bangkok, especially the technology index, which is skill of using computer, number of households has computer, can connect the internet, has the mobile phone and landline, which is the key laws to implement the e-voting. When the population lack of knowledge and accessible to the technology, it might lead to the difficult to transform to the new technology. And this result can be used to the next study to design a new model of election logistics for both e-voting and ballot paper. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Syria. Yeah, any question from the audience? Moving ahead, we have next presentation on promoting learners' autonomy in online writing, process writing approach enactment by Anak Putri Maharani. Yes, over to you, Anak.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Latarani, for the opportunity that given to me. Please allow me to share my PowerPoint to present my presentations. Okay, so let me introduce myself. My name is Ana Agung Putri Maharani, and then I am going to present the result of the investigation by us. So why we did conduct this research? Because of this background, because within this 21st century, of course, in the context of EFL learning, or English as a foreign language, writing as one of the skill is equipped with digital devices and online applications, especially in the context of language as a foreign language study. Therefore, the advent of technology, and it means that e-learning has greatly contributed to make the English learning process more feasible and available to teachers and then the students themselves. And then, moreover, there is a paradigm shift of how EFL teaching and learning is conducted in this climate of educational and societal changes surrounding the implementation of e-learning in language context anyway. And then what happens today anyway? We list three phenomena recently happened. Firstly, the students of today as digital natives, they need to develop their knowledge and experiences toward the new emerging technologies updated to the learning activities anyway. And then in this case, they do not only need to know what technologies are suitable within their own learning, but they need to be capable in operating that technology within their own learning anyway. Therefore, the learner autonomy is crucial and then fundamental part of their language improvement. And then it is also developing the students' level of autonomy becomes necessary for the teachers and then the students themselves. And then based on Borg and then also memory in 2017, what learner autonomy means is that to the teachers, that influences how much and then how the teachers promote it. Therefore, because of the phenomenon, therefore, in these investigations, we try to implement a virtual flipped classroom with and then which covered the process writing anyway. So we implemented the theory of process approach from Coffin et al. In 2003, in which within the writing, there are 6 stages which are related to each other that the students undergo in producing a written form or a written product. And then these writing processes are covered within virtual flipped classroom anyway. So this kind of flipped classroom is quite similar to the flipped classroom one, but the difference is that virtual flipped classroom is conducted full online anyway. Therefore, the educators or the teachers will provide or will give the students the materials outside the class, and then the students are able to read and then listen and then watch to the videos that prepared by the educators or the teachers in advance. Therefore, within the classroom, it only happens interactive activities within the virtual classroom anyway. And then these are the frameworks how virtual flipped classroom and then process writing approach in online argumentative essay classroom conducted anyway. For example, number one, the first stage of process writing approach is pre-writing, and then there are several possible activities that can be done by the teacher, which involve the students. And then the modes of learning here is synchronous anyway. That's the first stage until the last stage is publishing. And then therefore, based on the research background, there are three areas to be investigated. The first one is how the EFL learners' autonomy level in writing. And then we also try to figure out the gender differences across their autonomy. And then the last one is the strategies conducted by male and female students in every stage of writing process. So this is the method of the research. We did this research by using mixed method research design. And then there were only 28 sophomores who enroll argumentative writing course. And then to garner the research data, there were three ways conducted. The first one is classroom observation, and then online questionnaire, and then the last one, interview. And then all of the data garnered through this investigation were quantitatively and then qualitatively analyzed anyway. And then the findings and the discussions. Now, this is the summary of Table 1. Yeah, it portrays the EFL learners' autonomy level in writing. Yeah, there are 6 sub-findings related to the level of autonomy, and then based on these sub-findings, it can be concluded that all the students have a high level of learner autonomy, where their mean scores of their learner autonomy was above 3, and then some items were nearly 4 as the maximum mean score. This is the first finding. And then related to the second finding, it is figured out that females and males are different, in terms of their learning autonomy. And then the blue one reflect the female group, and then the yellow one reflect the male group. And then as we can see, based on the table, there are 4 statements or 4 aspects where the females outperform the males anyway in strongly agree scale. And then, as we can see also based on the table 2, males or male groups outperform the females one in 2 aspects of learning autonomy. And then this is the third finding related to gender differences in students' autonomous writing strategies. And then actually, these findings were broken down into several tables, because in each writing process, we investigated the differences between males and females. And then as you can see all, in table 3, this is the first stage of writing process, pre-writing. And then the gender differences can be seen from 5 aspects, starting from the goal setting until the evaluations. And then as you can see here, males and females, all of them have different strategies on how to promote their own writing, to be autonomous in writing anyway. Okay, and then this stage is about drafting, and then you also can see the differences between males and females. And then this is revising. Revising is the third process in writing. And then reflecting, and then the last one, and the next one, peer and tutor reviewing, and then the last one is publishing. Okay, this is the conclusions. Okay, differences. Okay, thank you. That's all about my presentations. Thank you. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Anak. Any question from the audience? We have next presentation on the topic, adopting design and development research approach in framing the ESL reserves teacher's role and responsibility to teach writing skills by Muhammad Amir Uzeddin Muhammad Ghazali. Yes, over to you, Muhammad Amir.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so let me share my screen first, yeah? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so hello everyone. Hi, I hope everybody is doing okay. My name is Mama Amir Izzuddin, and you can call me Amir. I'm from Malaysia. Okay. Nice to meet everyone. So this is my conceptual paper of my research project, and I'm going to outline the methodology actually. So to begin with, let's look into the idea behind it, why I conduct this study. So the idea is looking at two aspects. The first one is the practicum and pre-service teacher, and the second one would be the writing skill, the language component. So when it comes to practicum, this is one of the stages or one of these assessments that all pre-service teachers have to go through, regardless whether they are doing TESOL, science, mathematics, or any of the courses. Practicum is somewhat compulsory for them. And here in Malaysia, the duration will be between 15 to 16 weeks. And based on my own personal experience, and now that I am in the teacher training program, I could see that students are struggling when it comes to this whole idea of going to practicum, because it's such a daunting experience, first and foremost. When you go to the school that is being placed, you cannot choose school. You know, sometimes institution allow them to choose, some institution will not allow you to choose the institution. So, sorry, to choose the school, yeah. And when you are in this new environment, you are somewhat meeting new people and trying to compose yourself while keeping the level of professionalism between the teachers and then the students, the students that has all sorts of background, and that can be a challenging aspect of it. And at the end of it, as suggested by many papers, it can lead to anxiety, and when they have this all and so anxious about teaching, it affects their teaching performance. All right. So that is the one side of my research. The other side of it is actually the writing skill. So when it comes to writing skill, a number of studies also suggested that in the context of Malaysia, with this English, English as second language, you know, for the students, they find it to be very difficult to comprehend this skill. One of it, from my understanding, could be because that when it comes to writing, not only it involves their cognitive aspect of it, they also have to be very, it involves the element of psychomotor, where they have to understand the psychology of writing, thinking of new ideas, being critical about it, and whatnot. So having all of that together make it one of a challenging skill to be taught, and also a skill to be learned by the student. And when we talk about teaching writing skill for this new young lack of experience pre-service teacher, it can be a headache for them, and therefore they cannot carry out the lesson properly. Due to that, it is the idea is to propose a framework where they can have a clear guideline of what they need to do or they cannot do when it comes to writing skill. And in order to develop that framework, I am adopting a design and development research approach. So why I choose this one instead of any other type of approaches? There are three main reasons here, but I just want to highlight the third one, which is the flexible yet systematic approach. It is flexible in a context that each of the phases, the researcher, they are able to mix and match in terms of the research design. They can play around with the way you want to analyze the data. It's entirely up to you, and whichever that you're comfortable to use in your research. And systematic in a way that you have three phases that you have to go through one by one in order to come up with this guideline that you wish to have. So talking about that one, these are the phases, all right? Phase one, you have needs analysis. Second is design and development. And finally is the evaluation part. So talking about the needs analysis, the whole idea of this phase is to get to know whether or not there is a clear need for this one, whether the student find it to be important for them to have this outline, or they just basically can Google everything nowadays and just like, oh, this is my role, this is what I need to do. Okay, so this is very important, and you don't want to later on waste your time doing this research, and at the end of the day they feel like we don't need this thing. Okay, so that's why I conduct this, go through this first phase. And for this phase, I use qualitative approach, where the interview will be conducted in a focus group interview, because I have about 15 to 20 participants, and to save time and to make it more convenient for everybody. So it is to be conducted in a group lah. And hopefully by the end of this phase, I will be able to get a list of the roles and responsibilities that later will be turned into an instrument that I use in my second phase. Okay, so for the second phase, it is actually on the designing or the development of the framework itself. From my understanding and how I see it, phase 1 is the pre-game, and then this part is where you really have fun with your whole research project. Because number one, when I want to design the framework, want to develop the framework, based on the list that has been gathered in phase 1, it will be then turned into an instrument that I will be using, that I will use to collect the data through these two instruments. The first one and then the second one, a 7-scale evaluation survey questionnaire. So all the pre-listed roles and responsibilities will be then included in that survey questionnaire, and it will be sent out to 12 or 12 to 15 experts that I have actually outlined their characteristics. I use purposive sampling to identify this panel of experts. It is important for you to choose the right panel of experts in order to make sure that your research will be able, your research can get the outcome that you wish to have. Imagine you are choosing the wrong panel and your outcome will be affected heavily by that. So that's why, as I stated there, the first two important characteristics will be years of teaching experience and also have been involved in the area of practicum and pre-service teachers. Perhaps they have been appointed as the teacher mentor, or they have been appointed as a supervising lecturer for any pre-service teachers. So then from that second phase, move to the third phase, which is the evaluation framework. So this is after the whole thing being set up. You have now a clear idea of how your framework is going to look like. You can see the connection between the variables, you can see the relationship between the roles and responsibilities, but it does not end there. This is the stage where you actually test the relationship between all of these phases, all of these variables, and to check whether or not this framework is, the usability of it, you check the practicality of your framework. In order to do that, I use quantitative research design by adopting modified nominal group technique. All right, so under this particular, so through this MNGT, there are several steps, and I don't think I need to outline here because that might take a lot of time. Just to cut short, basically this is the part where all the panel of experts will be briefed on each of the relationships of the roles and responsibilities, and then they will do the ranking and voting of each of the roles and responsibilities. By doing so, they can say that, okay, I agree to have this as the first role, this is as the second responsibilities as such. And if they find that there is a need to add a new roles or new responsibilities, they may provide the suggestion. Okay, so that's what will happen during this process, and then it can happen like several times until that there is a reach of all the panels agreed on the framework provided to them. So once everybody has reached that consensus, so this is the output that I have gained from all of these three phases. And then, which leads me to the end of my presentation. But before that, looking at the conclusion, it's hopefully, okay, the keyword is hopefully that my research will be able to provide, number one, improvement to the teaching performance of pre-service teachers. Knowing how scary it can be and how daunting the experience of going through practicum, dealing with all this observation by your lecturer, by the teacher mentor, So having this guideline, it can help them to perform better. And initially, perhaps, or eventually, perhaps it can be used by any of the English teacher as well. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Amir. Any question from the audience? Moving next, we have presentation on teachers' perspective on the use of Telegram for online distance learning during the pandemic of COVID-19 by Zurena Ali. Yes, Zurena, over to you. You may stop sharing your screen so that Zurena can share. Yes. Do we have Zurena Ali?
Ma'am, we can go with the next presentation, ma'am.
Okay, so next presentation is on the topic homework, the Polytechnic University of Philippines Remote Workplace Arrangement Assessment by Ricardo Lorio-Zidozon. Yes, Ricardo, over to you.
Good afternoon to all. I would like to present our evaluative study on homework, the university remote workplace arrangement. So the Philippine government has been implementing different minimum health protocols, such as observing social distancing, wearing of face masks and face shield, and adopting alternative working arrangement to further curb the exponential spread of COVID-19 in the country. The exponential growth of COVID-19 cases in the country had forced the Philippine government to impose what we call the alternative working arrangement in different public offices in the country through adoptions of the Civil Service Commission Resolution number 2000-540 series of 2020 and the CSC Memorandum Circular number 10 series of 2020. The revised interim guidelines for alternative work arrangement and support mechanism for workers in the government during the period of state of national emergency due to the COVID-19. The CSC Memorandum Circular was promulgated on May 7, 2020 through the pursuant of CSC Resolution number 200-540, which mandates the government offices may adopt any or combination of the following alternative work arrangements, such as work from home, skeletal workforce, or 4-day work week staggered working hours, and other alternative arrangement that may be determined by the government agency. Initially, the work from home arrangement is allowed to be implemented in the areas under the enhanced community quarantine, areas placed under the general community quarantine, where public transportation operates in a reduced capacity and physical and social distancing is required in the workplace. Those employees who are below 18 years old and 60 years old and above, and as well as those employees who have immunodeficiency, comorbidities, and other health risks, and pregnant women are allowed to adopt work from home arrangement. Those employees who are opted to work from home arrangements is allowed for those offices who have nature of works in any of the following areas. One is research, then policy formulation, review and amendment, project work, data encoding, processing, adjudication of cases, of review of cases, budget planning and forecasting, recording, examination, and interpretation of financial records and reports, evaluation, formulation of accounting and auditing and management control system, computer programming, database maintenance, design work, drafting of drawing plans, preparation of information materials, sending and receiving emails, human resource tasks, and other analogous tasks which requires only the use of computer and World Wide Web for reading, evaluation, or final presentation assessment of immediate supervisor and the head of office or management. With different views and perspective in the effect of the work from home arrangement that has been implemented in the Philippine public offices on productivity and efficiency of the delivery of work, this study aims to assess the experiences, benefits, barriers, and success in performing work from home administrative function of the officials and administrative employees of the university. The result of the study will serve as input in crafting the continuity plan of the university amid the disruption of normal operation brought about by the spread of COVID-19 in the Philippines. The study also aims to measure the monetary and non-monetary benefit derived from implementing the work from home arrangement. The monetary benefits include savings and costs incurred by the workers. The study used quantitative research design with the use of descriptive statistics. The descriptive statistics will use in describing the data using the survey instruments, which include different measures of descriptive statistics. The convenience sampling technique was used in order to generate response from administrative employee. The result of this study tells us that the majority of the respondents prefer a combination of both skeleton and work from home arrangement, having a share of 55% of the total respondents. Of these respondents, 65% have no pre-existing medical condition, while 35% have pre-existing medical condition. Those who prefer the work from home arrangement do not have existing medical condition, where the requirements of the CSC in favor of those who have existing medical condition to adopt the work from home arrangement. In terms of the employment status, most of the regular and contractual employees and designees prefer to adopt both skeleton and work from home arrangement for avoiding too much exposure in contracting to COVID-19, the flexibility, convenience, poor internet connectivity in the university, and because of their pre-existing medical conditions. 8 of the respondents have actual nature of job that are not suited to the prescribed by the CSC memorandum order for the criteria for adopting the work from home arrangement, while almost 56% of the respondents did not avail the work from home arrangement, though allowed by the commission by the CSC. Few of those casual employees who have worked from home work beyond the prescribed hours of 8 prescribed hours. Based on the study, the majority of the respondents prefer to work in both arrangements, with 207 respondents, 35 respondents from academic frontline services, 64 respondents from administrative frontline services, 70 respondents from administrative support services, 4 respondents from the extension, and 19 respondents from management, and 13 from research. All prefer both arrangements. While respondents from security services mostly prefer a skeleton workforce, with 5 respondents, which is reasonably, since security services' main duty is on site. Among the respondents who perform their duties and responsibilities in work from home setting, most or 71% of those who were very satisfied with the work arrangement to focus for an extended period of time. It allotted 4 to 8 hours of work daily. The least or the six of those who were very satisfied allotted less than 1 hour of work daily. Most or 103 of the respondents who were satisfied, and most of them were dissatisfied, who allotted 4 to 8 hours as working hours. And 3 of those who were very dissatisfied allotted more than 8 hours of work. Most of the administrative staff were very satisfied in terms of collaborating with co-workers in an office working setting. 3 of those of the executive management were very satisfied, and 3 were satisfied in terms of collaborating with co-workers. There were no respondents in the administrative staff and executive management who were very dissatisfied, while there's one of the middle management were very dissatisfied in terms of collaborating with the co-workers. On the other hand, most or 98% of the middle management were very satisfied. Larger number of respondents were very satisfied in office work setting than in work from home setting in terms of collaborating with co-workers. Only one of the office work setting was very dissatisfied compared to the 3 respondents in the work home setting. Most of the administrative staff were satisfied. Only 76% were satisfied towards employees' engagement in a work from home setting. And most or 4 of the executive management were satisfied, and only 2 were very satisfied towards employees' engagement. There were 4 in the middle management and 1 in the administrative staff who were dissatisfied. A larger number of respondents were very satisfied in an office work setting than in the work from home setting towards employees' engagement. A larger number of respondents were very satisfied in an office work setting than work from home setting towards the attainment of the private and confidential work, where there are only 3 respondents who were very dissatisfied both in the work from home setting and office setting in terms of the private and confidential work. Among the respondents and the respondents' nature of work, most or 40 of those in academic frontline services were very satisfied in terms of managing the distraction and interruption to work in an office setting. 20 of the respondents from the management were very satisfied, and the respondents from the security services. And those who were satisfied from the administrative frontline services and the administrative support services, the extension and research, and there were no respondents with respect to the nature of work who were very dissatisfied, except 1 from the academic frontline services and 2 of the administrative support services. Most or 45% of those who were in the academic frontline services were very satisfied in their ability to access work files, materials, and documents in an office work setting. Most or 45% of those who were in academic frontline services were very satisfied in their ability to contact their subordinate and or co-workers in an office work setting. And most or 63% of administrative frontline services were satisfied, and only 46% were very satisfied in their ability to contact their subordinate and or co-workers. Most of the respondents who were very satisfied were the administrative support services, extension, management, research, and security. There were no respondents with respect to their nature of work who were very dissatisfied, except 1 from the both administrative frontline services and management. Larger number of respondents were very satisfied performing their duties and responsibility for health and well-being benefits in a work from home setting than in office work setting. Relatively, 11 of the respondents were very dissatisfied in the work setting compared to the 4 in the work home setting. Results shows that majority of the administrative frontline services who are respondent support services, 6 from the extension and 14 from the research are all satisfied in terms of the work, responsibility, and awareness. On the other hand, most of the academic frontline services are very satisfied in terms of own work responsibility and awareness. Majority of the management and security services are equally satisfied and very satisfied. Comparing, it can be noted that the majority of respondents from an office work setting are very satisfied in terms of own work responsibility and awareness, while majority of the respondents from work from home setting are satisfied in terms of own work responsibility and awareness. In terms of the skills and knowledge maintenance, most of the respondents from the academic frontline services are satisfied and very satisfied. While majority of the administrative support services with 52 out of 108 respondents and 17 out of 37 respondents from management which is the majority expressed that they are very satisfied in terms of the skills and knowledge maintenance. It can be also noted that the larger number of respondents were very satisfied in terms of their knowledge and maintenance for the optimal performance in an office work setting. For the conclusion and recommendation based on this study, most of the administrative workforce of the university has an employment of casual, and most of them are the full-time faculty of the university are designated. This may result in inefficiency and delivery of quality of services since there are imbalances in the equity and distribution workforce. Most of the administrative employees of the university are nearing in retiring age that requires a succession plan for the continuity of services. Most of the workers in the university prefer to adopt both work from home and skeleton since it provides flexibility, extra precautionary measures to prevent the infection in COVID, and efficiency in the delivery of services. There are employees who are working from home who are working below the prescribed minimum 11 hours of rendering services both for day and night services in the university. Most of the respondents are satisfying the delivery of services in a work from home setup and a combination of skeleton and work from home. It is observed that those working from home are more eager to produce output compared to those working in on-site based on the literature and the result of study, since there are limitations in terms of connectivity that can be experienced by the employee in the workplace station, such as low internet connection and absence of conducive workplace. There are few managers are experiencing difficulty in communication with their subordinates. With the implementation of alternative arrangement as prescribed civil service and based on the result of the study, thorough studying the employees' workforce distribution of the university says most of the full-time faculty are designated, which could support the academic instruction services and may provide. In line with multiple tasking of faculty designate, it should be supported by equity distribution of the administrative employee who have permanent status that will support them in appreciating their administrative income. Academic function. The human resources should undergo develop and horizontal vertical professional growth for those designated so as to attract more qualified and competitive education leaders and to balance between the administrative employees. Revisit the monetary and non-monetary benefit by the designee, and thorough screening of work from home arrangement should be observed. Educational qualification of employee both for faculty and administrative employees should be revisited. An intermittent work arrangement should be observed for those who are working in skeleton work arrangements. And balancing between distribution of full-time and part-time employee and creating psychosocial mental support program for those working in work from home. And further study on the structure of workforce, monetary and non-monetary benefits and promotion system of the university should be conducted. That's all for the study of the Polytechnic University in the Philippines with regards to the work from home arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Ma'am, excuse me. So the last presentation, it is a video recorded presentation. I will be playing the presentation now.
Okay, okay. So we have next presentation on international report writing using the genre-based approach in ESL elementary context by Aicha Zohbi. Yes, Aicha.
Ma'am, previous presentation, ma'am. This person, I think they are not present. The previous presentation by Zuraina, that I will be playing now. It is a video recorded presentation.
Zuraina. Okay,
yes.
okay, okay. Please, please.
Ma'am, did the video play?
What we saw in that on Facebook happening a little freely.
It's not visible. There is some issue, yeah, in playing this file. So meanwhile, we may request next presenter. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So is Aisha Zobi there? Okay, moving ahead, we have next presentation on the topic, the firms fight back against the pandemic economic crisis by Dr. Ava Shukla. Yes, over to you, Dr. Ava.
No, I'm not Dr. Ava. I'm Supriya Singh. I'm the co-author of this paper.
Okay.
Dr. Ava is not here. She is in a meeting right now. So,
right.
Presenting. I'll be sharing the presentation right now. Is it fine?
Yeah, please go ahead with this, Supriya.
How are you, ma'am? I'm unable to share it. Just a minute. Just a minute, please. Is it visible?
Yes. Yes, it's visible.
So my topic of the presentation is the firms fight back against the pandemic economic crisis. Just a minute, I'm going to see the screen properly. So here it goes. This is the outline of my presentation. I'll be discussing the introduction of the topic, and we'll go ahead with the literature review, and I'll also discuss what is crisis and then the type of crisis. I'll also give some of the glimpses of historical epidemics, along with what is the impact of corona crisis, and how does the firm responded to the corona crisis with the conclusion. So according to John F. Kennedy, the 35th president of US, when written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of two characters. One represents danger, then the other represent opportunity. So here, my research is all, actually not mine, our research. Our research is all about, is to see whether the firms, that is the companies of the world, have seen this pandemic, this crisis, as an opportunity or a disaster only. So there are always two aspects of a coin, wherein one is positive and the other one is negative. So here the pandemic COVID-19 is taken into consideration. So coronavirus in a very short time has triggered the world, triggered in the form of a pandemic worldwide. And not only we have lost many lives in this, but there were severe restrictions in the personal and professional lives as well. Most of the businesses around the globe are being hampered due to sudden emergence of this situation, and it has many subsequent effects, of course. Some of the companies might have taken the situation as a curse or disaster for the business, and some of them have responded very opposite and treated it as an opportunity. Therefore, the purpose of this article is to review the strategies or responses of the firms and businesses to sudden economic crisis due to corona pandemic. How do businesses fight back a pandemic economic crisis like COVID-19, which is still not over, I guess. So here comes these are the definitions of crisis. What do we mean by a crisis? According to Galli 2019, it is an inevitable phase of economic cycle that entails higher demands and scarcity of supplies, unemployment, reduction in investment, bank malfunctioning, stress and frustration, sales and consumption reduction, price and salary reduction, slump of purchasing power, distrust and and future uncertainty, etc. So I don't think that this definitions, we are such generation who needs, who can write such definitions thousand of lines, right? We have seen that this situation very it is just that we have felt few months back. We were all masked, we were all indoors, we were all locked up, I guess. We were all in jail in our own house. We cannot move out, we cannot do our own activities freely. And this was because of Corona, COVID-19. So these are the type of crisis according to Coombs 2004. One is victim crisis, second is accidental crisis, third is intentional crisis. So what is victim crisis? Victim crisis is when a company is victim of some disaster. There is no human element in here, right? No human element present in here due to natural disasters or something. When things occur, it is under victim crisis, like natural disasters. If an earthquake occurs, we do not have a hand in it, but it does impact our situation in our business environment, right? Second is accidental crisis. Accidental crisis happens by chance, like challenges, technical errors, accidents, technical errors, recalls, etc. And third one is intentional crisis. It is some human element, some intention is always behind this. Now for Corona also, some says it is a man-made virus. Then it is somewhere intentional, which might have gone wrong. I do not know the fact whether it was made or it wasn't made, but most of the facts says that it was made in a lab. But we should not go in that direction. Our main agenda, my main agenda is to review whether this situation of Corona has impacted the business world, and how the business world has taken up and how they have moved further. So in these are some historical epidemics wherein in 14th century, the bubonic plague took life of 25 million people. In 1918 to 1920, the Spanish flu took life of more than 50 million people. And since 1981, AIDS has taken lives of more than 25 million people. In 2002 to 2004, SARS have taken lives of 774 people. In 2009, avian flu has taken lives of around 575,000 people. In 2014 to 2016, we must be knowing about this virus, most of us. The Ebola virus has taken lives of more than 11,000 people. And now Corona or COVID-19, which is still going on, I guess, has taken lives of more than 55 lakh people. So the overview of this Corona crisis, these are some glimpses that I can take from the internet. And this is the graphical representation of the COVID impact on the world. That is, these many deaths has occurred in all over the world. So the highest impact of COVID was on accommodation and food services businesses, and manufacturing, real estate business and administrative services, wholesale and retail marketing. Retail trade was the highest impacted businesses. Some high medium impacted businesses were entertainment and other services, transport and storage. Some medium level impact was on construction, financial and insurance services, insurance activities, mining and quarrying. Some low medium impact was on agriculture, forestry and fishing. and lower impact was in education, human health and social work activities, public administration and defense utilities. So here this is a report by ILO monitor, which says the highest impact was on accommodation and food services. And I really go with this fact that manufacturing and real estate businesses have been hampered a lot in this during this corona pandemic. According to my review, there are three impact of this COVID crisis. Number one is consumption has been affected. Consumption, how I will tell you, wherein due to this corona pandemic, the whole viewpoint of thinking, the thought process behind consumption has been impacted. It has altered our way of thinking of buying whatever. Just think before corona or after coming out from this crisis, our preferences have differed from what it have been during that crisis, right? Consumption in what does consumption mean? Consumption in economics means the use of goods and services by households. And in COVID-19, during the COVID-19 pandemic, it has drastically altered. And the way of choosing, the way of spending money, the way of spending money was totally affected, was totally opposite from what we have done before than what we are doing after it. Social distancing and months-long lockdown has forced consumers to shop differently. In the US, household cleaners and shop vitamins and supplements, hair colors, sanitizer, disinfectant, coffee, and e-commerce are seen boost and growing. Whereas there was a double digit, that is approximately 25% decline in the sales of cosmetic and sun care products. So even we have seen panic buyings in the retail sector. But here the winner is the e-commerce sector globally. Pandemic forced the consumer to search online for each and everything, from an hand sanitizer to medicine to cleaning supplies to skincare to groceries. The affected segment were education, healthcare, health, environment, education. Sorry, I have written twice. I'm really sorry. Infrastructure, textile, food processing, strategic defense, entertainment, etc. And consumer spending was observed to fall sharply during the year 2020 and is now gradually returning to pre-pandemic levels. Investment has been affected. The second point. Investment means the purchase of goods that are not consumed today but are used in the future to create wealth. Now, businesses spend money on machines and equipments, furniture and fixtures for business activities. In time of extreme or uncertainty, when companies face potentially dramatic negative impacts on sales, staff and supply chains, the projection of businesses' revenue is not clear. In such scenario, companies like General Motors, Ford, other automakers halted production in March 2019 as the depth and duration of crisis were uncertain. Aggravated levels of lockdown across the globe led to a widespread impact on the economy and investment ecosystem projected by successive governments. Several businesses went bankrupt, and there were less fundings available for startups and businesses. Venture capitalists and investors have closed the gates for funds for the firms to invest in. And there was a decrease in the business investment that lead to the decline in the productivity capacity of an economy and a decline in employment levels. This affected the GDP. One more thing what impacted that was export and import. The global pandemic was severely limited to the flow of goods between countries. With exports from India collapsing to imports from other nations continuing to decline due to COVID shutdowns around the world in the first year of the pandemic. But it is soon expected to recover the previous position. Still, we have not recovered, but yes, we will surely do it very soon. Despite the economic recovery, the pandemic has been casted its ugly shadow now, and then which has been impacting the growth across multiple sectors. Due to their rapid shrinking of foreign exchange reserves and mounting fiscal deficit, many small nations have tourism as their main source of income, but due to pandemic have been the receiving end. The impact of COVID-19 during the initial days of pandemic led to decrease in fuel prices due to lack of demand from economic powerhouses of Asia, European Union, and US, but rapidly climbed up due to severe geopolitical situation other than subdued demand. The geopolitics being played around COVID has also impacted business and economy around the world, as it has led to supply and demand glut, and ensuring raging in is underway to starve of defense dependence from certain dominating nations. So how the businesses and firms have responded to the situation? We have discussed about the crisis, type of crisis, etc. So what are the strategies that firms have taken up to deal with it, to fight with it? So here comes the 4 sort of strategies that I have taken into my consideration, where when I was doing that the review, I have come across many type of strategies, but I think these are the four sort of strategies that goes well with all the firms. According to Wenzel et al. 2020, there are 4 sort of strategies that that firms have taken up to fight back corona crisis. And in response to crisis, they could have taken retrenchment strategy, or persevering strategy, or innovating strategy, or simply they must have taken an exit strategy. So here comes the first strategy, that is retrenchment strategy. There are 2 types of retrenchment strategies. One is cost retrenchment and second is asset retrenchment. Cost retrenchment is when the firms adopt measure to decrease their cost in any way, by dealing with labor cost, or advertisement cost, or HR cost, or travel cost, or whatever cost. The firms in a way deal with the cost part to decrease the cost, to cut the cost in a way that they can combat the situation. That is called cost retrenchment strategy. And in any way, if they are trying to deal with the fixed asset, that is land, machinery, building, etc., that's trying to sell it off, and they're trying to tackle that situation. They're dealing with the assets of their company. They are selling their assets and dealing with the situation so that it can be easier for them to work in that situation, to go with the daily expenses. Then yes, that is called a asset retrenchment strategy. Excuse me. Then second comes persevering strategy. In this strategy, this strategy concentrates on stabilizing the organization's ongoing operations. The core of the strategy is not to start a strategic renewal at the wrong time, and its success is linked to the duration of crisis. The longer is the crisis lasts, the scarcer the financial resources become. So it goes with the time. Third is innovation strategy. This strategy focuses on strategic renewal of business, wherein, for example, I am doing a business of something that is complementary to a need that is developed very recently due to the crisis. For example, I am a cloth making company, but yes, due to pandemic, I can also make face mask. Yes, I can, right? We as a company can do it. We can innovate a bit. We can have some innovating thinking, and we can have that coping up strategy. Yes, we can. If the firms or the leader of the company is not stressed out of this pandemic situation, he would have thought about some different strategies of fighting this to save the company. So these hard times aid the businesses to think amenably about innovative and new things, as I've already said, and crisis help in validating the business model and recognize the parts that can be some product line or some service category or revenue model or value creation approach in more robust and comparison to others. This ultimately develops a basis for identifying the opportunities of innovation in the business model. Whatever the existing business model is, we can always innovate something. We can always do something new in that same set of things we have, and we can combat that situation. Now, last one is the exit strategy. This is very simple. Some business might not feel successful or free, might feel very unsuccessful, though it can be said that they think their strategic renewal is not possible and they cannot survive. Hence, they feel that it is the best time to exit from this business. Otherwise, they go bankrupt, right? So here comes a all over different scenario where what I'm talking about. You can see this graph wherein India's Unicorn Club, this is a click of India's Unicorn Club of 2021, wherein in 2011 we had only one, but in 2021, that is core pandemic, Corona and COVID-19 period, 42 big unicorn clubs. How is it possible? And that is the core of my research, wherein looking at the figure of India's Unicorn Club 2021, it can be said that India has only 12 unicorns between 2011 to 2017. See, these long years, 2011 to 2017, we had only 12 unicorn companies. But now, after that is, we can see max 3 unicorns in each year. But now, during Corona period, that is 2021, we had the max. Indian tech entrepreneurs had been applauded internationally for excelling in the IT sector since a long now. We have been ruling the Silicon Valley since long time, and Indian tech entrepreneurs are being applauded around the world internationally for performing in this COVID-19 period. And Corona has locked people into our own homes. We are always, we have seen that situation where we are inside doors. Hence, people desired companies to serve everything they require at home. Everything that they require at home to be served to them at home. So here where technology comes, where e-commerce comes. Grabbing this prospect, maximum number of companies getting a unicorn crown are innovative breakthroughs in the form of web portals tackling the issues of some or the other sector. Therefore, it can be interpreted partially. The Indian entrepreneurial spirit has shown its true shade in the hard times of Corona crisis and has treated it as an opportunity. So here comes the answer of my research question, where whether the firms have taken it as a curse or as an opportunity. So partially it can be said that the Indian tech entrepreneurs have taken it as an opportunity. It may have been taken as a curse for most of the companies, but yes, the innovative spirit always wins. So here comes an end to my presentation. I'll ask ma'am to please take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Supriya. Any question from the audience for this presentation? Moving ahead, we have next presentation on the topic innovation in the COVID-19 pandemic, using the inquiry-based learning approach to improve active learning, confidence, and critical thinking of nursing students by Ronald Surya Aditya. Yes, Ronald, over to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I permission for share screen my PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. You can see my presentation, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to moderator, Dr. Latarani, and introduce myself, Ronald Suryaditya. You can call me Ronald. I'm from Indonesia. And I would like to describe our research entitled Innovation in the COVID-19 Pandemic using the inquiry-based learning approach to improve active learning, confidence, and critical thinking of nursing students. The first, this is my team. Our team consists of 3 Indonesian and 1 person from Saudi Arabia. And then why we are interested in this research is because educators and learners at all levels, including nursing students, have been impacted by COVID-19 pandemic with rapid adaptation to online learnings. While struggling to face the challenge, learning innovation is needed to improve students' confidence and critical thinking. And my purpose research is explore the impact of an inquiry-based learning approach using podcasts in a first-year undergraduate nursing students on acquisition of knowledge, self-confidence, and critical thinking. And this method is used mixed method approach with intervention group of 27 students and control group of 27 students. My intervention, the first, especially for intervention group, is the first is conducted a weekly search of material literature for 7 weeks and a preliminary study in their environment. The second, they recorded and uploaded it on podcasts. In the third, traditional lecture use Zoom. And the fourth, lecture with an inquiry approach. The five is drawing conclusion and solving solution. And the six is podcast recording on the conclusion they got from all process. And the seven, repetition until application in the field accompanied by a supervisor for consultation. And for data collecting, the first stage, student registered in the community course offering a total of 54 students were asked to complete a pretest informed on inquiry technique and the usage of podcasts, and then instructed to seek for real-world instance in their immediate surroundings. In phase 2, students are encouraged to cooperate with instructor on introductory material, case study, and overall education. Phase 3 of the study requires students who have passed phase 2 do a critical analysis of the same case study and respond to questions based on that analysis. And our research result in 4 points. The first is certification, self-confidence, active learning tool, and knowledge acquisition. The first is about certification. In the certification variable, we summarize 5 major themes. Namely, the first is independent, self-paced learning. In bold equation, allowed checking of knowledge acquisition and understanding of content was at appropriate level of difficulty. And the fourth, usefulness and timing of the immediate feedback assisted with active learning of the material. In the last, this approach should be used in other topic within the course. And then self-confidence result is both the group report level of self-confidence in percent from on and their performance on the part A, part B, part C significantly different value, and the intervention group was more dominant. And then active learning result as per their part C report, students are required to provide reflection and comment on how they believe the podcast combo inquiry approach learning method may have impacted their learning. Several themes emerged concerning the efficiency of simulation in fostering active learning and student critical reasoning in drawing conclusion in their podcast, particularly with regard to knowledge transformation. For example, engaging in real-world scenario enhance my curves of course material. I feel that actively participating in role play in society allow me to apply my knowledge more clinically. Nurse-patient interaction helps me apply my knowledge. I feel more confident after engaging in the learning technique. And then the knowledge acquisition evidence from two different types of final examinations suggests that students' knowledge acquisition of the assessment content is enhanced by the simulation of learning environment. Students in the intervention group score an average 8.6 out of 10 on the midterm online exam, while students in the control group score an average of 6.0 out of 10, despite receiving lecture material on the topic of evaluation. Okay, that's all my, this is my conclusion. The study lends credence to the idea that case-based simulation is an effective and novel active learning strategy for boosting students' self-assurance and critical thinking skills in areas like information gathering, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, and transformation, all of which can be applied to students' academic writing. For next lesson, I will using TikTok learning media or other media as well as adding variables related to student self-concept. And then that's thanks for everything. Before I end, I want to give message from Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Thank you very much.
Ako na camera ko, ang ano ko na.
Okay. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Donald. Any question from the audience? Okay, next presentation is by Cheryl Fetterwell on the topic Predictors of Students' Performance in Accounting 1 at Romblon State University. Yes, Cheryl.
Yes, good evening. Let me share my screen.
Yeah,
I'm going to share an audiovisual presentation.
Yeah, please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my study is Predictors of Students' Performance in Accounting 1 at Romblon State University, Philippines. I am Cheryl M. Pitalvero, currently a PhD in Business Administration student at the Adventist University of the Philippines. I am a certified public accountant and an associate professor 5 at the College of Business and Accountancy in Romblon State University. This is the abstract of my study. For the introduction, this is a problem-based study because currently, the BS Accountancy program at Romblon State University, the school where I am working right now, is experiencing low cohort survival rate and low passing rate in the Certified Public Accountant licensure examination. This caused me to look into the selection criteria for admission policy and analyze the predictive validity of each admission criteria. Notably, Accounting 1 is the subject with high mortality, a selection pressure, so to speak, in order to survive in the accountancy program. In the literature, predictors of performance in college fall into two broad categories. First is the cognitive factors, which include high school academic performance and college entrance test scores. The other one is the non-cognitive factors, which include personality characteristics and environmental factors. I limited my variables into cognitive and some profile factors. This paper analyzed whether gender, school type, academic track, senior high school report card grade, overall college admission test scores, and its subject components, science, English, mathematics, and Filipino, and abstract reasoning are significant predictors of students' performance in Accounting 1. This also determined the correlation between grade in fundamentals of accountancy and management and final grade in Accounting 1 among students from accountancy and business management track. Here is the methodology of the study. For the data collection and processing, first, consent was secured to collect the BS Accountancy student secondary data from the registrars and admissions offices. These are senior high school report card grade, grade in fundamentals of accounting and management if they are ABM, overall RSU college admission test score, and its subject components, science, math, Filipino, and English. Second, I requested the Accounting 1 instructor for the final grade of the students. Third, I administered the 100-item abstract reasoning test to the students who were still in the program, and then I prepared a database and did a data screening and cleaning. Those with incomplete information were omitted from the database. From the 139 students who were initially considered, only 79 had complete data and were considered for the subsequent analysis. For the data analysis part, samples were characterized to be between 16 to 19 years old, mostly females and graduates of public senior high school from the ABM track. Then, a multiple linear regression analysis was run using the SPSS software. Gender, type of senior high school graduated, and academic track were transformed into dummy variables coded as 1 and 0, and the rest of the numeric variables, such as those shown, were altogether entered as predictors. The dependent variable was final grade in Accounting 1. For those from the ABM track, the Pearson R was used with their grade in Fundamentals of Accounting and Management back in the senior high school as the independent variable, and the final grade in Accounting 1 as the dependent variable. Here's the descriptive results of the numeric variables with their corresponding standard deviation. Here is the regression coefficient showing only those significant predictors that enter the equation: the abstract reasoning test score, the English college admission test score, and the academic track. So we have 3. The beta values were significant. Altogether, this regression model is significant and has an R-squared value of 0.38, meaning 38% of the variation in Accounting 1 final grade is due to the combined action of these 3 variables. Shown below the table are the excluded variables, or those variables that did not significantly predict the final grade in Accounting 1. This is the scatter plot that shows that for those students from the ABM track, the correlation was very low. We have R is equal to 0.21 and not significant at all. How do these results make sense? So this is the discussion of the result. First, English proficiency as a predictor. A predictor in Accounting 1. So English proficiency is singled out as a requirement for an applicant to be accepted in the BS Accountancy program based on SHED Memorandum Order number 3 series of 2007, because English is the medium of instruction in teaching the courses. In Accounting 1, students are expected to have a good level of English comprehension to understand the accounting cycle. As opposed to a common notion that mathematical ability and performance in accounting subjects are directly and positively related, this was not supported by the findings of the current study, maybe because students at Romblon State University can use calculators in accounting classes aside from the fact that the mathematical computation in this subject are mostly limited to multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. Results of the current investigation supported the idea that English proficiency is a predictor of students' performance in accounting. This is based on a study of Stipkamp, Bard, and Frick in 2009 and 2015 by Buba and Umar, and other studies. Second, being a graduate of the ABM track can positively predict final grade in Accounting 1. In the K-12 curriculum, the Accountancy, Business, and Management strand focuses on the basic concepts of financial management, business management, corporate operations, and all things that are accounted for. As such, it is expected that students from this track would do well in college accounting. However, CMO 105 series of 2017 allows the eligibility of all grade 12 graduates beginning academic year 2017 to 2018 to enter college regardless of the track or strand taken in the senior high school, and thus, no grade 12 student or graduate shall be denied acceptance in applying for college entrance examinations in the higher education institutions. Literature claims, however, that students who had accounting as a school subject, like the introduction of basic accounting in senior high school, displayed higher academic performance in Accounting 1. These previous findings are supported by the current study. So this study are those with Stipkamp, Bard, and Frick in 2009, Arquero, Barn, Flood, and Gonzalez in 2009, Alance in 2015, and other studies. Third, abstract reasoning skills can predict final grade in Accounting 1. In CMO number 3 series of 2007, among the intellectual skills required of a prospective accountant are analytical, problem-solving, and strategic critical thinking skills. This set of skills is closely approximated by the abstract reasoning skills, which according to Cattell is related to fluid intelligence, the ability to quickly reason with information to solve new and familiar problems independent of any prior knowledge. This ability is considered independent of learning, experience, and education. In this case, abstract reasoning is a significant predictor of performance in Accounting 1. Fourth, the grade in senior high school accounting is not related to grade in Accounting 1 in the college. It has no relationship. Prior exposure to an accounting subject can positively affect one's performance in accounting, but for those who took the ABM track, their previous grade in accounting subject did not significantly predict their grade in Accounting 1 in college. Based on feedbacks and informal interviews with students, this gap may be due to the qualification of teachers handling accounting subjects in senior high schools who were not CPAs nor graduates of business courses. Moreover, the topics for the fundamentals of accountancy and management were not fully covered, not even the accounting cycle. In conclusion, cohort survival rates in BS accountancy programs in most state universities and colleges in the Philippines are declining as students move to higher curriculum levels, calling for the need to identify essential characteristics to ensure students' potential for survival and optimization of the government's resources. This investigation highlights that English proficiency of BS accountancy applicants, the articulation of their senior high school track to the BS accountancy program, and their abstract reasoning skills are factors that can predict the performance of RSU college students in Accounting 1. These factors are reflective of the important intellectual skills and competencies the accounting profession requires, such as analytical, problem-solving, and strategic critical thinking skills. However, their accounting grade in senior high school does not predict their accounting grade in college. The university may consider these factors in updating their admission policy to the program. So the following are the recommendations. The university may consider these factors in revising the admission policy to the program. A policy may be made on the acceptance to the program of graduates from the ABM strand only. English score in the RSU college admission test may be given a higher weight or percentage in the computation of the overall score. And abstract reasoning items may be included in the RSU college admission test and be given the same weight with the English score. That's all, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes. Any question for this presentation from the audience?
I press.
Okay, moving next, we have next presentation on the topic, the effect of credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure on profitability by Partogyan Sorman. Yes, Partogyan, over to you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sorman.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my presentation. Thank you, Dr. Lala. Dr. Lana Rani, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible. Yeah. You may start.
Okay. Yeah, my topic is the effect of credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure on profitability. Empirical study on the banking industry listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange. I am Partogyan Sormin. Yeah, this is my biography. Partogyan Sormin, bachelor degree in accounting from Faculty of Economics, Brawijaya University, Malang. Master of Management from University of Indonesia, Jakarta, and doctorate degree in Management Accounting from Universitas Persada Indonesia. Okay, and then the second author is Jason Henry Onamius, bachelor degree in accounting from Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics, Universitas Pelita Harapan, Tangerang, Indonesia. This is the abstract of the paper. This paper presents a new spectrum and recommendation to management and investors in Indonesia Stock Exchange. The study aims to examine the effect of credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure on profitability. Previous research related to this already exists, but however, the results are not consistent. This research was conducted using a quantitative approach to banks listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange in 2016 until 2020. Proposed sampling method was used in the study to take sample where the number of observation used was 210, namely 42 banks with a research years of 5 years. The study was analyzed using multiple regression models and processed with Stata 15 software. These results show that credit risk had a negative effect on profitability. In addition to credit risk, operational efficiency also has a negative effect on profitability. Meanwhile, capital structure do not have positive effect on profitability. This is a background of our research. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on the health of the innovation economy, including banking. Bank experienced a significant decline in profit. It is we can see this some backgrounds phenomena. Decrease in net profit in 2020 in range of 5% until 78.77 compared to 2019. 2. Some phenomena of the decline in the net profit of large banks. Bank Central Asia down 5% from 2008, 6 trillion, 0.6 trillion, and 27 trillion. This is some of the background. And then this is my variable. Well, variable is credit risk and operational efficiency and capital structures. Yeah. The result of previous study on profitability are shown as follows. Credit risk has a negative effect on bank profitability. And this is a controversial part of the previous research. And the second one, operational efficiency has a negative effect on bank profitability. But another researcher, for instance, all Parisi found the result had no effect. The third, capital structure has negative effect on profitability. Sawam et al., Al-Najjar et Uncommon, all Jainadin, and Al-Jainadin found the opposite. Based on phenomenon of latest of development on banking profitability in Indonesia, as stated above, as well as the emergence of previous research finding whose result has not been consistent, prompt the author to conduct this research. The difference between this study and previous research is that the study combine the variable of credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure on profitability, with two control variables. Their firm, age, and liquidity. There are two control variables. This research problem does, number one, does credit risk affect bank profitability? Does operational efficiency affect the bank profitability? 3, does capital structure affect bank profitability? And start from this problem, we define research purpose to examine effect credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure on bank profitability. Is a theoretical foundation, and then framework and hypothesis. Yeah. From the background, we define the framework and hypothesis like this: credit risk, operational efficiency, capital structure, firm age, and liquidity risk affect profitability. This research method, the population bank listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange in 2016 until 2020. Samples bank in banking sector listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange, published in financial statement, have complete data in the financial statement. Source of data, published bank financial statement, research analysis, research model, multiple regression, linear regression. Is the sampling data. And then research model is research model. Return on assets is constanta A, B1 non-performing loan NPL, BOP to this operating expense to operating revenue, and capital asset capital CAR is capital adequacy ratio H, and loan deposit ratio LDR. Result and discussion. This is a statistic descriptive. We can see here return on assets mean 0.00, it's mean 6%. Non-performing loan 2.01. Operating expense to operating revenue 93%. Capital adequacy ratio 25. H 48, LDR 90. Okay. If you compare to regulations, suppose NPL it is must be less than 5%. BOPO maximum 100%. So this result is okay, conformance to the regulation. This is R-square test, F-test, and T-test. Okay. Yeah. Now we see here, hypothesis 1, credit risk has a negative effect on profitability. The result, so the significance less than 5%. So the significant level less than 5%. So result effect, hypothesis 1 accepted. Hypothesis 2, operational efficiency has a negative effect on profitability. This hypothesis 2 accepted. And hypothesis 3, capital structure has a positive effect on profitability, not significant. So hypothesis 3 rejected. This discussion, hypothesis 1 accepted. Credit risk has a significant negative effect on bankruptcy. A lower non-performing loan will increase return on asset and vice versa. Support result from Kutum and LKC, but not support the result of Dewi Sri Handoko. So bank management must focus on managing an NPL, non-performing loan, to decrease so that return on asset increase. Hypothesis 2 is accepted. Operational efficiency has a significant negative effect, on bank profitability. Lower operating cost to operating revenue will increase return on asset and vice versa. Support result from Antawi and Ali, but do not support the result of Al-Parisi. It means bank management must focus on managing BOPO at operating expense to operating income to be more efficient so that return on asset increase. 3. Hypothesis 3 is rejected. Capital structure has no effect on bank profitability. Capital adequacy ratio is not able to predict return on asset. This is not in line with Saban and Al-Najjar, but is in line with founding of Al-Jainanin. If capital adequacy ratio goes up, return on asset is not getting better. Minimum CAR of 8% from central bank. A higher capital adequacy ratio can cause a lot of fund to be idle. Okay, and then this is a coefficient of determination. Coefficient of 1.8 is proven that credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure have a strong effect on profitability of 81%. The rest is influenced by other variables not included in the model. Conclusion. Credit risk negative influence on profitability. 2. Operational efficiency negative influence profitability. And capital structure do not affect on profitability. Simultaneously, credit risk, operational efficiency, and capital structure affect profitability. Practical implication. Number 1, regarding credit risk, bank manager should be proactive in reducing the risk of bad loans. This will suppress non-performing loan and have a positive impact on profits. 2, regarding operational efficiency to increase profit, bank management need to focus more on reducing costs that do not add value. For example, by better information communication and technology. 3, bank management need to be wiser in managing capital adequacy ratio so that there are no idle funds, so that funds are more productive to increase bank profitability. Limitation and recommendation. Limitation. Sampling in the study was limited to banks listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange and observation year 2016 until 2020. Recommendation number 1, a larger sample of companies can be used by further researchers, such as participating in using banks that are not listed on the IDX Indonesia Stock Exchange, or increasing the number of years of observation. Number 2, in addition to researching credit risk, it is recommended to also examine market risk as a predictor variable for bank profitability. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you,
Professor
Madam.
Sormin. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have next presentation on the topic ethnic assertion and electoral politics of the Bodo tribe in Assam by Swaral Basumutri. Basumutri?
Yes,
Over to you.
good afternoon and good evening to one and all. To this host and organizers and chairpersons of these events, technical sessions. To begin with, my topic is ethnic assertion and electoral politics of the Bodo tribes in Assam. So let me allow to share my presentations or PPT on the screen. I hope it's working.
Okay.
It's visible. Yeah, very much visible.
Is it visible? Okay, but I cannot see it. But
No. But Professor Basu, it's very much visible. Yeah.
okay. Okay. Okay, let me begin my presentations. Introduction here I have about the place is this Northeast India, and Northeast India is a home of very diverse ethnic groups, and in Northeast India more than 220 ethnic groups of different tribes, different dialects live, and all these ethnic groups have their own traditions, customs, religions, and the way of living, a very unique way of living. And historically, since the paper is about ethnic assertions, and historically the ethnic assertion in Northeast India is not a new. So tracing the roots of ethnic assertions, we may find in the earliest in the 1920s itself, when the Naga assertions that begins in the 1918s with the creations of Naga clubs, and then the other assertions of the Northeast, including the Bodo assertions. All these ethnic assertions in Northeast are actually characterized by some common features or common similarities or common issues like land, political crisis, and identity crisis. So since the paper is about Bodo ethnic groups or Bodo tribes, so the question is who are the Bodos? So let me introduce about the Bodos. The Bodos are one of the ethnic groups and the largest ethnic groups in the Northeast India. Bodo mostly concentrated in Assam, in lower parts of Assam, in the Brahmaputra Valley, and they are also the earliest known settler of Assam. And they are originally descendants of the Mongoloid race. As per the eminent scholars, Edward Gates, he believed that Bodos had migrated and inhabited in the Brahmaputra Valley during the prehistoric era. Again, another eminent scholars like Gerrierson, he has recognized the Bodos as a subsection of the Bodo Naga group, a group of Tibeto-Burman branch of the Sino-Tibetan family, linguistically. So again, regarding the Bodo identity politics and its evolutions, so the evolution of Bodo politics and identity conscious has a manifestations in the British colonization, when several sovereign rulers or the sovereign kings of the Eastern Duars or Kashari Duars along the foothills of Bhutan nearby the Bhutan areas. They resisted the colonizations of British. Although this resistance failed due to absence of strong political mobilization, as a result of that, doers fell one after another to the British colony. But nevertheless, these events are the fundamental source for the evolutions of the Bodo identity in the later periods. So, rise of the Bodo identity and consciousness and contributions of Bodo leaders, Gurudev Kalisharan Brahmo. So, let me tell about Gurudev Kalisharan Brahmo. So, he was a Bodo social reformist who have contributed towards the rise of Bodo identity consciousness at the time when the Bodos were renouncing their ancestral traditions and ethnicity by adopting Assamese identity to avoid the social discriminations. So his social reformation movement also took political in nature and spirit with simultaneous preachings of political activities, and overall his activities and his movements encompasses like socio-economic and political emancipations of Bodos. So his activities were not limited only to the social reforms, but he also tried to uplift the Bodos, or he tried to contribute the Bodos in economic and political political areas also. And because of their efforts, by the end of 1920s, the Bodo identity steadily took a definite shape under his visions and leaderships. Also by that time, a handful of educated Bodos, they also form many organizations, several organizations like students organizations and many other organizations like Kachari Satra Shanmilani, Kachari Yubo Shanmilani, Boro Satra Shanmilani, and Boro Mahasabha Shanmilani. So under these organizations also, the Bodo identity consciousness awakened, and these organizations also helped to awaken or to spread the identity consciousness and Bodo nationalisms among the Bodo tribals. And some of the measures, contributions or milestones of the Gurudev Kalisharan Brahmo to the Bodo society is Gurudev Kalisharan Brahmo, he and his associates have submitted a memorandum, submitted a memorandum to the Simon Commissions in the 1927 itself, as early as in 1927. And the demands include like separate electorate for the Bodos, reservation of one seat for the Bodo in the State Assembly, separate census for the Bodos, creation of Bodo regiment, and creation of second chamber in the local board, non-transfer of Golpara districts to Bengal. Although not all the demands were fulfilled or considered by the British government, but some of these demands were fulfilled. Now, coming to the Bodo politics during the colonial period, so as early as in 1930s, so formally the Bodo politics begins with a handful of educated Bodo tribals and other tribal groups of Assam, with the formations of a political party called All Assam Plain Tribals League in 1933, and it was formed. This political party was formed with a purpose to give a political platform to the plain tribals. And after this creations of organizations, so in 1937, the first ever general elections of the British Provincial Legislature Assam was actually declared or held, and in that election, this APTTL, all Assam Plain Tribal Leagues, also participated in this election. And after this election, this All Assam Plain Tribal political party form an alliance or with the Muslim League, Sadullah Ministry in 1938. But they broke the alliance due to the policy which encouraged illegal migration from East Bengal in the pretext of grow more food. And after that, Brock, APTTL then extended support to the Bodolai Ministry, the Congress, in 1938. However, the politics during that period remained dormant due to the national movement and due to the problems like World War II. And after the end of Second World War, again, another election, again, the election was held in 1996. And in that election, this Tribal League political party again participated, and they also extended support to the Congress during that period. And one of the ministers from APTTL got a cabinet berth or cabinet ministers. And as a result of that, this tribal people again started demanding for land rights or protections of their lands. And as a result of the effort by this political organization, a bill called Assam Land and Revenue Regulation Act 1886 was successfully enacted. And 1886 was successfully amended, and by amending that Assam Land and Revenue Regulation Act, dedicated chapter 10 called Tribal Belt and Blocks was enacted or added to this Assam Land and Revenue Regulation Act 1886. And this Tribal Belt and Block is actually means for the protections of tribal lands from the non-tribals. Thereafter, political consciousness of the Bodos came in the wake of socio-economic and political exploitation by the chauvinist Assamese. Also, this led to the seclusions of the Bodos from the composite Assamese society. As a result, the Bodo began to ponder around the questions of their survival with their distinct identity, protections of their culture, language, and their unique ways of living. And as a result of that, the Bodos began to stir a political struggle. This period also marked the beginning of assertion for political autonomy. In 1967, the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared a reorganization of state in Assam, and this gave a tremendous hope and zeal to the dream for homeland. And in this backdrop, a group of educated Bodos, they again founded a All Bodo Students Union. All Bodo Students Union is a students' union in 1967. And along with this All Bodo Students Union, another political organizations or political party called Plains Tribal Council of Assam was created in the wake of this declaration in 1967 in order to give a political platform to all the plain tribals of Assam. And Bodo assertions and electoral politics in the post-colonial era, 1967 to 1987. So some of the political development that occurred during this period, 1967 to 1987, are on 20th May 1967, PTCA submitted a memorandum to the President of India demanding for the creation of autonomous regions for the plain tribals of Assam. But the state government remained stubborn to fix the tribal political issues. As a result, the APCERSSH and PTCA together boycotted the parliamentary election of 1968 in protest against the stubbornness of state government to draw the attentions of the union government. And by the time, the tribal leaders also become convinced that the political struggle is meaningless without the adequate power in the states. And in this way, the PTCA decided to participate in the State Assembly elections of 1972. And in 1972, one of the leaders from PTCA, Mr. Saron Narzari, he won the elections from Kokrajhar West constituency. And PTCA and Udayachal demands. So during that period, the demands for autonomy by the PTCA and its supporter, it began. So by 1973, the PTCA, switched their political demand to Udayachal, from Udayachal to Union, a Union territory from autonomous region. And simultaneously, there was also the Roman script movement by the Bodo Sahitya Sabha in the region. So this movement took a violent turn when the government tried to suppress their demand. This movement ended with an agreement for Devanagari script. In 1978, the victory of PTCA in the parliamentary election gave a high expectations for good result in the assembly election also, but the result turned out to be least impressive. After election, the Janata Party, they formed the government, and along with that, PTCA also make an alliance with this Janata Party. But unfortunately, this government also dissolved very soon, immediately after taking the power. This government dissolved before they can fulfill the agreements. Followed by these dissolutions of the government and internal, differences, internal conflicts also began within the PTCA due to substitutions of Udayachal demand, a union territory, to the autonomous regions without the prior knowledge and consent of the LE organizations, APCERSSH in particular. As a result, the party split, and also the party lost. So after that split, the party PTCA also lost its importance and relevance, support in the tribal belts, or among the plain tribals. Again, the Bodo assertion in electoral politics, unrest to accord. This begins from the period of 1987 to 2003. So onwards, 1987, the Bodos started a rigorous movement after the failure of PTCA to fulfill a union territory. So from the PTCA, now the the issue of Bodoland demand has been pioneered by the APCERSSH for the separate states. Now from union territory, it has shifted to what? A separate state, Bodoland. And under the dynamic leadership of UN Brahmo, the APCERSSH steered a massive political mobilization among the Bodos in the Bodo villages to aware about their existence and the rights to live with dignity, liberty, and political rights. By and large, the Bodo peoples become fascinated with this campaign, and the Bodos they become awakened politically. Also, this movement had far-reaching implications in the Bodo society and Bodo politics. Now, after the rigorous movement launched by the APCERSSH and others, in 1993, one accord was signed that is called BSC Accord. BSC Accord. So after the BSC Accord, the APCERSSH BPSC leaders formed the Bodo People's Party to administer the BSC. BSC is nothing but a autonomous administration. And the creation of BSC was anticipated with high expectations to bring development or to solve certain problems or certain issues of socio-economic issues of the Bodos. However, immediately after the accord, the Executive Council of 18 members were formed, and by notification, the Assam government declared inclusions of 2,570 villages, but excluded as many as 515 villages that were demanded, that were being demanded by the APCERSSH. So, because of this exclusions of 515 villages and 10-kilometer belt borders of Bhutan areas, the signatories, they felt seated and agitated towards the government of Assam due to this non-fulfillment of most. As a result, the resented, S.K. Baisumutiari-led councillors resigned from the BSc council government. But one of the members, Prem Singh Brahmo, he exploited the opportunity and assumed the chief executive of the BSc, and again this also led to the split of BPP due to the differences and crisis in leadership. Also, the BSc exam remained non-starter, and the Bodos retreated the Bodoland movement. So during the period,
sir, excuse me, sorry for the disturbance. Sir, your time limit is over, sir. Others are waiting for the presentation.
Okay.
Kindly skip to the conclusion, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Basu. The next presentation is on the topic safety in elderly nursing home design and overlooked patient safely issue by Sharaf Hana Binti and Rahman. Over to you.
Research is conducted together with my teammates, that is Prof. Madya Dr. Nur Adha Abdul Hamid, Muhammad Farouk bin Matnur, Nur Zulfah Muhammad Abdul Salam, and Mashitah binti Nabis Khan. We are a team of researchers from the Faculty of Sharia and Law, College University Islam Antarabangsa Selangor, KUIS, Bangi. The topic of our presentation today is safety in elderly nursing home design and overlooked patient safety issues. All right, as an introduction, as we all know, in the next 3 years, 1 in 10 Malaysians will be aged 60 and above. And by 2040, the ratio is projected to be 1 in 5 Malaysians, and the country would have already reached aging nation status. Nevertheless, Malaysians are living longer too, with the average life expectancy for Malaysian women being 77 years and 72 for men. According to the National Physical Plan, according to the third National Physical Plan policy, A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Conference. And this Billah min my teammates, that is safety issue. All right, as an introduction, as we all know, in the next 3 years, 1 in 10 Malaysians will be aged 60 and above. And by 2040, the ratio is projected to be 1 in 5 Malaysians, and the country would have already reached aging nation status. Nevertheless, Malaysians are living longer too, with the average life expectancy for Malaysian women being 77 years and 72 for men. According to the National Physical Plan, according to the third National Physical Plan Policy, or also known as NPP3, NPP3 targets by the year 2040 that the aging population will be increased to 19.80%. And accordingly, to the preparation housing in the future shall take into account the requirements, the population aging like the elderly by giving priority to elements of comfort, convenience, support, livability, security, and emergency. The facilities provided are necessary, complete, integrated, user-friendly, and in accordance with the lifestyle of this group. Furthermore, according to the policy statement, National Policy for Older Persons, or also known as NPOPS 2011, according to the NPOPS, this is the evidence of Malaysian government's commitment to create older persons who are independent, with dignity, high sense of self-worth, and respected by optimizing their self-potential through a healthy, positive, active, productive, and supportive aging to lead a well-being life. All right. When we talk about safety and safety culture, the definition of the safety culture is the safety culture of an organization is the product of individual and group values, attitudes, perceptions, competencies, and patterns of behavior that determine the commitment to and the style of proficiency of an organization's health and safety management. Organizations with a positive safety culture are characterized by communications founded on mutual trust, by shared perceptions of the importance of safety, and by confidence in the efficacy of preventive measures. Right? The source of this statement is from the third report of the ACSNI, Advisory Committee on the Safety of Nuclear Installations, Sudbury, UK, HSE Books 1993. Right. The research method used in this research is, to better understand potential opportunities and challenges associated with interior design, and that may promote well-being, aging in place, and independent living in older adults. We, as the authors, have reviewed several relevant literatures and included their own expert opinions from a multidisciplinary point of view, including interior design, wellness, and also engineering. Right. To further discuss this topic, this study reviews the background of the misguided architectural model of nursing homes and the wicked compromises which are made in the design process. The design process is depicted through 3 case studies which are analysed with the intent to demonstrate that unsuitable regulations and an arduous reimbursement system constrain the design process of nursing homes. Furthermore, the analysis of the cases shows the need for a change in the design process of long-term care facilities so that architectural models for these settings may be improved to meet both the needs and the wants of the elderly. All right. With regards to improving the architectural design to promote longevity in older adults, with the increasing global population of older adults, there is a need for environmental interventions that directly affect their physical, psychological, and emotional well-being to help them maintain or regain their independence and autonomy, all of which to promote longevity. One of the outcomes of this changing global demographic is the implication for the design of living environments for older adults. With a new set of needs and living standards, interior designers and architects are finding new opportunities and meeting exciting challenges to create ingenious solutions for seniors to promote their well-being and longevity. While a number of design philosophies such as accessible design, universal design, and rehabilitative design exist to address the needs of older adults, design practitioners need to determine how effective each approach is for each user. They, along with the caregivers, should provide means to help the elderly to compensate for declines in their physical and mental health. Right. So we also found signs for new directions and interior design for older adults. Each person ages differently and has varying degrees and kinds of abilities or disabilities. Universal design and accessibility standards have made spaces and places for older adults safer and more functional, but design that caters to the unique everyday needs of people may enable them to function at their highest capacity. For example, in one of our study, we found that the most effective intervention to improve the well-being of people with dementia, for instance, and their caregivers was by customizing and adapting private homes to specific user needs in a balanced combination with pharmacologic, behavioral, and occupational approaches. This is according to Van Hoof J. 2010. As a result, after summarizing existing environmental interventions for the aging population and their effectiveness, this review reveals knowledge gaps in interior design for the well-being and longevity of older adults, followed by a discussion of opportunities for future research that may fill these gaps. Some of these opportunities include finding rehabilitative design strategies that identify and address unique situational needs of each user, advancing multidisciplinary fields such as environmental gerontology that recreate security and independence for older adults even outside of their homes by implementing technically advanced design strategies which are flexible and adaptive to individual needs, and integrating the internet technology into living environments, including, for instance, voice-activated command technologies to improve the senior's central role in enabling an optimized healthcare ecosystem. As the findings, we have also found that although older adults experience difficulty with new technologies, they are eager to learn how to use them to enrich their lives and to be independent. Designers, therefore, should take this opportunity and should not be afraid to consider technologies that will help older adults retain mastery of their environments. More research, however, is needed to understand patterns that reveal elements of design that make a significant impact on well-being and longevity. These research data need to become an integral part of design education and practice, and this is according to IMRI R 2004. Therefore, we suggest this paper has research literatures of senior living to discover the differences from normal architectural designs that covers well-designed senior housing, including a nursing home, a complex nursing community, and a senior apartment. And after those studies, this study recommends some effective sustainable designs in senior housing, such as building shape coefficient, energy efficient system, space optimization for efficient operation, and also healing garden concept and many others. Right. So, as a conclusion, we conclude that nursing homes are the last refuge in our society's long-term care for the elderly, the frail, and those with chronic illness and disability. And it has been said that a society can be judged by how well it provides for its vulnerable populations. Right? With that, I conclude my presentation. And before that, special acknowledgement, special thanks to the Fundamental Research Grant Scheme, FRGS, by the Ministry of Education, MOE, for our research entitled Pembinaan Model Kediaman Selamat Warga Emas. With that, I end my presentation with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
I now call upon Ashok Brahma to present his paper on the tribal landless households and livelihood strategies.
Yes, please. Okay. Thank you. Can I share my PPT?
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you. It's visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. This is my study topic, that is the tribal landless households and livelihoods strategies, and it's also Brahma presented by me, and then my supervisor, Dr. John Musari at Borderland University from India. In my slide, there is the some basic points. There's introduction to Vidya, objective to study, and materials and methods of Vidya, and study area, sample size, and basically my study, and this is basically 5 findings. That is the tribal landless rural households in the study area, and then region of the landless, the study area, and then access to the land access, and for the tribal household and landless, as well as the below poverty line household. And then we have one of the most important in my study, that is the livelihood strategy of the landless household, and then combination of diversification of the livelihood strategies, and last is findings. Now, regarding the introductions of my study, that is the household livelihood strategies are the intimately tied to the natural and the social setting in which people live. And then next we have that is in that sense, the landless and rural households set up the multiple livelihood choices in order to survive. That is including the non-farm activities in farming and leasing, and then from the landowners and migrations. And then number 3 we have the landlessness is the profoundly rooted and pervasive problems, and that is not free in my study also, in my study area also. And there is regarding the distribution of the lands in borderland territorial regions in the study area, that is the IUC, and then distribution of land to the landless in the borderland territorial region, and the raise of the land photos and the land allotment certificates handed to the poor and the landless or the local household is one step in improving their livelihoods status, as well as for the house of saints. In my study area, there is the landless household. According to the Indian Census 2021, we have 27% in first districts, and this is the landless percentage. And then Shirang, we have 28% landless. Baksa, we have 29, and Udalguri, we have 32 landless percentage. This is the objectives. I have chosen 3 objectives for my study. There is the to find the causes of the landless of the tribals, the 4 districts of the borderland territorial regions of Assam and India. And then next we have to evaluate the portion of the rural households that have been landless and tribal below the poverty line. And then last, I have objective is to investigate the resource, assess, and the livelihood strategies showed by the landless households. Okay. Next, I have that is the materials and the methodology of my study. I have applications of the approach used in this study, that is the sustainable livelihoods approach. And then source of the study is primary, basically the field survey, and then data collections was used both qualitative and quantitative. And then data collections through basically from the questionnaire. And the next, there is my study area. This is the India, and then we have right side I have the Assam, and then this is the study area. Below we have the map of the borderland territory regions, and overall we have 5 districts in the borderland territory regions, but I have selected only 4 districts because of the new districts just only added in 2022, it's January. But overall, in 4 districts, there is the total ST population as well as the tribals. The ST population also known as the tribal population in our area. And we have only 3 tribal groups in my study. That is the total rural households we have in 2,11,122 households we have. And then next is the basically this is the survey targeted tribal or community groups. Bodo, Rava, Garo. They are the tribal groups in my study area. This is only the 3 tribal groups, and I have targeted 384 households. That is equal to the 1 unit. And this is the same survey was collected. It is Bodo. For one district we have 48. Total 4 district 192 is 50% total households, and then Rava we have in 30%, and Garo that is the 20%. It was aimed to avoid a margin of the sampling error of the less than 5% and 95% confidence level in my study. This is my first study regarding the landless rural households in the survey. If you've seen the land holding size in my study area, totally we have in 68.4% they are holding only in the marginal land holding size. If you've seen the landless, that is the 22.6% landless people in my study area. Participants in the research stated that they are landless because of the multiple reasons that they have risen over the time. And then next findings, there is the regarding the reasons of the landless. I have provided various reasons of the landlesses during the time of my sample size. There is left side we have the colonial legacy, less inheritance lands, growth of population, illegal migration, erosion of land, and the non-implementations of the government policy, multiple evictions, ethnic conflict, dearth of the land. Out of these, the participant indicated that 25.52% indicated that the main reason of the landless is growth of population in the study area. And then with the 18.4%, they are positively participating. That is the increase of the land-hungry illegal migrants from the other countries in the borderline regions, and then within the countries also. And the landless, because of the reason is the erosion of the land. There is due to the flood. Because of the flood, there is the erosion of the land. Have responded 11.97%, and then the number of people who are not happy, that is the 11.71%, not happy about the non-implementations of the government policy. This is the causes of the landless in my study area. Next, we have the land access to the assist for the tribal landless. The survey found that tribal household in the study regions receives access to land through a variety of reasons, like example, including inheritance from the family members, purchasing the property, that is the land, gift or donation, gaining land access through the occupancy, and less land leasing, and through various means, tribal peoples gaining access to their land through, that is the inheritance from the family, that is they responded 84.63%. They responded they got land from the inheritance from the family member. However, inherit their almost entirely within that is the 0.01 to 0.09 hectare range, and 43.32% of the tribals falls in that category. That means that this only their category in a marginal size. The study reveals the most sons inherit lands in the equally divided shares. The sons also receives an equal share in the fathers and movable and immovable assets. And landless and below poverty line. During the time of my study, I have found some very responsive tribal households. They are belongs from the below poverty line. Out of 384 sample size, I have found 56 tribal households. They are belong to the tribals. Tribals that belongs from the EPL line. That means below poverty line. Bodo groups, it's 11 point something, almost 12. And in Rava groups, there's 16.96% below poverty line. And Garo group, 17.5%, they belong from the below poverty line. And as they also found it that they not only have the lowest households average income, but also they also have the lowest per capita income they are facing in my study area. and that is the livelihood strategies of the landless households. Have provided main occupations activities there regarding the questions. There is cultivations and agricultural labor, livestock, animal husbandry services. That is both we have the government and semi-government, private services, training and business, self-employed, household industry worker, carpentry, fishing, weaving, handicraft, daily wage labor, and other occupations. Among them, I have found in agriculture, it's provides a living of 49 point something for the tribal people. And also one of the most important thing is that daily wage labor is increasing because of the landlessness on regular basis. That is 11.71%. So I have found in my study. And then livestock or animal husbandry, it's also increasing in my study area. It is 12.2% of the mainly occupations from the household has from the survey area of the livelihoods that I have found in my study area. And next is that is the combinations of the diversification of the livelihood strategy. The tribal peoples, Bodo, Raba, Garo, they have some combination of the livelihoods for their better survive. I have provided agriculture, forest, livelihoods, government service, and these all are the combinations of the livelihoods. Among them, they responded about 16.66% in the agriculture basis, livestock and waste labor. Combination of the studies, maximum percentage I have got in studies area. This is the combinations of the agriculture, livestock, and labor waste. That is 16%. Next, I have there is the findings. The main findings is increase in landlessness because of the land holding structure and the ongoing growth of population, and then illegal migrants, non-implementations of the government policy. And number B, there is rising in poverty, that is BPL. Rural households are encouraged to search for social reproduction strategies other than cropping their lands. And less tribals unable to get involved in farming and agricultural activities. Issues of generational gap, the employment and economic prospects being hampered by the lack of land. They still, even those who have not land, they're trying to lease and from the other landowners, and they still prepare for the farming. And one of the most important thing is the competition for the valuable land. This is the valuable. And lastly, I'm very sorry, I'm not adding or putting the recommendations because of my PhD research is going on, and sorry for that. And I hope it's enough for me. And thank you for the listening and your patience for my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Over to me.
Thank you, Ashok. I now request Ms. Rosanna to present her paper. Ms. Rosanna Reddy, please present your paper on effect of various stress coping styles in the performance of athletes. Okay, I call upon Simarjit Kaur to present the paper on impact of social media on mental health of adolescents.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Can I?
Okay, so
present
okay,
Mrs. Rasanya?
Yes, Rasanya, you can present.
Yes. Thank you.
Kindly stick to the 10 minutes time limit. Please.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'll be sharing my screen. Just a second.
Rasanya, is there any audio for this video?
Unaudible.
Sorry, ma'am. There is no audio for the video that you're playing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Because it's been recorded with the audio.
Does anyone others can hear the audio for the video?
It's okay.
Can others say if you can hear the audio?
Yes.
Okay,
There
okay,
is
go
no
on.
audio.
Clear.
Okay, okay.
It's audible, is it? The audio?
Please go on.
Okay.
Yes, please. No sound.
Yeah, there is no sound for the audio. I mean the video, Rasanya.
Yeah. There's some problem.
Can you check with it and present next? Ms. Simrajit, can you do your presentation, ma'am?
It's okay. Oh, Simrajit, go.
So is this the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Still mute. No voice. No sound.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So good evening to one and all present over here. I'm Simajit Kaur from Chandigarh University. And the topic for today is impact of social media on the mental health of adolescents. So firstly, let me introduce the first and the foremost. I'm going to represent over here the use of the social media as a significant factor in the past few years, where social media actually refers to the websites and the online tools that facilitates many people by providing them opportunities to share information, opinions, and the interests. If I talk of adolescents over here, adolescents have been found to be more vulnerable to addicted and the crimes related to the social media at a higher rate related to the same. So the study has tried to understand the association of the social media and the well-being or the mental health of the adolescents. So the first part of the paper deals with the role and the relevance of social media. Further, there is a literature review that depicts a strong connection between a social media and the individual's well-being. And for the quantitative analysis, various statistical techniques are being used in the paper. In order to evaluate the association between the variables, a composite index has been prepared. Further, the ranking has been given to reflect the social media's impact on the adolescents and the well-being. And lastly, a few recommendations have been suggested for the state governments regarding the mental health and the well-being of adolescents only. So let me give you a glimpse on the adolescence and the social media. So adolescence is the most crucial period of the human life. The word adolescence comes from a Greek word adolescere, which means to grow to maturity, right? So it is believed that at this stage brings the storm and stress among the adolescents. Various biological, psychological, and the social changes occur at this stage. Due to same, there is a high rate of crime, norm breaking, and antisocial behavior in this stage. National survey being conducted in 2009 found out that 73% of the teenagers use social networking site, which had been increased from 55% in the last 3 years. Therefore, it is vital to understand the impact of social media on the teenagers. Here is a brief summary of the literature review on the topic. So I wouldn't be giving a detailing of the same. And moving on to the next one. Here it is a report by the cybercrime data from the years 2018 to 2020, and I have taken the source from the NCRB 2020, which depicts the crime rate, the total cyber crimes that has been committed and registered. So here's a look onto the chart in front of you. Next, the objectives of my study is actually to examine the impact of the social media on the adolescents' social and the psychological well-being, and to put forth the recommendations for the better policy interventions at the state level. The hypotheses are the excessive use of social media negatively impacts the adolescents' psychological well-being, and the social media negatively impacts the social well-being of the adolescents. The methodology used for the same, I have adopted a quantitative analysis using various statistical techniques. These techniques are found to be reliable in analyzing the data. Through the composite index, it has been prepared to see the impact of the social media on adolescents. T-scores and Z-scores are also have been used, and further the ranking has been given to the indicators to reflect the positive and the negative impact of the social media. So I hope you can see on the screen. Next, if I talk of is the psychological impact of the overutilization of social media on the users. For this, I have taken 4 dimensions over here. The first one here is the mental tiredness. Then is the FOMO and anxiety. FOMO stands for fear of missing out. Then is the lack of self-esteem. And the last one is the depression. So here are my scores in front of you, and the ranks have been given accordingly. So the first one stands for fear of missing out and anxiety. The second goes for the depression. The third goes for the mental tiredness. And the last goes for lack of self-esteem. So this is how it is impacting adolescents in a serial order, or I should say from 1 to 4. Next, I would like to have, I want to throw a light on the social impact of the overutilization of social media on the users. And for this, I have taken the account of social isolation, victim of cyberbullying and crimes, impact on education, addiction of social media, and impact on family ties. Again, according to the scores and the values, the ranking has been done. For this, addiction of social media stands the first. The second goes with the social isolation. The third with the impact of the family ties. The fourth goes with the victim of cyberbullying and crimes. And the fifth one is the impact on education. So I would just like to give you a brief of what we have done, that after analyzing the psychological impact of social media, an effort was made to understand the social impact of media. So it is very much apparent from this table that the addiction to media was common among adolescents and ranks at number 1. Addiction to media leads to various other social issues among adolescents, such as social isolation, impact on family ties. Group discussions with the respondents reveal that they often try to avoid conversation with their family members. It is further said that it is preferred to share their thought with unknown people over social websites rather than talking to their loved ones. Many of them said that merely they used to sit with their family members, and they actually had a heated arguments with the family members if I talk of the adolescent age. So a few respondents reported that they had been a victim of cyberbullying. However, its impact was seen as considerably low as compared to the other factors. So after analyzing the data, it could be concluded that excessive use of social media made an enormous impact on the social and the mental health of an adolescent. Hence, the hypothesis too that has been formulated has a significant strong association between the social media exposure and the social well-being of the adolescents. So here I would like to conclude my study by saying that the central rationale of the study was to examine the relationship between social media and the well-being of the adolescents. A significant strong relationship was found, but there was no doubt that better internet access have proved beneficial. However, adolescent age is the crucial period that can decide the person's future. So there are various applications over the app stores that the further access to various social media sites happens to be a serious problem. In addition, they waste their precious time that could be put onto their studies and extracurricular activities. Further, people who use social media try to avoid conversations with their family members because they remain busy in chatting and texting. So last but not the least are the recommendations. So on the basis of the finding, few recommendations are being made for the well-being of an adolescent or an individual. So family is the prime and the most crucial agency of socialization. Thus, it is recommended that parents must establish a bridge of communication between themselves and their children. And adolescent is the age of resistance, anger, confusion, and emotions. Thus, it is pertinent not to use the method of intimidation and follow the method of persuasion and give them the right direction regarding internet use. Secondly, cybercrime is increasing. Hence, it is advised that adolescents must be made aware of the legal right via seminars, workshops at school level only. Further, children are advised to inform their parents of any threat or the blackmail they may face from anyone of the internet. It is also recommended that the frequent counseling be given in the schools and the colleges where adolescents must be trained on the better social media's usage to minimize the wastage on chatting and other irrelevant engagement. So here I conclude and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Simrajit. Rasanya, are you ready with your presentation? Can you present now?
Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Is my screen visible?
Your screen is visible.
I'll be presenting on the effects of various stress coping styles on the performance of athletes. So for a start, I'd like to define stress as something that occurs when a person is under pressure or has difficulty coping with a situation or stimulus. So in a sports setting, psychological stress occurs when an athlete perceives the environmental demands exceed their ability or capacity of performance. So stress can be positive or negative. So here eustress or stress would be a positive push if it is maintained at an optimal level, as it would help the athlete to practice more and prepare better, increasing their overall performance. Whereas distress, that is negative, happens when stress goes beyond the optimal level, leading to performance anxiety, lack of confidence and focus, which ultimately leads to poor performance. So these are the type of stresses where acute stress is short-term stress, such as physical error, criticism from coach or parents, or observing the opponent perform well during the competition. Whereas chronic stress is something long-term, more like a burnout in athletes. And then comes these other type of stresses that can lead to acute or chronic stress, such as organizational stressor, competitive stressor, and interpersonal stressor. So these are the reasons, are some of the reasons which can cause the organizational, competitive, or interpersonal stressor. So yes, so this is the cycle an athlete shouldn't get into. And if they are already into it, there has to be a break somewhere for them to perform well. In this cycle, when there is an increased demand or stress, the athlete views the situation as a threat, leading to increased stress, which decreases their performance, and which in turn leads to stress and a never-ending process. So being trapped in the cycle leads to lack of motivation, decreased self-esteem, diverted focus, and performance anxiety. So this is about the coping strategies in athletes. If the athletes use problem-focused and approach, they would analyze the error and correct it. And in case they use problem-focused and avoidance, they would just distract themselves by doing something else, so they don't think of the problem. Whereas emotion-focused approach would be when the athletes use progressive relaxation to reduce their stress. And if it's avoidance, that is emotion-focused avoidance, then they would probably vent out unpleasant emotions or just cry and, just avoid it. But this wouldn't be much, this wouldn't give much positive results. So, yes. Sorry. Yes. Please.
Mom, is there any difficulties?
Yes, ma'am, I'm so sorry. So I searched into these websites and journals for information using keywords such as coping strategies, stress in athletes, athlete coping style, and gender differences in coping. And I've included articles that consist of research on male and female athletes ranging from 12 to 38 years of age, and the coping strategies for stress between the period of 2001 to 2021. And I excluded articles that showed coping strategies for non-athletes, children below 10 years, and for other psychological skills. So this is how I chose the articles that should be part of my study. I screened 64 articles, out of which 22 articles were finally selected and referred due to various reasons. And these are some of the reasons that I excluded. Yes. So these are some of the reasons that I excluded these studies from my article. So these are the things that I had inferred from whatever the previous articles that I showed you. So coping is an integral part of stress management for athletes, as they are under constant pressure due to practice and perform well in the competition. Fear of injury, expectation of athletes, coach, and audience, difficult opponent are some of the stresses for which an athlete needs to have a good coping strategy. A gender difference in coping style was seen as men used problem-focused and women athletes used emotion-focused coping style. Individual sport athletes used avoidance coping more than athletes of team sports. In a competition where a quick decision had to be made, athletes who used avoidant coping strategies more than approach coping were successful. So avoidance coping was used more during the competition, whereas the avoidance coping is not as useful in a regular or daily basis, other than a decision has to be made immediately. The level of stress and need for coping for athletes mainly depends on what is at stake for the athletes. All the coping methods seem to be useful, but those using problem-focused coping seem to adjust better with stressors. Males often stress due to their career, women stress due to the personal relationship, even when it comes to a sports setting. Venting was used by both male and female athletes, but it was discouraged as it increased the stress as athletes recalled stressful events during the outbursts. But the majority of the studies didn't collect data on coping styles for the same stressor for both male and female, whereas they they used different stressors, but tested both male and female. So there is a lack of studies that point out a proper gender difference in coping, whereas most of the studies have given data with no gender difference in coping style of athletes. This lack of proper differentiation may be due to innate training as to how male and female need to approach their problems. So these are my references, and it's the end of the presentation. Thank you all for your time and patience.
Thank you so much. I now call upon Sujata Das to present a paper on biomedical system along with the Green HRM, a new roadmap for sustainable development.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible. A kind request, please to stick with the time limit, 10 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am, yeah.
Thank you.
A very good evening to one and all present over here. I am Sujata Das, research scholar, SOA deemed to be University Bhubaneswar. Now I am presenting on the paper Biomedical System along with Green HRM, a new roadmap for sustainable development. Sustainable development means development that doesn't adversely affect resources in such a way that future generation may suffer and cannot enjoy the luxury of a good environment and their needs are not met. The grand challenges of today are involving change in climate, severe economic downturns. Environmental experts and activists argue that the quality of our environment is deteriorating and large-scale floods and climates alternations are in evidence of global warming phenomena. It is now imperative to rectify our habits and to seriously indulge in conscious effort to address environmental issues on priority basis. The importance of sustainable development can be seen from the fact that United Nations has given a new roadmap for all the countries to comply till 2030. The adaptation of integration of the idea of green practices by human resource management is the scope of this paper, and this idea is basically called green human resource management. The main objective of this paper is to analyze the importance of green human resource management and how it helpful in sustainable development, and to determine the influence of various green recruitment and selection practices like green training and development, green reward management practice, green performance management practices on environmental sustainability for the sustainable development, and to define the medical biomedical system and to discuss its importance for sustainable development. The scope of the study is to investigate various aspects of green human resource practices, influence of green recruitment practices, influence of green training and development practices, influence of green reward for the sustainable development. By adopting biomedical system and green practices, organization can achieve environmental sustainability. This is only possible by effective implementation of green human resource management strategies and practices within the organization. The biomedical system and green human resource practices should be adopted by each and every organization to improve its service quality and to attain outstanding performance for the sustainable development. These are my literature reviews. And this is the gap of my study. And this is the effect of attracting applicants of two green recruitment practices, that is the green reputation of a company, and the amount of information provided on the recruitment website about the company's environmental policies and practices. This reveals a conceptual gap as the current study investigated the influence of green recruitment and green training and development and green performance management on sustainable development. These are the gap of my studies. And biomedical system. It is a premier global provider of centralized diagnostic services. Founded in 1975, biomedical system has grown to be a leading clinical trial provider to pharmaceutical, medical devices, biotech, and contract research organization. The Sustainable Development Goal demands new ways of thinking about health system. Moreover, health systems are a powerful engine for improving survival and well-being, and they are the focus of our report. We endorse WHO definitions of health system as consisting of all organizations, people, and actions whose primary intent is to promote, restore, or maintain health. And we focus this commission on the organizational health sector, public and private, including community health workers. Biomedical system is based on information and communication technology. It is a tool of expression, the competence of healthcare workers such as medical doctors, nurses, medical laboratory scientists, radiologists in modern healthcare. Information and communication technology has become well assimilated into healthcare delivery system that few doctors can imagine a day without using the computer or the network. It is very helpful in the sustainable development. The green human resource management. It is the process of managing all activities and resources of organization, keeping concern of the environment and sustainable living. It is pursuing all those activities related to business which leads to development and preservation of green earth. Green management is the process of managing all activities and resources of organization, keeping concern on the environmental and sustainable living. It is pursuing all those activities related to business which lead to development and preservation of green earth. Then importance of green human resource management. Importance of green human resource management is to avoid or minimizing global warming, to avoid minimize natural disasters such as acid rain, red rain, tsunamis, flooding, hurricanes, owing to informal and harmful and greedy uses of natural resources for production and consumption, to avoid minimize health disease owing to pollution, to avoid minimize harms to animals and other natural creatures, to ensure appropriate balance of relationship among plants, animals, peoples, and their environment, to ensure survival of humans and business organizations for a prolonged period of life, which in turn helps in sustainable development. Then green recruitment. It is the process of hiring individuals with knowledge, skill, approaches, and behaviors that identify with an environmental management system within the organization. Then green training and training development. It is the study which the factors that stop of corrosion of environmental development of attitudes, behaviors, knowledge, and skills in employing of manufacturing firms indicated that training and development is considered as a preparation of multi-talented employees that are concerned with the development of knowledge and skill required for the innovation. The practice of equipping the employees with a foundational skill as to teach them to raise the level of eco-literacy and environmental proficiency in the organization. Then green performance appraisal. It is a regular review of an employee's job performance and contribution to an organization. It also referred to as performance review, performance evaluation, and development and discussions. It is the relationship between the green performance management and the environmental sustainability. To conclude that performance management programs are very, very essential to guarantee the effectiveness of green management work over time because they guide an employee's performance to the environmental performance desired by the organization. Then green compensation and reward system. Green compensation and reward system are the major human resource management processes through which employees are rewarded for their performance. These human resource practices are the most powerful method which links together an individual interest to that of the organization. And it is a study on the benefits of green reward management practice and environmental sustainability. reward management can be assumed as a potential tool for supporting environmental activities in organization. Modern organizations are developing reward systems to encourage eco-friendly initiatives embarked upon by their employees. Then sustainable development. It is a development that doesn't adversely affect resources in such a way that future generations may suffer and cannot enjoy the luxury of good environment, and their needs are not met. Sustainable development has now become the need of the hour. Organizations under the name of corporate social responsibility claim to pay back to the environment, but they need to go beyond normal activities and adopt more practices in routine for the better implementation of their green initiatives, and these green initiatives can be a part of the broader corporate social responsibility, which results in sustainable development. This is my conclusion and findings. Using research from numerous scientific domains related to enhancing healthcare delivery through information and communication technology, we critically evaluated the advantages and disadvantages of adopting electronic health in the biomedical professions in the work, which is the cause of sustainable development. And the biomedical professions should fully implement in healthcare sectors while keeping in mind the core principle of the biomedical system and treating patients as a service buyer. As the conclusion of the last analysis, the study came to the conclusion that in order of electronic health in the biomedical professions to be effective, healthcare providers should assess impose their ethical standards and philosophy on research and development, as well as the design of IT systems to be used in practice, so that the final product is consistent and pertinent to the objectives and philosophy of the medical professions, which in result in the healthcare sectors and for which is in turn helps in sustainable development. In green human resource management is embraced by the organizations as a component of larger sustainable development or green management concept rather than merely as a time-limited, tiny, isolated step. It can be more successful. It is past time for emerging nations to recognize the value of a greener, more sustainable environment and take action to address the mounting global warming challenges. The result implies that there is still room to make the most of the biomedical system and green human resource practices full potential for encouraging pro-environmental performance in the workplace. In developing nations with worrisome environmental problems and inadequately implemented government legislations, green human resource management practices are more crucial. These are my references where I grabbed the knowledge to write this paper. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The next presentation is by Zuraina Ali. Teachers' perspective on the use of Telegram for online distance learning during the pandemic of COVID-19.
The agenda, we will talk about the introduction, problem, research objective, literature review, methodology, results, and conclusions. So let's move on to the introduction part. But due to COVID-19, the execution of Movement Control Order, or MCO, in Malaysia has impacted many people, industries, and institutions, primarily academic institutions. The Ministry of Higher Education had announced that all traditional teaching and learning should be replaced by online distance learning, or we call it as ODL. So teachers need to choose various suitable platform for their teaching and learning. And then one of the popular application is Telegram. The growing need for an affordable yet powerful application to ease the ODL in the education field has emerged greatly. The aim is to make ODL feasible and at the same time support communication and collaboration between the teachers and students in terms of immediacy and portability. So Telegram application can be perceived as a practical application for both teachers and students to replace face-to-face instructions due to its features and promote students' teachers' engagement. So that's why the study is had been conducted to prove whether Telegram applications can be perceived as a practical application for teaching and learning during ODL. Right, the objectives of the study are to identify the academics' belief on the benefits of using Telegram, to investigate the perceived drawbacks of using Telegram in their teaching and learning, to examine the reflections on the use of Telegram in classroom, to explore the intentions of using Telegram during the post-pandemic. Right, so let's look at the literature review, where Telegram as a platform for ODL. Telegram is free, user-friendly, and listed as the most accessible application to support remote or online distance learning. According to Mensah, Saki, and Pufa, 2018, the adoption of the Telegram application for ODL is recommended as it has shown a positive impact on the students' attitudes towards learning. Besides that, Stanford 2020 stated that Telegram has been identified to use a low bandwidth tool offering a practical immediacy interaction between the teachers and the students. And then lastly, Telegram was reported to be an efficient tool as a teaching media, especially when conducting writing and reading activities in English classes. Right. The current study employed a descriptive research design where the data collected was mainly descriptive data, and also employed survey research approach. An online questionnaire has been distributed to the participant where it has 3 parts: Section A, demography; Section B, to answer RQ1 and RQ2; and Section C, to answer RQ3 and RQ4. There were 66 language teachers and lecturers who were employed as samples in the study. In that, 51 of them are females and 15 of them are male participants. So considering the age, the majority of them are at the age of 26 to 30 years old with 35 samples. And the rest of them are 31 to 35 years old with 30 participants. And the minority is coming from at the age of 35 to 40 years old with 11 participants. And then the participants are mostly coming from secondary or primary schools with 41 participants, and 25 of them are teaching at tertiary level. Right, let's look at the result. So findings from the study are reported according to the highlights of these sections, which are the teacher belief on using telegrams and the perceived drawbacks of using telegram among teachers, reflections of using telegram among teachers, and intentions of using telegram for teaching and learning for post-pandemic. First, we will look at the teacher's belief on the benefits of using telegram. So it was found that 65% of them believe that they could easily share all educational notes, videos, and feedback with students via Telegram. More than half of them, with 68%, posited that the platform was suitable to cater to their students' poor connectivity issue due to the low data consumption. The result also showed that 77% of them agreed that using the Telegram application could increase their interaction with the students. Okay, for the teachers' perceived drawbacks of using Telegram, the data showed that 74% of them agreed that they could not have a detailed discussion for certain topics using Telegram application. Meanwhile, 70% of them felt that the inability to access the platform due to no internet connection was another reason that hindered them from using it. Also, there were 68% of them felt that they were not able to have direct communication with their students when using Telegram, especially during the ODL. Right. So the analysis of the respondent reflections on the use of Telegram in classroom, they can be categorized into three common themes. The first theme is feasibility of having open class management. The feasibility of having open class management attracted them to use Telegram instead of using other applications such as WhatsApp, Emo, or Viber. Working on different skills and sub-skills in Telegram is very easy, but they depend on the educational provisions of a particular platform. Next, the theme number 2, user-friendly features. Its lightness, very fast and reliable, was some of the features that made the participants favor the Telegram platform for teaching and learning. And other features that were favored by them were the various services that support the educational process, such as groups, media sharing, and also polls. The last theme is low bandwidth. Telegram allows them to access their accounts from multiple devices at once, and messages appear simultaneously on all devices. Teachers can use Telegram via mobile phones and laptops without any interruptions during the lesson. Okay, now let's look at the teacher's attention of using Telegram. And based on the finding, we have come up with 4 themes. The first theme is the big size limit of Telegram. The luxury of having 2 GB compared to 1.5 GB for the storage limit made them able to restore more notes and materials for their classes. Moreover, the use of high-resolution photos or 4K videos makes the video quality much better. And the second theme is ease of use. Both teachers and students reported that the feature of creating personal data storage made it easy for them to retrieve content at their convenience. Besides that, Telegram is easy to use compared to other apps due to its simple interface. Therefore, it is easy to use for the users. And then the next theme number 3, Telegram enhances interaction. Okay, based on the results, the teachers find out that students were more active in the class during the vocabulary learning session using the platform. Besides that, students also enjoyed communicating with peers using Telegram, unlike when they had face-to-face communication, in that everyone might not have the chance to give their thoughts, especially the introvert students. Telegram also helped teachers and students to communicate, as both could do so at any time and any place. The last theme is Telegram allows sharing of materials. So the finding on the ability to share materials using Telegram is an agreement with the ones reported by Pomana et al. In 2021. It was found that a group of tutors created a Telegram group to share their teaching plans and material. And then all of them interacted with one another by sending voice notes, for instance, before they administered their class. So we have come to the conclusion part. So the use of Telegram today is almost an integral part of academics' daily life, and it is confirmed. So the finding in the current study showed that the majority of them preferred to use Telegram as the medium of interactions in their pedagogy in this pandemic period. And in light of the findings, Telegram application could be incorporated into academic institutions, particularly in the curriculum, to improve instruction among the academics. This study also suggests that the academic can use Telegram application as a complementary tool besides using face-to-face instruction and assessments. Furthermore, from the study, it can be recommended to the academics that Telegram application may enable their students to perform self-study and thereby change their learners' role to be autonomous in their learning. In terms of the significance of the study, the results presented in the research may facilitate improvement in the use of mobile learning in higher education, and the evidence from the study suggests that the research in mobile-assisted language learning, or we call it as MOL, is rapidly increasing. Yet, studies on Telegram in Malaysian setting that are based on academic perceptions of using the platform are still limited. Thus, this study may provide a foundation for similar research in the future. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum.
The last presentation by Noor Ada Abhamid on issues and challenges of population aging, studying from Japan super aging nation and Malaysia perspective.
A global problem statement, objective and methodology, analysis, discussion, and conclusion. On the abstract, as we know, the process of aging in population has become a global phenomenon that occurs all over the world, including Malaysia. And this increasing situation of the eldest population is due to the increase in life expectancy of them as a result of availability of assistance facilities of medicine, nutrition, and so on. In addition, the increasing in elderly population has raised various issues and problems, and among others are the critical cases of neglecting the elderly. Introduction and problem statement. As a developing country, Malaysia will experience an aging population in the near future, and based on United Nations projection, Malaysia is expected to become an old country by 2030 when the population aged 60 years and above reaches 15% of our total population. In this regard, Malaysia cannot afford to delay in addressing issues related to population aging. Meanwhile, Japan is experiencing population aging that is unprecedented in the world, and the proportion of people aged 65 years plus in Japan in the total population is the highest in the world, 23% in 2009, according to Statistics Bureau 2010, and by 2030, 1 in every 3 people in Japan will be 65 years plus, and 1 in 5 people will be 75 years plus. And this rapid declines in mortality and fatality after World War II accelerated population aging in Japan. Currently, it is estimated that there are over 2 million elderly people in Malaysia. Although this number is small, but compared to the number of elder child and adults, though as a matter of fact, the number of elderly people in Malaysia is increasing from year to year. Objective and methodology. This article discusses some of the measures and preparations by the Malaysian government in facing the global issues phenomenon of aging among the population by studying from Japan's super aging nation's perspective. Among issues are the health issues, housing and social support and lifestyle issues. And the discussion of the article found that Malaysia should be ready to take a step further due to this increasing and gradually aging nation. The study uses a qualitative approach by using documentation method in analyzing the literatures and also the documentations. The literature review. Malaysia has had a National Senior Citizens Policy since 1995, which was later amended to the National Senior Citizens Policy in 2011. This policy is a base for the provisions of services and facilities for senior citizens in Malaysia. The National Senior Citizens Advisory and Consultative Council was established as a mechanism for the implementation of policy related to the elderly and the aging population. There are also several international conferences that focus on issues related to the aging of the world's population, and the conference produced several documents used by the Malaysian government to plan related programs on the issues of population aging. And among the documents, for example, the Vienna International Plan of Action 1982, Principles for Older Persons 1991, International Conference on Population and Development 1994, and so on. And at the national level, the documents and policies referred to in the re-evaluation of the National Senior Citizens Policy, such as the Federal Constitution and also the certain policies in regards to the elderly. In line with current needs and future challenges, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development took a more drastic initiative to review the National Senior Citizens Action Plan 2011 by focusing on the development of a community that is more concerned about the phenomenon of aging and empowering the community to face an old age. And this is among them, the government formulated the National Senior Citizen Health Policy in 1977 to ensure the healthy, active and productive aging by empowering senior citizens, families and communities with their appropriate knowledge, skills and also the environment. The Ministry of Health has prepared the National Elderly Health Services Action Plan to ensure more effective, consistent and comprehensive healthcare. And the rationale for formulating this policy is generally to improve the overall health status of the elderly, where the elderly is often associated with the possibility of experiencing reduced sensory abilities and more likely to suffer from various health problems and take more time to recover from illness. Analysis and discussion. Among some issues, the first one is on the health issues. In Malaysia, we are lucky because all citizens have the access to healthcare, whether through government or private institutions. The Ministry of Health Malaysia only charges RM1 ringgit for outpatient treatment and RM5 to see a specialist. Meanwhile, there is no charge for senior citizens. And this good health system in Malaysia is seen as one of the factors contributing to the improvement of individual life expectancy. However, aging is inevitable and it leads to the risk of chronic disease, psychological disorders and cognitive decline. Based on the latest statistics, 62.6% of deaths recorded for the COVID-19 outbreak were from cases aged 60 years and above. Following this, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development is currently in the process of drafting a senior citizens bill which will supervise the long-term care of the elderly by providing modules for the Ministry on the care of the elderly, and the bill focuses more on the protection and care of the well-being of the elderly themselves. In Japan, the elderly are most concerned about the health of themselves and their families. Their biggest concern is daily care and guardianship in old age. For those who have physical disabilities or cognitive dysfunction, the Local Welfare and Human Rights Protection Program provides assistance in management of their financial and administrative matters as well as utilization of welfare services. Malaysia can actually take Japan as an example, where they adopted the social security system, which is mandatory for every citizen and provided for in law. Japan has been practicing the long-term care insurance financial scheme since 2000 for all senior citizens when various problems arose from the previous financial system. This system is generally a social support service for the elderly to live independently as opposed to a direct assistance service. Second one is on the housing issues. The concept of housing in Malaysia is not taking residents in old age into account. The existing residential concept should be considered from the beginning of buying a house at a young age before reaching an old age. Many senior citizens can afford to buy suitable house as well as being easily accessible for them, and housing planning should be emphasized also to the elderly, not only to the disabled and children. In the readiness of Malaysia's journey towards old country, Malaysia needs to be prepared to provide the concept of aging in place by providing affordable housing to the elderly. However, there are current constraints where the concept of housing in Malaysia is referred to be based on guidelines in the Malaysia Uniform Building Bylaws, and the principles in the guidelines are designed universally to all. It is up to the contractor to translate the principle to suit all according to the needs of all, and it is actually difficult to maintain the same laws for each state. The issue that arises is also for the implementation of construction, where it will be taken into account by the laws under the local authority. Therefore, a specific law for the construction of safe housing for the elderly is the best to be enacted to realize this, and there is a need for cross-agency discussion for the needs of senior citizens. It is to be noted that in Japan, there was one of the leading countries in the world to enact a special law for the welfare of the elderly. The law for the welfare of the elderly regulates 3 types of institutional care for the elderly as follows. Number 1 is nursing home for the aged, for seriously impaired older person. Second, home for aged, for slightly or moderately impaired older person with income under certain amount. And the third one, home for aged with moderate fees, for those older person who are independent in daily life and with limited income. And in Japan, homes for elderly, home care aid services, respite care, which is called short stay program, and other similar services have been covered by the funds from the taxes of the central and local governments under the Welfare Law of the Elderly, which was enacted in 1963. And this law has 2 characteristics. First one, it is a fundamental law that stipulates several basic principles, which all the other laws as well as governmental and voluntary actions related to the life of the elderly. And second one, regulates public social services for the elderly. The third issue is on social support and lifestyle issues. A study from National Population and Family Development Board Malaysia agency under the ministry showed that 34.2% of senior citizens experience loneliness. This is from the context of children living away, for example, not contacting their parents. So in this aspect of caring for the elderly, traditionally or for generations, this group is often seen to be taken care by immediate family members such as child or female relative. Nevertheless, today's reality exhibits that these traditional values have gradually changed as a result of the mainstream and the development process. There are past studies that show most respondents are dissatisfied with the help extended by their other siblings in an effort to help manage the needs of their aging parents. And to overcome the problem of loneliness among the elderly, especially those who are not married, have no children, and live alone, the government has introduced the Home Help Service, which the appointed KBDR volunteers are assigned to the office house for the purpose of helping senior citizens to perform daily tasks, manage their personal needs, and fill their times. As in Japan, it was customary for Japanese families to take care of their elderly relative, and the state intervened only in exceptional cases when families were unable to provide such support. However, today, the ability of families to take care for their elderly members is also declining. For example, it is highlighted that the family caregiving is seen as a burden in Japan by both givers and receivers of care, and the government has accepted responsibility for creating a new system to fund alternatives to the family care. Okay, for example, here, Enomoto stated the following services are provided under the long-term care insurance system in Japan. First one, in-home services. Second, support for in-home long-term care. Third, services at facilities. Fourth, community-based services. And fifth, others, allowance for home renovation. As a conclusion, the United Nations has expected Malaysia to be an old country by 2030, but the result of 2020 census has made Malaysia's approach towards all country become sooner. As we are embracing this in a very near future, it is very appropriate for the authorities and policymakers to think more proactively about the future of senior citizens in Malaysia and to focus on physical development for their convenience, and the elements related to the emotions of the elderly also they deserve their attention. The increase in the elderly population signals a need to enact a law that can protect their interests in various ways, including health, welfare, well-being, safety, and economy. This is in line with the purpose of enacting a law as an instrument that serves to govern and protect the social and personal interests. Malaysia is urged to coordinate indicators of the whole nation's preparation to draw up a clear framework to describe the country's direction regarding the elderly and preparation for old age by focusing on issues such as optimal healthcare for the elderly, special modules on insurance for the elderly, affordable housing for elderly, and other relevant issues. Malaysia cannot take Japan as a super aging nation as an example in many aspects of challenges and ways forward to tackle and minimizing the serious issues and impacts to the nation. Here we would like to acknowledge and to express our thanks to the Ministry of Higher Education as a research grant provider for this financial support through the project of FRGS that enable the authors to conduct the research. Okay, with that, we say thank you, syukron, and terima kasih.
Thank you so much. So that's all for today's presentation. The best paper and the best paper presentation will be announced via mail to everyone. And you will also receive the certificate. You can download the certificate from the dashboard in 24 hours.
Yes. Is still mute. Yeah.
On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and the students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which focused on discover the difference and exceeding the vision in multidisciplinary research. And it was a great success where eminent keynote speakers from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and the participants for your vital support and time for the APCERSSH. Thanks to the generous response and active engagement of the organizing committee and editorial board members. Once again, thanks to all the participants. Stay tuned with us for further conference updates from IFERP. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Bumena.
Thank you.
Ms. Bumena, may I ask you?